Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Outrage Mutation Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It came unexpectedly, the dawn of quirks. Suddenly people were manifesting strange abilities once thought only possible in fiction. The world was in chaos for the longest time until it reached a new age, the age of heroes. Now people were using their quirks for the betterment of society, protecting people from those who would use their powers for evil, the villains. Heroes became one of the most sought-after careers almost overnight, and now every kid dreams of the day they can earn their license and use their quirks to join their ranks. One such kid is the focal point of this story, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku loves heroes, he loves quirks and longs for the day he can be one himself. Unfortunately, there's an issue. While about 80% of the population have quirks, that still leaves 20% without them, and he's among the latter. Everyone says being a quirkless hero is impossible: his teachers, his classmates, Kaken, Katsuki Bakugo, even his mom, though he knows that's mostly out of worry and she'd support him if he tried. But he won't let that stop him. He's going to show everyone that he can be a hero. Smash cut to a depressed Izuku walking home after the day that managed to top his quirkless diagnosis as the worst day of his life. It started out normally. He was bullied at school and the teachers didn't care, even revealing that he wanted to go to UA for no reason other than wanting to put a target on his back, and he had a negative encounter with Kaken. How would he feel if he actually jumped off the roof? Would he even care? The day got interesting when he was attacked by a sludge villain, and even more so when he was saved by All Might himself. After an admittedly reckless stunt when he latched onto the man as he jumped away and an unexpected reveal of his weakened form, Izuku took the opportunity to finally ask the number one hero the question burning in his soul: could he be a hero without a quirk? I'm sorry to say it, but no. You can't be a hero without a quirk. The blonde man had denied. After 10 years, he finally got the answer, and it was the same as everyone else. Why did he assume it would be any different? This was All Might, the man who could change the weather with a punch. Of course he'd say a quirk was needed. Feeling like an idiot, the Greenette made his way into his apartment and was met by his mother. "Izuku, baby, are you okay? You're all scuffed up." Izuku Midoriya asked worriedly. "I'm fine, Mom. Just an accident on my walk," he mumbled. Izuku was concerned. She's only seen her boy so down once before and she couldn't bear to see it again. "As long as you're okay, how about I make your favorite katsudon for dinner?" she asked. "I'm not hungry. I'm just going to bed," he said, which only made the worry worse. He'd never turned down her katsudon before. Izuku stopped just outside his room. He knew what awaited him inside. A veritable shrine of All Might merchandise, all mocking him. He didn't want to enter but knew they'd be more questions if he didn't, so the boy toughed it out and went in. It felt as bad as he anticipated, but he was quick to turn off the light and try to get some sleep so he could ignore it. The next day he barely had any energy. He dodged his mom's attempt to ask more questions as he quickly left the house to get to school. It was same old there, but he couldn't find it in him to care. The bullies eventually got bored of his lack of reaction and left him alone. Except one. "Oi Deku, you're still effing here?" Katsuki Bakugo sneered at him. "Leave me alone, Kaken," Izuku said quietly. Small pops from the other boy's palm, a sign of his explosion quirk, went off. "The F you say to me? I don't know where you got the ball to think a shitty Deku like you could tell me what to do, but I do know you better watch it," he threatened at his only volume, loud. Normally he'd be intimidated, but he just didn't have it in him. "Please, Kaken, not today," he begged. Katsuki pushed him against a wall, causing his hero analysis notebook to fall to the ground. He looked around and saw people watching, clearly enjoying the show, and scoffed internally. "And they claim to want to be heroes. I decide what I do and what day I do it, and I've decided you didn't get it through your thick skull yesterday, so let me remind you," the ash blonde said, picking up the new notebook and exploding it like the previous one. "You're nothing, Deku, and you should stay down there where you belong." As the students and some of the staff laughed at him, something shifted. Izuku Midoriya is not an angry person. Sure, he's been mad before, everyone has, but he strives to take life on with a smile like All Might. But right now, all he knows is rage. At the school, at Katsuki, at All Might, and at himself. Shut up, he said quietly, eyes on the ground. The F was that? Katsuki asked. The explosion user had to take a step back when he raised his eyes to him, the sheer fury looking off on his face. His eyes began to glow a menacing green, energy firing off him uncontained. I said shut up. The greenette yelled, the energy flying off him as he stood. Everyone in Aldra Middle School watched in awe and more than a little fear as the boy's anger flared. What the F dash? Since when can the nerd do this? Katsuki asked. Izuku didn't hear him though. Everything was too loud. He couldn't think straight. Couldn't focus. He was so angry and didn't know what to do with it. Until his eyes locked on Bakugu's once more. Now his body and the energy it was producing screamed at him to do one thing. And he did. Katsuki was unprepared for the speed at which the nerd moved until he was right in front of him. A vicious left hook sent the boy back and the school into a frenzy as people began to run out. It was still too loud for the greenette. "Du!" Katsuki yelled, rocketing at him to hit him with a point-blank explosion to send him through a window. The boy stood, having taken far less damage than he should have, pupil less green glaring at raging red. "You think cheap shots can stop me?" he screamed. They had definitely drawn public attention. People were wondering if this was a villain attack and heroes would be here soon, but he didn't care. Izuku growled and lunged at Katsuki, who was more than ready to meet him. An explosion was fired, but in a surprising display of agility his target jumped over him and kicked him in the back and onto the street. A follow-up lunge to the spot the ash blonde landed would have done real damage if he hadn't rolled out of the way, leaving the pavement the only thing cracked. Some nearby heroes had arrived on scene. "What's going on?" Death Arms asked. "Don't know, but we have to stop it," Kamui Woods stated. His lacquered chain prison moves to ensnare the two boys, but an explosion from Bakugu accidentally burned some of it while Midoriya was trying to rush him. The explosion did blast him away, but he was quick to recover. Kamui withdrew his wood with a hiss. "Of course one of them has such a quirk," he complained. "I got this," Death Arms told him. The man ran at Izuku, who did not appreciate his appearance. "Out of my way," he hissed at the hero, moving at high speed towards the man who wasn't expecting the kid to be so fast and got punched back for his efforts. "Crap, he hits hard," he said. The ground shook as another hero showed up. Mount Lady tried to swat at Izuku, the boy avoiding the hit to run up her arm. She shook him off, accidentally sending him flying into the school. He got up again, albeit shakily, and they could almost feel the force of his glare. "What's this kid made of?" Mount Lady asked. Izuku took a step, the heroes bracing for the attack, before the energy faded and he collapsed. A sigh of relief was breathed by everyone present, except for Bakugu. He had too many questions. What was that? Since when did Deku have a quirk? And why was he actually afraid of him for a second? All the while the greenette slept, unaware of the world around him. Izuku woke up to his head pounding. What happened to him? The greenette tried to open his eyes only to immediately close them, the light making his headache worse. "Young man, can you hear me?" An unfamiliar voice asked. "Bright," he mumbled weakly. "Can someone dim the lights and call in the mother?" The voice asked. Someone apparently complied because the next attempt at opening his eyes went slightly better. He was still too out of it to recognize his environment. "Where am I?" he asked. "You're in the hospital, son. I'm your doctor," the doctor said. The door then opened to reveal Inko, who he'd later learn had been asked to leave until he woke up because the infamous Midoriya tears were causing slight flooding. "Izuku!" his mother cried, pulling him into a hug. He let himself melt into it, not really understanding what was going on but appreciating it either way. "Doctor, what happened to him?" Inko asked. "Your son is suffering from a severe case of quirk exhaustion," the doctor told them. "Quirk exhaustion? But he doesn't have..." A sudden headache brought memories back. The sludge villain, All Might, school, Bakugu, before all there was green and rage. What did I do? He asked quietly. You seem to have been misdiagnosed, young man. Rather than being quirkless, you just had a dormant quirk that was yet to manifest. Unfortunately, said manifestation also caused you to lash out because your body was not yet used to it. He explained. Lash out? Izuku asked. The doctor hesitated for a moment before pulling up a video on a tablet and showing it to him. The young Midoriya watched wide-eyed as he not only fought Kaken but 3 pro heroes before his collapse. What exactly is his quirk? Inko asked as he watched. Using the video, reports from the scene and my own quirk, diagnose, we were able to determine that his quirk is activated by his anger, producing a strange energy that enhances his physical capabilities and that too much of it at once can cause a loss of control. Now keep in mind that this is a surface-level analysis at best. We don't yet know the full capabilities of this enhancement or the energy that causes it, but it should be enough for a quirk registration. We have dubbed his quirk Outrage. The doctor explained. Outrage? So that's his quirk. He actually has a quirk. But why didn't it activate earlier? His mother still sounded concerned. Our working theory is that he simply never got angry enough. For it to activate so suddenly and intensely must mean something big happened recently. Would you like to elaborate on what that was? He asked. Izuku thought for a second before quickly shaking his head. No. Not here. He whispered. If it triggered his quirk again, he didn't want to risk it in a hospital. It's your choice. But do remember, it might be worse for you if you keep it in. But other than that, do you have any questions? The doctor asked. Am I in trouble? That was technically illegal quirk usage and I attacked pros. The greenette asked. Fortunately, no. Manifestations of quirks can take many different forms. While they usually come at a younger age, you're far from the first person to cause damage to even pro heroes during it. The man answered, which was a huge relief for both of the Midoriyas. They were released soon after once Izuku was given a full checkup now that he was awake. The drive home was tense, the boy lost in thought and his mother worried for him. Now that we wasn't so tired he could feel it, ever present and buzzing under his skin, anger that was both his and not, just begging to be released. He stamped down on it, and though that helped it didn't stop the anger. The family of 2 returned to their home and walked inside before Inko spoke. Izuku, baby, you know you can tell me anything, right? She asked softly. I don't want to worry you. He mumbled. I'm your mother. It's my job to worry about you. And I can't bear the thought of my son hurting while I did nothing. She said, tears forming in her eyes. Not wanting to risk another flood, and because she deserves to know what made him so mad he literally got a quirk, he explained everything. From how he was treated at Aldra, to what Bakugo was doing, to the All Might encounter and even what he remembers from before his manifestation. Inko's face went through a number of changes from worry, to sadness, to fury, before settling on a blank face that was honestly scarier than the fury. His mother took a breath and suddenly stood up. Izuku, get back in the car. We're going on a little trip, she said, deceptively calm. Neither him nor his quirk were willing to test their luck on this and complied immediately. The drive to wherever they were heading was a different kind of tense. He was not expecting to arrive at Aldra, though in hindsight it should have been obvious. Mom, what are we doing here? Izuku asked. Just going to have a little chat with the principal, she said, sending shivers down his spine. They walked into the building and Izuku could feel his quirk growing stronger as they walked the halls. This was the place he suffered most, and even now his newly enhanced senses could hear the whispers as people watched him. He's back. I thought we were finally rid of him. Dude, watch it. Do you not remember what he did to Bakugo? I always thought he was creepy, now he has a villain's quirk. Bet he'll be a shitty villain anyway. Once a Deku, always a Deku. The only thing keeping him from exploding was his mother's presence. She kept a hold on him, grounding him. They headed to the principal's office and went in. Mrs. Midoriya? I wasn't expecting you, the man said in surprise. Oh, I know. I just wanted a word with you, she said. Is it about Izuku? I can see the young man seems to be back in good condition, and after a few fees for the damages caused, we'd be more than happy to welcome him back to our fine institution, he said. The boy's eyes were beginning to glow, a growl almost ripping out of his throat at the audacity of this bee. Inko beat him to it. Fine institution? That's not what I heard. She said blankly. Which display from the two got the man sweating could be up to debate, it could be both. But something clued him in that this had a high chance of going badly for him. What have you heard? He asked nervously. I heard that you and your staff have not only been harassing my baby boy, but have been turning a blind eye or encouraging the students to do the same. Would you like to tell me this information is false? She asked him. Well, you see, ma'am, it's more complicated than that. The principal stammered. Oh, then let me make it simpler. With a green glow not too dissimilar to her son's, the man's tie was yanked forward, dragging him with it and causing him to gulp. You are going to sign him up for online classes so he doesn't have to step foot into this horrid building again and clear his record of any infractions caused by the bullshit of everyone in this school. That snapped him out of his anger a little because despite being friends with Mitsuki Bakugo, Inko rarely ever swore. Adding to the fact that several objects around the room were glowing as well made for an intimidating view that showed just because it didn't work all that well on biological matter, an angry mother with a small object attraction quirk can be much scarier than you'd think. And if you don't, I'll bury you and this entire DMN school in so much legal dirt not even that power loader hero will be able to dig you out. Do I make myself clear? She asked, though it was less a question and more a promise that he would regret saying no. Crystal, the man said quietly. His tie was released and he let out a sigh of relief. Wonderful. If there's nothing further then we should be going. Come along, dear. Inko said cheerfully. He had once again come to the realization that his mom is awesome. With a final glare that made the man flinch, Izuku and his mom left the building. Mom, that was amazing. You didn't have to do all that. He told her. Of course I did. You were suffering for so long and I couldn't let that continue. As for your record, we don't want anything to risk your chances at becoming a hero. If that's what you still want. She asked. Was it? He's always wanted to be a hero, but a lot of that was because of All Might and the less thought about him the better. The videos taken of his manifestation may also hurt his chances later. But if the Midoriya family was one thing, it was stubborn. He wasn't going to let one man and being judged by randoms on the street distract him from the real reason he had admired All Might in the first place. The desire to save people with a smile. I do. I'm going to be a hero that tries to save everyone and no one is going to stand in my way. He said determined. And I'll support you all the way. Inko declared. This was the start of a new journey, and he's ready to meet whatever it brings head-on. Izuku will be the first to admit that he wasn't very athletic. While he wanted to be a hero, he didn't spend nearly as much time as he should have actually training and building up the physique to be one. Which was why he was here, at Dagoba Beach, to hopefully rectify it. This place was perfect for some training. With all the trash people had dumped here over the years, he could get a real workout from cleaning it all up. Plus it was cheaper and more accessible than a regular gym that would actually allow quirk usage and much more isolated, because he honestly wasn't confident he had enough control to use it around other people. Yep, this place was perfect, and he had it all to himself. Until he heard an explosion in the distance. He didn't really think about it, but his feet sorta moved on their own. What if someone was in danger? He couldn't just do nothing. The Greenette arrived at the location of the explosion and found that he wasn't as alone on the beach as he expected. Coughing from the smoke was a girl with pink hair. Okay, do not cross those wires, she said to herself. Are you okay? Izuku asked, drawing her attention to him. He noticed her eyes had crosshairs and wondered if it had to do with her quirk. Oh yeah, just testing out my babies for the UA entrance exam. She responded. Completely ignoring whatever she meant by babies, the boy got wide-eyed. Really? I'm practicing for UA too, he exclaimed. Which course? She asked. The hero course. He answered. That got her exited for some reason. That's great. May Hatsum, future head of Hatsum Industries. Let's make some babies together. May said enthusiastically. Izuku blue-screened for a second as his face rapidly got redder. Excuse me? He squeaked. Come on, every hero needs some super cute babies. To help with their quirk, or style up their costume. She told him. Face cooling down as he realized she was talking about support equipment, he perked up at the idea. You really want to help me? He asked. Sure. You're aiming for the top right. May asked. He nodded. Great. Then once you get there, everyone will know you use Hatsum Industries babies, and with that publicity, I'll surpass Detnerat and Shield Industries as the biggest support gear manufacturer in the world. Mwahaha. She cackled. Elsewhere, Power Loader shuddered for reasons he doesn't know. Wondering if he just ran into a supervillain in the making and promptly deciding it will probably be fine, Izuku spoke. I'm in. I'm Izuku Midoriya. He introduced himself. Too long. I'm just gonna call you Green. Alright Green, what's your quirk so I can figure out which baby to use? She asked. My quirk is called Outrage. When I'm angry, my body produces energy that enhances my physical capabilities. There might be more to it, but I haven't had much time to practice. He explained. Ooh, let me see. She told him. Are you sure that's a good idea? It might be dangerous. He said nervously. May brushed him off. I can't be your baby maker if you don't show me the goods. She said. Does she hear herself? He thought with a blush. Activating his quirk was like turning on a stove with a pot on it. His anger was like adding fuel to the fire. He had to be careful to turn it up enough that he could use it but not let the flames feed enough that it overflows or burns. Drawing from one of the many experiences that PSS him off, the green glow of outrage came to the surface. May watched in interest. Fascinating. It's not electrical, but seems similar if a bit more solid. Can it be harnessed? If so, there's so many self-charging babies I could make. The inventor said. Letting go of his quirk, Izuku responded. I'm not sure. He said. We'll test that later. Along with tests to see just how much of an enhancement it is physically and what your upper limit is. She said, partially to him, mostly to herself. I don't think that last part is a good idea. If I create too much energy, I could lose control. He cautioned. That would be bad for business. I'll have to make a baby to help with that. She declared. By the way, what's your quirk? He asked before she could get too lost in thought. It's called Zoom. Enhances my vision, and if I focus enough it can see up to 5 kilometers away. She told him. The quirk nerd immediately got invested and pulled a notebook out of somewhere. That would be an amazing hero quirk. You could find lost civilians in an instant or track villains, or locate hard to see weak spots in opponents, and don't even get me started on the investigative potential. He cut himself off when he realized he started muttering again. Great, another person he's probably alienated being creepy. I guess I could do all that. But I've always been more interested in my babies than the actual heroics they're used for. May responded. Izuku blinked. You kept up with that? And don't think I'm weird or creepy? He asked in mild disbelief. No? I get like that too sometimes when I'm in the zone. She shrugged. Though he didn't get as much done as he thought he would that day, Izuku went home with the feeling that for the first time in years, he actually made a friend. By complete coincidence, as though the author didn't want them to meet yet, the skeletal form of Yagi Tashinori arrived after he'd left. The secret identity of All Might wanted to use the beach to train his successor but saw someone else was already beating him to it. Though he was a tad disappointed his plan for young Uraraka had fallen short, he was proud someone had taken the initiative to help society. He would meet up with the Hatsum girl regularly. As he bulked up by cleaning the beach, seriously, why were there refrigerators just dumped there? And gave any potentially useful material he found to May, they worked to see what he was capable of. May theorized that his energy could indeed be harnessed or least stored, but there was no way they'd have the proper materials to try until they got to UA. Though she did have the materials to make a different piece of support equipment for him. A watch? He asked. Not just a watch. Behold Hatsum Industries' newest baby, the anger monitor. If it detects your adrenaline getting past the point of control, it will emit mild shocks to your system that will help calm you down. She explained. Try it out. Is it safe? He asked. When has safety ever gotten in the way of innovation? She told him. Once again deciding his friend was either crazy or a supervillain, he shrugged and put it on. He then activated his quirk and thought of Bakugo, who provided a lot of fuel. He grew angrier, but before the green could overtake his vision, Mei's baby started to beep and he found the anger receding. It works! The inventor celebrated. Izuku was similarly excited and relieved. He'd obviously need to learn how to control his quirk properly, but it would do for now. In another interaction, he found something else out about the pink-haired girl that was obvious in hindsight. She had zero self-preservation skills. "Are you sure you don't need rest?" he asked in concern. The inventor was clearly exhausted but seemingly didn't care. "Rest is for when there are no more babies to design," she told him. Izuku sighed. He didn't want to do this, but she left him no choice. He pulled out his phone and prepared to use the nuclear option, which is how Mei Hatsum found herself in a nice home eating some honestly delicious katsudon. "I'm not going to let my baby's friend work herself into an early grave." Inko scolded her. "How?" The inventor asked the boy next to her in genuine confusion as to how she got here and how they got her away from her makeshift workstation in the first place. "Don't question it," he told her. Even he didn't question it when his mom got determined. "My Izuku had told me a lot about you. Would you like to say something about yourself?" Midoriya asked. "Not much to tell. I spend most of my time on my babies." She shrugged. "Really? Do you not have friends?" The woman asked in concern. "Not really. People tend to avoid me. I think they said something about me being too intense, lacking the concept of personal space and trouble with names and interest in anything other than my babies, but I wasn't paying attention." "It doesn't bother me," Mei said. And it was true. So what if she was a bit lonely before meeting Green? She'd show them all when she got into UA. Izuku and his mother shared a glance and nod. This girl was theirs now. "I for one am proud to be your first friend. We'll show everyone who put us down what we're capable of." The younger Greenette said determined. Mei grinned. "Thanks, mitochondria," she said, causing them both to sweat drop. They'd work on the name thing later. "I'm glad you have each other," Inko said, before a dangerous glint appeared in her eyes. "But I'm not expecting any other kinds of babies until you graduate at least." She smirked. Izuku sputtered. "Mom," he said scandalized. "I'm just teasing, dear. Unless," she said, laughing when her son groaned. The months went by, Izuku bulking up significantly and getting better control over his quirk, and before they knew it, it was almost time for the entrance exam. "I'm so proud of how far you've come," Inko said, tears in her eyes. "Do your best. Both of you," she told the friends. "Right." They nodded. This was it. The day that would make or break everything, and they were going to succeed. Izuku stared in awe at the building in front of him. How could he not? UA was the school that spawned some of the greatest heroes there were. Getting in was almost a guarantee that you'll do good in the hero world, and it was his turn to take the exam. Mei had split off from him to head to the support course exam, leaving him wishing luck to whichever poor soul had to deal with his unique friend. Elsewhere, Power Loader sneezed as a feeling of dread came over him. "So you're here after all," a familiar voice said. Izuku tensed, Mei's baby getting a stress test already as he turned to see Katsuki Bakugo. The Greenette hasn't actually seen the ash blonde in the months between Outrage manifesting and now. "So what if I am Kaken?" he responded, calling him that more out of habit than anything else. He's definitely got better control over his quirk than when he started, but without Mei's baby keeping him calm, he's not sure he wouldn't have attacked the other boy already. "Tisich, just stay out of my way, you damn nerd." Katsuki grunted as he walked past. Izuku blinked in confusion. That was a lot less explosive of a reaction than he expected. He shook any thoughts on the boy out of his head, not wanting to be distracted, and walked forward to the school. Then he tripped. "Oh, come on," he thought in frustration and braced for impact only to find himself floating. "I'm sorry if it wasn't okay to use my quirk on you, but I figured tripping before the exam might be bad luck." A brown-haired girl with a permanent blush on her cheeks apologized frantically. "It's no problem. Thanks for the save. Can you put me down now?" he asked. "All right. Release," she said, putting her fingers together and getting him back on the ground. "Thanks," Izuku said before going into quirk nerd mode. That was so cool. Can you just make people float or can you affect inanimate objects? I noticed the pads on your fingers, so I assume it's a 5-point activation quirk. Can you use it on yourself? He muttered rapidly. The girl blinked in confusion. I didn't get a lot of that, but I'm gonna assume you're talking about my quirk. It's called zero gravity, and it causes anything I touch with all 5 fingers to lose its gravity. She said, "That sounds amazing for rescue work." He exclaimed, "Thanks." She smiled at him. "We should get going, don't want to be late," she said before walking off. Izuku smiled at the positive interaction. Until he remembered he didn't even get her name. Hopefully she gets in so they can talk more, but for now it was off to the exam. The written portion was, well, not easy because there's no such thing as easy at UA, but he's confident he did well. He spent months studying and he was already a massive hero nerd, so anything related to heroics was already in the bag. Which means it was time for the practical exam. He unfortunately found himself sitting next to Bakugo in the auditorium before the actual exam, but the ash blonde was as keen on ignoring him as he was. "Hey there, little listeners," a blonde man calls out. Izuku restrains a squeal. This was the voice hero, Present Mike. His quirk, voice, allowed him to increase the volume of his voice and create powerful sound waves. He's also famous for his radio show, Put Your Hands Up, which was one of the most popular radio shows around. "You're effing muttering again, Deku." Katsuki tells him annoyed, causing him to stop and stare at the boy. Mike continued, "For this exam you'll be facing robots that act as the mock villains. Each robot has a point value ranging from the 1-pointers to the 3-pointers, and you cool kids have to bust some bots to earn the corresponding points." He explained. A boy who looked a little familiar for some reason stood up. "Excuse me, sir. According to the instructional pamphlet, there's supposed to 4 kinds of robots. I find it disgraceful an institution of UA's caliber would allow such an error," he said stiffly. He then turned to Izuku. "And you in the back. Cease that muttering at once. If you're not here to take things seriously, it's in everyone's best interest to leave now," he scolded. The greenette's slightly quirk-enhanced glare had his back up a bit. He did not get out of Aldra just to deal with another judgmental JRK. Nice catch there, listener. The 4th robot is just an obstacle and is worth no points, so it's best to just avoid it, the voice hero said. The boy nodded and bowed. "I see. I apologize for my rash judgment. Of course UA wouldn't make a mistake like that," he said. "It's no prob, kid. You'll have 10 minutes to complete the exam, after that you'll get no points. Now head off to the training grounds and get ready for action. Can I get a yeah?" he asked. Izuku felt bad for the dead silence he received. Right on. To the man's credit, he didn't let that stop his momentum. Izuku was relieved he was assigned a different area that Bakugo, probably so people from the same school couldn't help each other. He was psyching himself up when he saw the nice brunette from earlier and wanted to go wish her luck. "You again? Was it your intention to distract that girl from her preparations? That is not the behavior of a UA hopeful," the blue-haired boy from before reprimanded. He could tell they'd drawn attention from others. "Is he talking to the green kid? Looks pretty scrawny to me. Probably won't even get any points. Nice to see there's less competition than I thought." Little did they know all they were doing was making him stronger. He glared at the glasses boy before speaking. "How am I the distraction when you're loud enough for people in other areas to hear?" he said, causing the boy to sputter. "And for your information, I know her and wanted to wish her luck before we start," he continued. Glasses boy regained his composure and bowed. "My apologies. It seems I misjudged you. I must work on my own prejudices if I wish to be a UA student," he said. Izuku's glare lessened. "Okay, so not an a-hole, just stiff. Go!" Present Mix yell startled everyone, and before he knew it, Izuku launched into the mock city, the glow of outrage surrounding him, and crumpled a 1-pointer like it was paper. The others gawked at him until Mike shouted again. "He's got the right idea. There's no countdowns in real life." His voice spurred them into action, and it was suddenly chaos. The Midoriya boy dodged one of the tails of a 2-pointer, grabbed it, broke it off, and used it to impale the robot. A powerful jump allowed him to kick a one-pointer into another. He then ducked, a three-pointer missile flying overhead and causing him to growl and charge at it. It was tougher than 1 and 2 but still no match for Outrage and was punched into scraps. He could make out other students gathering points, including the nice girl floating robots and causing them to crash, and the strict boy running in a high speed to deliver swift kicks, and knew he had to pick up the pace. He had about 20 points and decided to climb up a building to look for more bots. This allowed him to see a two-pointer sneaking up on a sparkly blonde who seemed to be having stomach trouble, so he jumped in and crushed the machine. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Indeed, mon ami, it seems I overused my sparkles, he said, somehow vocalizing the sparkle sound effect. Izuku stared blankly for a second before shrugging it off. He's friends with Mei Hatsum, he's used to odd quirks. "If you're good," he said before rushing off. In a room full of monitors, the staff observed the candidates. "We have a lot of potential this year, it seems." Vlad King said, "You got that right, partner. Some of these youngins showing some real skill." Snipe agreed. "Indeed. From information gathering to clever tactics and pure power, it looks like we have a good crop." Niza said. His screens showed a girl with earphone jacks sticking them into a building, an invisible girl taking advantage of the fact she couldn't be seen to strike at vital points on the robots, and Katsuki and Izuku destroying anything they came across DMN near instantly. "Oh, I can't wait to whip them into shape." Midnight purred. Eraserhead sighed. "At least try to avoid a lawsuit," he said. Nemuri gasped in faux offense. "Yuun Misho. You know I'd never do anything unscrupulous," she said. Aizawa glared at her. "I'm surprised you even know what that word means," he shot back. Yagi chuckled at the antics, but his focus was elsewhere. Though One for All hadn't activated yet, his successor was doing a fantastic job gathering points. Then his eyes locked into a familiar head of green hair, the light of his quirk shining as he ripped through everything in his path, occasionally stopping to help a fellow examinee. "Isn't that the boy from before? I thought he said he was quirkless? Unless..." He shook of the thought before it could form. That BSRD was dead, he made sure of it. It was probably just someone similar looking. "My Jima, I think it's time for the next event," the principal of Unknown Species said. Power Loader nodded, glad to do something to take his mind off the support exam. The worst part is that Hatsum Girl had almost definitely passed, and he fears what that means for his classroom. That was for later though. Right now he pushed a button. And now the real test begins. Niza cackled. Izuku took a breath. He had about 38 points if he remembers correctly. He'd have more if his test mates weren't. Dumbasses with little sense of situational awareness, but he wouldn't be a hero if he didn't try to save them. He could only hope it would be enough. The ground shaking drew him out of his head. His eyes went wide, staring at the gigantic zero-pointer. This was just an obstacle? Was this place's budget just yes? The other examinees were running for their lives in the opposite direction, and he was about to join them when he heard a grunt. His head snapped in the direction of the robot to see a purple-haired boy who looked like he's never even heard the concept of sleep stuck under some rubble. Once again he didn't think, just moved towards the boy. Other examinees looked at him like he was insane, the glasses boy yelling at him to get to safety, but he wasn't listening. The brown-haired girl saw him running, and when she turned to see what was up she saw the purple kid too and ran after him. "Are you okay?" he asked in concern. "Do I look okay?" he asked dryly. Izuku blushed in embarrassment. "Yes, stupid question," he acknowledged. Gravity Girl then appeared. "Can you get him out?" she asked. "I'm not sure if I can do it fast enough." "What about you?" he told her. "I don't know how he's stuck. Floating the wrong thing could cause it to shift and hurt him." She denied. The zero-pointer grew closer, its massive form an ever-present threat. "If we can't get him out, then we have to stop that thing," he declared. The other two looked at him like he was crazy. "Are you out of your mind?" Bags asked incredulously. "We want to be heroes, right? It's a job requirement." He joked, and was satisfied when he snorted and she giggled. "I'm in," she decided. Izuku powered up Outrage as much as he could control while Ochako felt something awaken within her that she knew was OF. She felt the power in her hands and with a yell slammed them onto the ground, a pink aura enveloping the terrain in front of the machine and causing the behemoth to start floating slowly. Whoa! Shinso whispered to himself. Under normal circumstances Izuku would be in awe too, but he had a job to do. I don't know how long I can hold this. She grunted in exertion. That was all the Greenette needed to rush in. With an already powerful jump boosted by the terrain, he was off like a bullet. Let's show you we understand the meaning of plus ultra. He yelled, power flaring and shooting through the machine, causing it to explode from the inside out. The boy began to fall in a daze, too much power used leading to exhaustion. He would have crashed if not for the gravity terrain catching him before he could. "Ida got you," Ochako said weakly before her own control slipped and she passed out from the strain after vomiting rainbows. Shinso looked at his saviors. They saved him when they could have gotten more points. Flashy quirks make for crazy people, I suppose. He muttered. The other people stopped their running at the display. Holy shit! Was that the green kid from earlier? Who knew he was hiding that much power? And the gravity chick made that whole thing float. But why did they do that? It wasn't worth any points. Probably just wanted to show off. Ida heard that and knew they were wrong. They did it to save a fellow hero hopeful. He'd like to think if it wasn't an exam he'd have done the same thing, but even though it was they still acted. I misjudged him greatly, he said to himself. Soon the youthful hero, recovery girl, the only reason they could afford such crazy tests, arrived at the site. Kids today. She shook her head, instructing the medical robots to grab the two kids to take them to her office so she could heal them. Izuku came to in an unfamiliar place. Where am I this time? He asked. My office, Sonny. You and the young miss went too far beyond your limits and exhausted your bodies. You're lucky you're durable or else you'd have several broken bones from that stunt. Recovery girl said. Why do I feel so tired? He asked her. You did have some injuries that needed my quirk to fix, which took a hit on your stamina. Eat some of these, they'll help, she said, handing him some gummies. While he was eating them, Ochako woke up and got a similar scolding. When it was over she smiled at him. We make a good team, she said. Yeah, we do. I'm Izuku Midoriya. He introduced. Ochako Uraraka. Do you think we got enough points to get in? She asked. I hope so. But even if we don't, I don't regret helping him. He said determined. Me neither. But between you and me, I hope we did. It would be nice to have a friend here. She said. We're friends? Izuku asked. We took down a giant robot together. Of course we're friends. Ochako responded. He smiled back. I guess we are. He responded. His mom came to pick him up soon after, finding May already there and excitedly ranting about her exam. He couldn't help but be satisfied in himself, knowing he'd done the right thing and made a new friend. It had been a week since the entrance exam and Izuku was doing everything in his power not to freak himself out. He's fairly certain he did well, and even if he didn't, UA isn't the only hero school in the country. At least that was what he told himself. May seemed to have no such worries, already planning all the different babies she'd be able to make with UA's wealth of materials and seemingly infinite budget, and he couldn't help but smile at her enthusiasm despite his own nerves. It was then that his mother rushed in, holding something in her hands. Izuku, it's here, Inko told him. The boy almost bolted up to grab the envelope in her hand but restrained himself until she got near. Do you want to open this in private? His mother asked. Izuku shook his head. I wouldn't be here without both of your support. Pass or fail, I want you here, he told them. Inko looked ready to cry at that and May grinned wide. Then what are you wanting for? Open it, she exclaimed. The boy opened the envelope and out fell a disc of some sorts. Any confusion about what it was dispelled by the hologram coming from it. Ooh, May said, hand twitching. Izuku gently smacked her. At least wait until after to mess with it. He said. Hey there, little listener. Present Mike said. I'm doing the honor of presenting your entrance exam results. Izuku took a breath. Here was. Now for the written portion, You knocked it out of the park. One of the highest scorers around. Way to go, little dude. The blonde man said. The room sighed in relief. That's one worry down. Now for the practical. You managed to get 38 villain points, which is pretty dang impressive if you ask me. Mike told him. That sounded positive. Izuku felt hope well up inside him. Did he actually make it? But that's not all. Mike continued. Huh? The greenette asked. Take a look at this. He pointed to a screen that showed Izuku helping the blonde boy, bailing some fellow examinees out of trouble, and especially him and Uraraka working together to stop the zero-pointer and save the purple-haired boy. What kind of hero school would we be if we didn't acknowledge stuff like this? That's why there was a secret extra system of rescue points. Your heroic nature and sweet moves have earned you an extra 50 points, leaving you with a grand total of 88, topping the leaderboard. Welcome, Izuku Midoriya, to your hero academia. The radio host cheered. The screen then changed to show the other rankings, but he'd long since stopped paying attention. He did it? He did it. He was wrapped in a bone-crushing hug by his crying mother, and that snapped him back to reality, and he couldn't help the laugh that came out of him. I'm so proud of you. Inko cried. Looks like I get to keep my favorite baby maker. Mei told him. Oh, so you would have ditched me if I hadn't passed? He asked, both teasing and genuinely worried he'd lose his first real friend. Then I'd just drag you into support with me. Hatsum and Midoriya Industries would be unstoppable. She declared. Izuku was floored because not only did she actually get his name right, she was willing to let him work on her babies with her and share credit. She never does that. Unable to help himself, he pulled her into the hug. Mei startled a bit before melting into it. This is nice, she said quietly. Later, when Mei had left and he'd been notified that she had, in fact, passed and the apartment was thoroughly dried, he took a look at the list again and couldn't help the satisfaction when he saw Uraraka in second, and the far more petty satisfaction to see Kaken in third. Soon came his first day of UA, and his mother wouldn't stop fussing over them. Do you have everything? Books? Pencils? She asked him. I do, Mom. He told her. She then looked at Mei. And you'll take care of yourself, right? I don't want to hear about you neglecting your health just to make more babies. She said sternly. Yes, ma'am. The inventor reluctantly replied. Dear, you've known us for long enough, I think it's only fair you call me Inko. She said kindly. And you can call me Izuku if you want. The young greenette added. Mei blinked before smiling. Then call me Mei. Now come on, don't want to be late. I gotta hurry before all the good stuff is gone. She said. Bidding goodbye to Inko, the two took the train to UA. And remember, if any of your classmates need babies, send them my way. Mei told him. Of course. He agreed as they approached the school. We better split off, she said. After a second of hesitation, she pulled him into a hug. For a girl with little sense of personal space, she surprisingly rarely initiates physical contact. Good luck, she told him before booking it. Feeling warm for reasons unknown, Izuku made his way to the classroom. He'd been assigned to Class 1A and stood in awe at how massive the door was. Probably to accommodate for quirks that increase height. Now I just hope Bakugu or the stiff boy aren't here, he said to himself as he opened the door. Get your feet off your desk right this instant. Do you have no respect for your upperclassmen? Glasses boy scolded Katsuki, because of course they'd both be here. Not when I'm going to be better than those extras anyway. Now let me ask you something. Were you born with that stick up your butt, or did it get shoved up there by whatever lame but school you came from? The ash blonde sneered. So crude, he said before taking a breath. Perhaps we have gotten off on the wrong foot. My name is Ida Tenya of Samai Academy, and you are? Ida introduced himself. Samai, huh? Well, let me tell you something, Prep. I don't give a shit about you extras. You're just in the way of me becoming #1 hero. He yelled to a stunned Tenya. Izuku sighed. Yep, that's Bakugu. Though Ida sounded familiar. There were other people in the room, but they were avoiding whatever was going on there. There you are. Looks like we both made it. Uraraka came up and startled him, inadvertently drawing attention to them. Katsuki glared and scoffed while Tenya made his way over to them and bowed. It is you, the boy I horribly misjudged. Not only were you able to get in, you also figured out there was a hidden part of the test that I overlooked. He said. Izuku and Ochako blinked in shock at the intensity. I didn't figure anything out. Someone was in trouble, so I helped. He told the boy. That is even more impressive. You have the soul of a hero. Ida said before turning to Uraraka. You as well, helping stop the zero-pointer. He added. That drew the room's attention, even Katsuki snapping his head over to them. Whoa, they stopped that monster? That's so manly. I thought for sure I was gonna die when it showed up. A girl with raven hair in a ponytail and a boy with red and white hair looked confused. I'm afraid I'm not quite sure what you're referring to. The girl tilted her head in confusion. Did you take the recommended exam? Izuku asked. She blinked in shock. I did. Answered. I figured. 'Cause everyone in the main exam was told about them, so I could only assume the recommended students had a different exam. He mused. The green bean has some brains. A girl with pink skin stated, causing him to blush. Hey, where's the teacher anyway? Someone asked. It took you 11 seconds to settle down, that's too impractical. Someone said, startling them. Rising up from behind the teacher's desk was a yellow sleeping bag, from which came a rather unkempt-looking man that Izuku thought looked familiar. This is the hero course, we don't have time to waste. I'll be your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Now change into your gym clothes and meet me outside. He said dryly before leaving. The class blinked but complied, not willing to risk it. They found Aizawa-sensei waiting for them. You took too long. Pros have to be ready faster than that. He told them. What are we doing out here, sensei? What about the opening ceremony? Ochako asked. At UA, teachers are allowed to run their classes however they see fit, and I find that ceremony illogical. Instead, we'll be doing a quirk assessment test to figure out your physical capabilities. Bakugu, you scored the most villain points in the entrance exam. What was your limit throwing a softball in middle school? He asked. About 64 meters. He answered. Aizawa-sensei tossed him a ball. Now do it again. This time use your quirk. He ordered. As the explosive blonde grinned wildly, Izuku looked around at the gathered students and walked up to a girl with purple hair and earphone jacks. You might want to cover your ears. He warned her. She looked at him confused but shrugged and did so. Let me show you extras how a real future pro does things. He taunted. Die. He yelled, using explosion to launch the ball into the distance. Even with her ears covered, Kyoka still flinched and turned to look at Izuku gratefully. Dimon, thanks for the heads up. She said. Izuku looked at her bemused. I noticed your jacks and figured you'd have enhanced hearing. I grew up with him and know loud is his only volume. He told her. Aizawa nodded and showed a device that indicated the results at 705.2 meters. This will be your starting line, and like everything else at this school, we're going to go plus ultra. He said. We get to show off our quirks? Sweet. A blonde with a lightning bolt in his hair said. This is going to be so much fun. The pink-skinned girl said. That was clearly the wrong thing to say because Aizawa locked onto her and glared. Fun? If you're here for fun, you're in the wrong place. Hero work is serious business and there's no room for people not taking it seriously. In fact, whoever scores lowest on this test will be expelled. He informed them with a creepy grin. What? But that's not fair. An invisible girl complained. Life isn't fair. Natural disasters, villain attacks, random accidents, it's a hero's job to combat this unfairness, and if you can't handle this you won't make it out there. Aizawa-sensei warned. The tests began and it was obvious some were better equipped than others. For example, in the 50-meter dash, Ida was obviously the fastest given he had literal engines in his legs. Izuku held back a gasp when he realized why his name sounded familiar. Others like Katsuki, who literally had explosive speed, also did well. In grip strength, the boy with multiple arms cleared them all, as did the bulky-looking boy, though Izuku didn't do too bad himself. For the standing long jump, Ochako floated herself to become lighter and clear it. The girl with the frog quirk did it easily, and Izuku and Katsuki both cleared the sandbox. Repeated sidesteps were fairly even. except for the short boy with ball for hair doing surprisingly well by bouncing off them. Then it was back to the ball throw. The raven-haired girl made a freaking cannon and shot it into the distance, and Uraraka got a score of infinity by floating it into space. Sit-ups and seated toe touches were once more pretty even, while the distance run had creation girl make a whole scooter, which was insane. Tenya once again doing well because of course, with Izuku, Ochako, the boy with dual-colored hair doing the best after them. Good job. Now let's see the results. Aizawa said. Izuku's heart pounded in his chest until he saw he was decently high up and sighed in relief. That only lasted until he heard a gasp and choked sob from the invisible girl, Toru Hagakure, who was in last place. She sniffed. I tried my best, but I guess it wasn't good enough. Good luck, you guys, she said, obviously trying to be cheerful despite the heartache. The greenette was said and turned to his teacher. You can't do this, he told the man. It's my class, I can do whatever I want. He responded dryly. The only reason he hadn't attacked was Mei's anger monitor keeping him in check. Though it still didn't stop the green energy from starting to go wild, the other students backing up from the aura of pure rage and fear. She worked as hard as any of us to get into this school. Her quirk was if no help for these tests, but she still tried her damnedest, and some a-hole on a power trip won't take that away from her. He growled. The others were shocked. This was drastically different from how he's been all day. Katsuki, on the other hand, was getting ready for a fight if this didn't work out. Suddenly the rage vanished, and with it the suffocating aura. Izuku blinked in shock only to see his teacher with red eyes and floating hair. Great, you're giving me dry eye now, he complained. Your eraserhead, Izuku exclaimed with a gasp. Aizawa raised a brow. So you know who I am? If you'd let me finish, I'd have told you the expulsion was a logical ruse to get you to try harder. So Hagakure isn't going anywhere, he said. The girl burst into tears of relief. Wait, was that not obvious? Momo asked. No, Toru yelled. Oh, then I probably should have mentioned it earlier. Apologetically, Izuku still glared at the man, though his quirk wasn't feeding off it. Eraser sighed. Guess he made a bad first impression, but they didn't need to like him as long as they paid attention. You'll find information packets on your desks. You can head home now, and your first real day will be tomorrow, he said, walking in the direction of a blonde idiot who thought he was subtle. Izuku found himself getting glomped by Hagakure. That was so cool how you stood up for me, she exclaimed. Someone had to, he told her with a blush. That was so manly. That aura thing was terrifying, Kirishima exclaimed. Izuku flushed at being the center of positive attention. Bakugo scoffed and walked off. Seriously, what's with him? It's not fair. How can he go from scary and badass to cute and flustered so easily? Mina said dramatically, causing him to do a fantastic impression of a tomato. Later, when he was walking home, him and Mei having been joined by Uraraka and Ida, he'd say this was easily his best first day of school. The second day at UA fortunately started way less stressfully. Other than being taught by pro heroes, the school did have regular subjects. After English class with present mic, math with ectoplasm, lunch provided by Lunch Rush, which was absolutely amazing, and art history with Midnight that had everyone leaving the room with blushes. Though he can probably thank Mei for his improved resistance to innuendos, it was time for their first fundamental heroics class. Who do you think our teacher's going to be? Hagakure asked. She's been sticking close to the greenette since yesterday. I'm not sure. They've kept it a secret so far, so it must be someone important. But they're always a pro, so I'm really excited to see who it is, Izuku responded. Jairu then perked up in surprise. No FNG way, she whispered. That caught his interest. While his hearing was enhanced, compared to Jairu or even Shoji, it was far less impressive. Which means she's probably heard the teacher, and if they can get that reaction, then they must be something else. I am coming through the door like a normal person, All Might declared as he entered the room. And just like that, any and all excitement the boy may have had for this course went down the drain immediately. While his classmates lost their minds about freaking All Might being their teacher, Izuku could only stare, or more accurately glare, at the man who crushed his dreams without a second thought. Outrage bubbled under his skin, but he had to keep it under control. He couldn't risk attacking a teacher, and he'd be crushed if he did. Once again thanking whatever deity existed for Mei Hatsum and her babies, he actually started listening to what the man was saying. Welcome to your first heroics class. Today's lesson is going to be all about battle, he said. That's more like it. Katsuki grinned. Cases came out of the walls. These are your costumes. We had you fill out forms with your requests, and the support companies created these. So change into them quick and meet me at Ground B. The number 1 hero said. Still hyped on All Might being there, his classmates didn't seem to notice his deteriorating mood. That was fine. Everyone loves All Might, and they'd have questions if they noticed he very much didn't, not anymore. Still though, the chance to wear his costume was definitely exciting. It was a light green jumpsuit with black knee and elbow pads, a red belt and white gloves. It had a hood that in the initial design was meant to have protrusions that resembled All Might's hair, but those were obviously scrapped along with the mask resembling the man's smile. It was a little basic, but his mom had gotten it for him, so he had to wear it at least once for her. Also, Mei wasn't legally allowed to make anything for it until literally yesterday, so it will definitely have some changes. He made his way to Ground B and got to see his other classmates' costumes. Some were great, like Ida, who was definitely inspired by his brother. Ingenium's brother was in his class. That was so cool. And Bakugu, he was more than a little surprised he actually used the grenade gauntlets. While others were more questionable, seriously, what was Todoroki doing? I think the support company messed something up, Uraraka said next to him. He turned to her before quickly turning away with a blush. The pink skin-tight space suit that was probably a reference to 13 showed off just how muscular his friend really was. I was hoping for something a little less revealing, she said nervously. Izuku was about to comfort her when his eyes locked onto 2 other classmates, and he could feel his quirk flaring. Oh, if no, Bakugu said, looking in the same direction. Momo noticed them looking and tilted her head. Is there a problem? She asked. Yeah, what's up with you guys? Hagakure asked. What the F is with that outfit ponytail? The ash blonde asked as if it personally offended him. If you could describe it in one word, it would be revealing. My quirk requires exposed skin to use properly. I don't see the issue, the Ravenet said. Izuku took a deep breath. Hagakure, please tell me you're wearing DNA mesh fabric? He asked tensely. Because otherwise, she's really just wearing gloves and boots. He could tell she was tilting her head in confusion. What's that? She asked. Outrage flared up again. Deep breath in, deep breath out. Rinse and repeat. What's going on with Midoriya? Kirishima asked, pointedly avoiding looking at Momo. If I'm right, try not to kill a beach. And I wouldn't blame the nerd. Katsuki responded. What kind of sick fucker only gives gloves and boots to a teenage girl? Izuku growled. Mineta, who had been gawking at Momo and trying to imagine Toru if she wasn't invisible, felt like he was on death's door if you so much as breathed wrong with the Greenette's aura. Why do you know so much Bakubro? The hardening user asked. Don't call me that shitty hair. My old hag works in fashion and has to use DNA fabric sometimes for different quirks. If she caught anyone trying to pull some shit like this, she'd kill him. He responded. The anger monitor beeped rapidly and his quirk died down. He stared at the 2 of them, too angry to be flustered by Yaoyorozu. After class, we're going to the support course, he told them. He was not asking. Look at all you young heroes in the making. You look great. Young Midoriya, are you all right? All Might asked. Izuku simply gestured to the girls. He didn't think he could talk to the man while already this said. Young Hagakure, young Yaoyorozu, were there issues with your costumes? I don't think those designs are appropriate otherwise. The man said. Toru squeaked and Momo blushed. It appears so. We shall be heading to the support course with Midoriya after class. Momo told him. Good to hear. Now to get on to the lesson. All Might said. Tenya raised his hand. Will we be facing robots again? He asked. Not today. Today is all about teamwork, and your opponents will be each other. He said. Wait already? But we haven't trained for that. Zero said. And there's no better practice than experience. Now while the media will have you think villain fights happen only on the streets, they couldn't be more wrong. Secret lairs, back alley deals, villains often conduct business inside buildings more than out of them. So for today's exercise, you'll be split up into teams of 2. One team, the villains, will be given a papier-mâché bomb and to win must either wait out the 15-minute timer or capture the opposing team. Likewise, the opposing team, the heroes, will win if they capture the villains or touch the bomb before time runs out. Their teacher explained. How will we decide teams? Ajui asked. Teams will be randomly generated. All Might answered. Isn't that kinda irresponsible? Kaminari asked. Not really. You'll never know who'll be by your side if a villain attacks, so you have to learn how to work with whatever hero is on scene just in case. Izuku said. Well put, young Midoriya. The symbol of peace complicated. The dry stare he received had him flounder a bit. It's rare for him to get such disdain from someone who wasn't a villain, and even then. Although, given our last encounter, I suppose I can't blame him. Yagi thought to himself. This was definitely the kid from the roof, but then how'd he get a quirk? The teams were made and the good news is that he found himself with Uraraka. The bad news was that they had to fight Kaken and Ida. The greenette and ash blonde glared at each other. Outside the fake building, Izuku and Ochako were planning. Okay, so I know what Kaken's quirk is and have a pretty good idea for Ida, so let's see what we can come up with. He said. Right. So my quirk, as you know, is 0 gravity and it used to need me to touch something with all 5 fingers to make it float, but if you remember the entrance exam you know that changed. While I can still use it normally, I can also extend a kind of gravity terrain and there's a strength booster that should develop. She explained. That's incredible. Izuku said wide-eyed. Not really. I can't control the terrain, too much power goes into it and it's way too much strain on my body to use it since it spreads wide and tries to make everything float. She said awkwardly. Have you tried decreasing the power? He asked. Huh. Was Ochako's response. You said you can't control it cause there's too much power, so why not turn it down? Like an egg in the microwave. You have to use less time and heat or else it would explode. So you do that and maybe spread it across your body if there's a strength booster involved, and you should be good. He explained. Ochako blinked. That made a lot of sense. Why didn't she and Yagi think of it? Focusing, the brunette felt OFA within her and tried to will it to go to a lower percentage. To her joy, it worked. Then she tried spreading it out and pink lightning began to fly off her. She could definitely feel the strain if she tried to go any higher than 5%, but it was better than potentially damaging herself. It worked. You're amazing. She exclaimed. It's no big deal. I just like quirks. Izuku said bashfully. Anyway, my quirk is outrage. My anger produces energy that enhances my physical capabilities. He said. Wow. That's not a quirk I'd expect someone like you to have. Uraraka said. That's probably why it only manifested 10 months ago. I've never been angry enough. He shrugged. Ochako gaped. You've only had it for less than a year and you still got into UA? That's so cool. She said. Izuku smiled at her before focusing again. If I know Bakugu, he's going to come after me and probably leave Ida to guard the bombs, so while I deal with him you should be able to win this. Although, he hasn't interacted with him in months and none of the interactions at UA have gone as expected. But hopefully this will still work. With the villains, they were also planning. Sorta. Alright glasses, you're going out there and I'm guarding this stupid thing. Bakugu ordered. Ida sputtered. Should we not make a plan as a team? He asked. Knowing Deku, he's probably expecting me to go out there myself and he holds me back. And if I leave you here, Round Cheeks only has to touch you once and you're fed. You should be fast enough to get him away from her and I have better maneuverability in the air so I can still kick her butt. The Bomberanian explained. That's surprisingly sound logic from you. Tenya acknowledged. The F, you say to me extra. Katsuki yelled. With the audience, they were watching in anticipation. What was that pink thing Uraraka did? Tsuyu asked. I do not know, but it did have quite the sparkles. Aoyama said. Who do you think will win? Sato asked. It has to be Midoriya and Uraraka. They took down a freaking zero-pointer. Kaminari said. Don't. No dude. Bakugo and Ida are pretty manly in their own right. Kirishima said. I'm gonna cheer for Midori. Hagakure exclaimed. Oh. Ashido said grinning. Is it because he was your knight in shining armor against Aizawa-sensei yesterday? Do I smell romance in the air already? The pink-skinned girl asked. While Hagakure sputtered, All Might began the trial. And begin, he said. With that the heroes ran into the building and started searching the rooms. They couldn't spend too long on each floor, so they only gave a quick look before going higher. Wait, Izuku said, hearing something. Then he pushed Uraraka out of the way and blocked a kick from Tenya, though he was sent back. How foolish of you to enter our lair. Prepare to face your doom, heroes. Mwah! Ida declared. Izuku's sweat dropped at the Saturday morning cartoon levels of ham while Ochako tried not to laugh. Tenya ran at him again, but this time he avoided the kick and hit back with one of his own. Do you need help? Ochako asked. Barely dodging another kick, Izuku knew they couldn't afford to. No. Go after the bomb. He's too fast. He told her. Though reluctant, the girl continued the climb. Channeling outrage, the boy jumped back, using the walls for momentum and landed a strike on the other boy. I was expecting Bakugo, he said. It seems my cohort was correct in that regard. He knew you would assume as such and sent me instead. Tenya said. In that case, I'll just take you down faster. The greenette responded. He was off like a green missile, but the engine user was faster still. Capture tape was held in his hand to try to end this fast, but while he had speed, Izuku had agility. Bouncing off the walls again meant his opponent couldn't stop him so easily, and the other boy had to be wary of stray bolts of energy from his quirk. With the other two, the girl made it to the bomb room and found Katsuki waiting for her. About time extra, he said. Ochako ran towards the bomb, but an explosion knocked her back. It's not going to be that easy, the blonde told her. All right, new plan. She ran at him instead. Using her new technique, pink lightning flared as he avoided an explosion with surprising speed and touched a shocked Bakugo, removing his gravity. Yes. The girl cheered. It was premature though, as with a glare, the explosive blonde unleashed an explosion that sent him at her with full force, catching her with a surprise gut punch. Don't know what shitty trick Deku told you about, but it won't work, he yelled. Back to the other two, Izuku could hear the sound of explosions and had to work fast. He needed a way to disrupt his opponent. An idea came to mind that he hoped would work. Ida ran at him again, but instead of moving, he stood his ground. Improvised special move, miasma, he called. Fueled by his rage, his aura spread out, and Tenya's fight, flight, or freeze response at the raw fury emanating from his classmate caused him to hesitate, his momentum coming to a sudden halt and giving Izuku the opportunity to hit him down and wrap him in the tape. Young Ida has been captured, All Might said over the speakers. Are you okay? The greenette asked. Yes, though I have been bested. What exactly was that technique? The glasses-wearing boy asked. People have been saying they could basically feel my aura when angry, so I figured I could use that to my advantage. He responded. After making sure the other boy really was okay, he ran after Uraraka. Hearing the announcement, Bakugo scoffed. He knew the extra would blow it. Being in the air had ironically made it harder for Round Cheeks to win, and whatever that pink lightning crap Deku probably taught her was too new for her to have any idea how to use it properly. Although, he thought as she punched him, she hit really FING hard. She made another dash for the bomb, but an explosion shot him forward, and he kicked her back. He had little warning for when the nerd came out and hit him full force. Miss me, Kakin? He taunted. Get the F off me, Deku, he yelled in response. Explosion launched them flying, Bakugo using the boy's body as a shield for when they hit the wall, but their first fight months ago told him it wasn't going to be that easy. A strong right hook to the face pushed him off the nerd, who used a wall as a springboard to strike him again. A point-blank explosion sent the greenette back, his glowing green glare burning into the ash blonde's own red. The boys were ready to resume their fight when the speaker sounded. The hero team wins, All Might said. The F-? Katsuki asked. While they were fighting, Ochako was free to touch the bomb and secure the victory. She finally released her quirk on him. This doesn't count as a loss, Deku. He grunted. I'm more than willing to give you a proper one. Izuku told him. Bakugo glared before scoffing and walking away. He seriously needed to figure out that boy's deal. The quartet made their way back to the observation room and were met by their classmates. That was so manly, Kirishima exclaimed. Those were some sweet moves, Kaminari said. Although I do have to ask, what was that you did to make yourself glow, Uraraka? Momo asked. Oh, that? It was just something new with my quirk that Midoriya helped me with. The brunette said. Really? The heiress asked the boy. Izuku blushed a bit. I like quirks is all, he said sheepishly. All Might then drew their attention back to the lesson. Well done all of you. Now tell me, students, who do you think was the MVP of that round? He asked. Yaoyorozu raised her hand. I believe it was Midoriya. He was able to quickly form a plan as well as help his teammate with her quirk, and even though it seemed to fall through, he was able to defeat Ida, find a new use for his own quirk, and hold Bakugo off long enough for Uraraka to secure victory. She said. All Might blinked in mild shock. She took everything he was going to say. Cough, you are correct, young Yaoyorozu. Young Midoriya is the MVP of this round. Though that doesn't take away from the admirable performances from the others, he said. Bakugo scoffed and Midoriya narrowed his eyes while Uraraka smiled and Ida declared he'd work to improve. 2 out of 4 wasn't bad. The next round of any significance was Todoroki and Shoji versus Hagakure and Ojiro. The significance came from the half-hot half-cold user freezing the entire building. Whoa, that's a lot of power. Shiro said. I'm just glad it isn't me out there, Karo. So you said. Izuku meanwhile was fuming because if this was an actual villain fight, Hagakure would have been at serious risk of frostbite at the latest, and honestly so would Ojiro because a GI and nothing else was pretty terrible in this line of work. At least put on some shoes, man. After that it was significantly less frustrating and he could properly nerd out about quirks. Koda could be amazing for information gathering given no one would suspect an animal to be spying on them, and as shown in the trial, getting swarmed can be enough to take out a lot of foes. Momo was simply insane with her potential, her just sealing the room and making it inaccessible getting an easy win. Tokoyami and Dark Shadow were easily one of the strongest people in this class. Before he knew it, the lesson was over. Congratulations to all of you. You did remarkably well for your first time using your quirks against others. You all have great potential. Now I am leaving like a hero, All Might said as he left. Rolling his eyes, Izuku reminded the girls about heading to support, which after a quick change they did. Though not alone. Why are you coming, Ida? I don't think there's anything wrong with your costume. Tourist. It is important for a hero to build a relationship with our friends in the support course. The boy said, chopping his arm. I just want to hang out. Ochako admitted. They made their way to Class 1H and prepared to go in, only for an explosion to rock the room and send something colliding with the closest person, which just happened to be Izuku in this case. The greenette shook his head in a daze and found it was trapped underneath something soft and really familiar. Oh hey Green, May said from on two of him. Power Loader hurried out of the room. Hatsum, this is the 5th explosion you've caused and this is only the 2nd day. He yelled. We can't make progress without a few setbacks, Majima-sensei. The girl responded. Tenya hurried up to them. Excuse me. That is a highly inappropriate position and I must insist you get off my classmate. He exclaimed. Far less phased than expected, this was a fairly common experience. The greenette simply lifted the pinkette off of him. Are you okay, Midoriya? Uraraka asked concerned. Yeah, I'm good. He responded. Seemingly just noticing the other people, May focused on them. So what brings you here? Are you here to make babies? She asked excitedly. Ida was scandalized, Uraraka was blushing scarlet, Hagakure couldn't be seen but he got the impression she was the same, and Yaoyorozu was flustered. Izuku knew he should correct the misunderstanding, but there was a funnier option. Yep. He responded with an innocent smile, much to his friend's shock and May's delight. I knew I could count on my favorite baby maker. she exclaimed. Midoriya. Such behavior is unfitting of a UA student. You are still 15 for crying out loud. Tenya yelled, blush coloring his face. Really glad Ishido isn't here. Ochako muttered. Power loader sighed. She means support equipment, she calls them her babies. The man explained, already looking so done. If I pour my blood, sweat, tears and heart into them, then of course they're my babies. Hatsum said. You already seemed aware of that, Midoriya. Momo noticed. Yes, sorry, I couldn't resist. She's my friend, so I knew about that little quirk. He apologized. So you are here for babies, right? Mei asked. Izuku nodded seriously and gestured to the girls he called here. Deciding to trust their classmate's unique friend, they provided images of their costumes and watched in real time as Mei's crosshair eyes darkened. Izuku. She said darkly. I know Mei. But Izuku. I know Mei. The girl seemed to be screaming internally, and when Majima went to see the problem, he wasn't far behind. They sent you this? And thought it was okay? Power Loader asked, clearly furious. Mei took a breath and looked at the girls. I would like to apologize on behalf of all support manufacturers for this. I'll be sure to have new costumes ready for you. I'll need a DNA sample. She said seriously. Thank you, Hatsum. Momo said, providing her hair. Yeah, it's really cool of you. Toru added. The girl nodded before rushing back into the room to get to work. Hey Midoriya, I noticed she called you by your first name. You two are that close? Hagakure asked. Izuku nodded before turning to look at Mei at work, smile warm. She's one of the most important people in my life. I don't think I'd be where I am without her. He said softly. Elsewhere, Mina Ishido felt a disturbance in the force. As if shipping was happening among her peers that she was unaware of. Anything else you need? Majima asked. Ochako spoke up. Well, my costume wasn't exactly what I wanted. It could get rid of the heels at least. She said. The man nodded. Shouldn't be too bad. We'll tell you when they're ready. He said. The kids left, satisfied for now. Thank you again, Midoriya. Yaoyorozu said. It's nothing. Anyone would have done it. He brushed her off. But not anyone did. So we're going to thank you whether you want it or not. Hagakure told him. It was indeed heroic behavior. Ida said. Yeah, Midori. Ochako said. Izuku smiled. Second day and he already had more friends than ever. Other than All Might and Bakugo, UA was shaping up to be amazing. The next day, the Greenette found himself being hounded by reporters as he tried to head to. Excuse me, are you in the hero course? Have you had class with All Might? A reporter asked. Izuku glared at her, thoroughly unamused. She seemed to get the hint that he was a lost cause and tried to go after someone else, unfortunately picking Aoyama, who was more interested in talking about his own sparkle. Hey wait, aren't you the kid from that video a couple months ago? Another reporter asked. The Greenette growled, causing him to back off as he walked to school. Vultures, the lot of 'em. Aizawa-sensei muttered as he walked past the gate, and he had to agree. He felt satisfaction when one of them tried to cross the gate and it slammed shut. Dude, there were so many of them out there. Kaminari said. Koda nodded shyly. He really wasn't comfortable with all of that. They barely even noticed me. Hagakure complained. I wish they hadn't noticed me. Jiru said. They were so DMN loud. Aizawa entered the room to find them already settled. He nodded at them. You're learning good. I reviewed your performed well enough. Todoroki, try to avoid big moves like that. In a real scenario it could backfire on you. He said. The boy nodded, though how sincere it was unknown. Now it's time for your next challenge. Their teacher said, pausing like the dramatic BSRD he was. The class held their breath. After the first day they don't know what to expect from him. Picking a class representative. Aizawa said. Everyone sighed. Finally something normal. Immediately the room exploded into noise as people clamored to be picked. Fumi, we should totally get the job. Think about the power. Dark Shadow said. Vote for me and I'll make miniskirts mandatory for all girls. Mineta said, getting a slap from Azui's tongue. Shut the F up, extras. Bakugo yelled, causing the room to go quiet. Just FING vote on it and stop acting like dumbass. Despite his crude language, Bakugu makes a good point. Ida said, but won't people just vote for themselves? We don't really know anyone. Kirishima said, which only proves that whoever gets the most votes will be the most capable, having already made an impression on the class. The glasses-wearing boy said, is that all right with you, sensei? Zero asked. The man was already rolling into his sleeping bag. I don't care. Just be quiet about it, he said. With that glowing approval, the class went at it. Izuku could honestly tell you he has no idea how he got the most votes with Momo in a not-so-close second. The boy chanced a glance at Katsuki and the ash only clicked his tongue. Looks like that's settled. Midoriya will be class rep with Yaoyorozu as his vice, Aizawa announced before going back to sleep. At lunch, the boy was still reeling. How did I win? I didn't even vote for myself, he asked. Really? Chako asked. I voted for Yaoyorozu. She's smart enough, a recommended student, and has an amazing quirk, he said. Other than the second thing, you just described yourself. And you're really nice and helpful. That's why I voted for you. The brunette said. Me too. I wouldn't be getting an actual costume without you. Hagakure added. I concur. Although I would have liked to win, you already showed you are ready for the position, Ida told him. The boy blushed at the praise and looked around the room to distract himself. He perked up when he saw someone familiar. Uraraka, isn't that the boy from the entrance exam? He asked, pointing to the purple-haired boy. His friend nodded. Sure looks like him. Eye bags and all, she said. I'm gonna see if he wants to eat with us, the greenette said as he stood. Hitoshi was not expecting the green kid from the exam to walk up to him. He was just planning to eat as fast as possible and try to get some sleep. Hi there. Nice to see you again. Izuku smiled. Aha. Shinso said, immediately suspicious about what he could want. Do you want to come eat with my friends? He asked, pointing to the table where Ochako gave a wave. Aren't you in the hero course? Hitoshi asked. The greenette tilted his head like a confused puppy. What does that have to do with anything? He asked genuinely. Hitoshi blinked at him. You know what, sure. He could use this to get some info on them for the sports festival anyway. Great. Izuku smiled and Hitoshi had to cover his eyes from the sunshine smile. They walked over to the table. Guys, this is, wait, I never actually got your name. He realized. Shinso. The purple-haired boy replied. Nice to meet you. Hagakure waved. At least, judging by how her uniform moved. You too. The boy said dryly. Did Aizawa-sensei have a secret son they didn't know about? Elsewhere, Shoto Todoroki felt a disturbance in the force. As if someone was doing conspiracy theories without him. So I've been wondering, what's your quirk? Chako asked. Izuku noticed the boy tense. You don't have to answer if you don't want to, he said quickly. I think I'll hold you to that. Besides, don't want to give too much information. Hitoshi said. Why? Tourist. Oh, for the sports festival, right? Izuku asked. Shinso looked at him surprised. You know about that? And you still called me over? He asked. Know about what? Uraraka asked. If someone does well enough in the sports festival, they have the opportunity to switch to the hero course. Midoriya explained. And vice versa. Hitoshi finished. So you want to join the hero course, a commendable goal. But no, none of us will make it easy. Tenya said. What's wrong with these guys? This wasn't the expected reaction. Whatever, they'll ditch me when they learn about my quirk, but it'll be too late by then. Then an alarm sounded. Security breach level 3, please remain calm and evacuate the area. A speaker said. So of course people started to panic. It was chaos, people pushing each other out of the way as they scrambled for the exit. Someone could get seriously hurt. Izuku grunted as he was pushed and found himself separated from his friends. Sheet, Hagakure could be at serious risk if this keeps up. She was hard to notice normally, so she could easily be trampled in the madness. Uraraka! He yelled, hoping she'd hear him. Fortunately, it seems she did, as the familiar gravity terrain suddenly had students floating. This of course had them freak out more, only to be shocked into silence by miasma. They turned to Izuku, power flaring and eyes glaring. Enough. You're UA students, act like it. Do you have any idea how dangerous this behavior is? He yelled. Hey, not all of us are in the hero course. Someone feeling really brave or really stupid said. Do I look like I care? You got in, so you have to be at least smart enough to know how stupid this is. The greenette said. And it's just the media anyway. Hitoshi called from a window. Izuku's glare got more heated and people started to look sheepish. Ochako set them back down and Izuku immediately began to look for an empty uniform. Oh. He heard his friend say and looked to find her getting out of the crowd. Are you okay? He asked in concern. I think so. It could be better. She said. Not wanting to risk it, he picked her up bridal style, causing her to squeak. Let's go to Recovery Girl anyway just to be sure. He told her. Stunned silent, the girl could only nod. Fortunately he could feel it. Hagakure wasn't used to being so noticed. It was kinda nice. When they returned to class, Aizawa glanced at them but didn't acknowledge them other than a small nod to Izuku. If everyone is present, then we can move on to the next lesson. Rescue training. He said. Midoriya sighed in relief. At least this probably wouldn't be too stressful. He then shuddered for reasons unknown. The class arrived outside the building dressed in their gym clothes. Aizawa-sensei said the costumes were optional but discouraged because they weren't used to them yet, so everyone agreed sticking to these was for the best. Ida requested Izuku and Momo help order the class on how to properly board the bus, though the interior of the vehicle being different to how he imagined put a damper on his enthusiasm. Hey Uraraka, I have a question? Azui asked when they boarded. What's up Azui? Ochako responded. Komitsu Karo. I've been meaning to ask, how does removing gravity translate to having a strength booster? The frog girl questioned. The working theory is that whenever I removed something's gravity, I was absorbing and storing some kinetic energy that could be released to make myself stronger. She nervously explained. This is the first time she's really tried that excuse and she hopes they buy it. Is that how that works? Kaminari asked. Izuku spoke up. Could be. We still don't know much about quirks, and as someone who loves them I can confidently say they're bullshit, so it's not too far out there. He said, much to her relief. Either way, it's super manly. Between you, Midoriya, Bakugo and Todoroki, you're lucky to have a powerful and flashy quirk that's perfect for heroics. Mine's useful enough but not all that much to look at. Kirishima lamented. Katsuki scoffed. What did I say about being a dumbass? I've seen you tank hits and it's obvious you're going to be a decent hero, so cut the crap shitty hair. He said. Ijiro sniffed. Thanks Baku bro. He smiled. I told you not to call me that. The ash blonde yelled. Izuku looked at him like he'd grown a second head. Since when do you give compliments? He asked. Since none of your DMN business, Deku. He responded. Why do you call him that? Doesn't it mean useless? Hagakure asked. And that's even less of your business, see-through. Katsuki sneered. Don't call her that. The greenette growled. What are you gonna do about it? The ash blonde responded in kind. Fight, fight, fight. Dark Shadow cheered. Cease that at once. Fumikage hissed to his quirk. But it would be so cool. She whined in response. Fortunately, they arrived before the sentient quirk could get her wish, and with one last glare at each other the boys left the bus with their classmates. Immediately Uraraka did her best Midoriya impression by fangirling over the hero who was waiting for them. Oh my goodness! It's the space hero, 13! She exclaimed. She's one of the reasons I wanted to get into rescue work. 13 chuckled. Nice to see I have a fan. Welcome students, to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or the USJ for short. She said, doesn't that stand for Universal Studios Japan? Several students thought. Others questioned how UA wasn't sued for that, before remembering who runs the place and deciding not to think about it. Wasn't All Might supposed to be here? Aizawa asked. 13 held up fingers indicating he used up his time limit, which only 3 people recognized. Aizawa muttered something about wasting time and instructed the space hero to get on with the lesson. Alright kids, so far you've been learning your limits and how to use your quirks in a fight, but today you'll be learning how to handle rescue situations. From floods to fires and everything in between, you'll learn all the ways you can use them to help people. She explained before her tone darkened. But be careful because they can also be used to kill. The mood quieted at that. Do any of you know what my quirk is? 13 asked. Oh, I know. It's black hole. Ochako said. That's right. With it I can SCK up anything and turn it to dust. I've used it to clear debris during emergency situations, but if I'm not careful, I could easily hurt someone. So you have to know your limits and the best way you can use your quirks. Thank you for listening. She finished. Izuku absorbed the information. He of course knew this, and he's ever worried about losing control of Outrage and hurting someone. It was then that something caught his attention and he turned to it. A swirling black mist was forming. Aizawa-sensei, he called. The man hurriedly looked and saw the mist. Immediately tensing up. 13. Protect the students, he yelled. Out of the mist, a villain covered in hands, one made of mist, multiple different criminals and a hulking creature with an exposed brain appeared. Is this part of the lesson? Kirishima asked, confused. Everyone stay back. Those are real villains. Their teacher warned them. Only 2? Wasn't All Might supposed to be here? The main villain asked. It's what the schedule says. The mist villain replied. So the main boss is a no-show. Maybe if I kill some hero brats he'll decide to show up. The man said, scratching his neck. The students backed up in fear, except Bakugo who looked ready for a fight, and Izuku who was glaring daggers. Kaminari, can you get a signal out? Eraserhead asked. I can't get through. It must be one of their quirks. The blonde exclaimed. That would also explain why the security system hadn't activated. All of you, stick by 13 and get out of here. I'll handle this. Aizawa told them. What? But there's so many of them. And your fighting style leads more towards ambushes and one-on-one fights. Midoriya said. Eraserhead smirked. You can't be a pro if you're a one-trick pony, problem child. He said, jumping into the fight. Villains with ranged quirks tried to attack, and were caught very off guard by the fact they couldn't, allowing the teacher to get some momentum. Sheet, that's Eraserhead. He's erased our quirks. A crook said before a capture scarf wrapped around him, pulling him in and letting Eraser knock him out with a kick. He can't erase mutations. A bull villain said confidently and charged at him. Aizawa easily dodged, and his scarf used the villain's momentum against him and slammed him into the ground. Unfortunately, this caused him to lose sight of the mist villain who immediately warped to the class. Greetings, young ones. I am Kurogiri of the League of Villains. Do not be alarmed, our objective is only to kill All Might. That being said, I can't let you leave lest you warn UA of our presence. He said, oddly polite. 13 stood in front of them and opened her glove. Stand aside, villain, or I'll be forced to use force. She warned. 13. A powerful quirk, but you are primarily a rescue hero and not used to combat. He acknowledged. Having had enough, Bakugo and Kirishima rushed Kurogiri. Out of our way, you shitty villain. The ash blonde yelled, letting out an explosion that, along with a hardened punch, passed harmlessly through the man. Oh my, you are awfully violent for heroes in training. The mist villain said. Out of the way. Ainin said. She couldn't attack with them so close. Be gone and perish. Kurogiri declared, mist spreading and warping different students to different areas of the USJ. Uraraka found herself falling over the flood zone, disoriented from the mist. She quickly focused and noticed she was about to hit the water, so she used her quirk to float herself despite the nausea it would cause. Suddenly, a shark villain jumped out, fully intending to bite down on her, only for a tongue to wrap around her and pull her away and onto a boat. Are you okay, Karo? Tsu asked. Yeah, thanks to you. She said gratefully. The frog girl nodded before their attention was drawn to a sobbing Mineta. I'm too young to die. I haven't even touched melons yet. He cried. Rolling her eyes, Ochako looked over the side of the boat to see the villains. Why aren't they climbing up? She wondered. Maybe they're worried. They may not know our quirks, otherwise I wouldn't have been sent here. Tsu said. The brunette thought about that. What would Midoriya do? I got it. She exclaimed. The villains were getting impatient. Let's just head up there and kill those twerps. One of them said. Agreed. One of them said. Wait. A diver villain yelled. The boat began glowing pink and floating, causing them to back up. What the hell? The shark villain asked. Uraraka stood on the edge as it flew higher. You wanted us? Well, you got us. She yelled. Releasing her quirk, the boat began to descend rapidly and the villains swam away as fast as they could to not get smashed. The impact caused a wave to form and sweep them up. As it began to recede, she called out to her classmates, Tsu jumping high with Mineta in hand, the boy spreading his ball, hey, phrasing. In the water and the villains had no way to avoid them, getting stuck together and letting hard kicks from Tsu to knock them out. Nice job, guys. Ochako said. Thank Karo. The frog girl said, dropping Mineta when he tried to cop a feel. Let's get out of here. She said, looking towards the main plaza. She had to help. In the landslide zone, a glacier was formed, trapping the villains. This K-Kid is Emo monster. One of them shivered. Todoroki glared. You stood no chance against me, yet you came to kill All Might, which means you have a plan. Since I'm training to be a hero and don't want to cause too much harm, I suggest you tell me what I want to know before frostbite sets in. He said coldly. The collapse zone had Katsuki and Ijiro taking down villains with ease. Tisk, these losers are worse than extras. The ash blonde said. Hurry up so we can take out the mist fucker. Kirishima knocked out another one. Didn't Aizawa-sensei say we should run? He asked. I don't care what the hobo says, I'm getting payback and taking out their escape route in one go. Bakugu said. Oh, that's a good point. The redhead agreed. What the explosive boy didn't say was that he was worried about Deku. If the nerd loses control because these fuckers tried to hurt his friends, that will be another problem they don't need. Surprise! A villain yelled, trying to sneak attack them, only to get casually blown up by Katsuki. Ojiro was fighting carefully in the fire zone, Jairu, Yaoyorozu and Kaminari were in the mountain zone, while Dark Shadow was having the time of her life taking down enemies in the downpour zone. Protecting Fumikage and Koda. Back to the plaza, Shoji and Ida managed to keep their other classmates from getting Seki into the mist. Impressive. Kurogiri said. Where is everyone? Izuku yelled. Shoji formed ears on his arms and listened. They're still in the USJ. He told the greenette, helping his mood greatly. We need to get out of here. He said. Ida, you're the fastest, so Ashido will melt a hole for you while you get out. He told him. I cannot in good conscience abandon you. Tenya said. As your class rep I order you. Get out and get help. He said sternly. Should you really be discussing your plans where I can hear them? The mist villain asked. It's not like you could stop us. Izuku responded, before glowing green and charging at him. The villain didn't move, confident the boy was wasting time, only for him to be surprised when he was actually hurt and sent back. Looks like I was right. That brace means there's a body in there, and that means you can be hurt. He said. Kurogiri glared, mist spreading out to warp the boy away, only for 13 to use her quirk to Seki it up. Not on my watch. She yelled. Not wanting to waste the opportunity, Ida began to run, with Mina in his arms. Kurogiri tried to warp, but Siro followed Izuku's lead and shot tape at the bracer and pulled, causing him to lose focus and allow 13 to draw in more mist. The villain decided to open a warp gate behind the space hero, using her own quirk to attack her. It started ripping through her costume and only didn't do too much damage because Izuku kicked him back. Thanks. Ainin said weakly. The mist villain looked to see a melted hole in the wall and missing hero student and sighed. Tamura Shigaraki is not going to like this. He said, warping away. Are you okay? Shoji asked 13. Not really. Better than I could have been but far from good. She said. Izuku looked towards the plaza fight and saw his teacher holding his own. At least until Shigaraki moved, suddenly holding the man's arm. You know, you're really cool, Eraserhead. A worthy mini-boss. But you're not good in drawn-out fights. He said. Aizawa, eyes stinging, knew he was right. Eventually, he had to blink and found his elbow starting to decay until he could reactivate his quirk and move away. Shigaraki grinned until he heard something and suddenly turned around, unfortunately startling a squeak out of an invisible girl who was trying to attack him. They have a stealth build? Too bad you're a total noob, I heard you coming a mile away. He said darkly, hand reaching out to the girl faster than she could react. Hagakure felt her life flash before her eyes. She was going to die. Or she would, if a green missile didn't slam into the large villain with the exposed brain who had suddenly moved in front of Shigaraki, causing enough of a distraction for her to escape. Seriously? Tamura asked, annoyed, scratching his neck before freezing. Standing there, aura flaring, anger monitor long broken from his own power and the impact of his hit, was Izuku. Any villains that hadn't already fallen froze in fear, even his own classmates. The ones in the cafeteria had felt miasma before, but this was different. While triggering a response, the special move had a sort of artificial feeling to it. This was real, uncontained, tangible fury. Don't you dare touch her. The greenette hissed. Back at UA, Mei had been fiddling with a receiver that was connected to the baby she gave Izuku. It was used to measure his energy so she could analyze it and helped make sure he was okay. The signal had freaked out not too long ago and she was trying to fix it, only for it to stop receiving entirely. That was bad. Majima-sensei. She yelled. What is it, Hatsum? The man asked. What are the hero students doing right now? She asked urgently. Power Loader was caught off guard by her tone. But what's wrong? He asked. I think they might be in trouble. She said. He suddenly got very serious. How sure are you? Very. I know my babies and I know Izuku, he'd never let something happen to it if he had a choice and I just completely lost its signal. She exclaimed. Majima went quiet. He'd think it could be a malfunction, but in the short time he's known her he knows that despite the explosions, she's a fantastic engineer and seems to especially care about the Midoriya boy if the first name basis is an indication. It wouldn't hurt to check in, if just to calm her down. He tried to contact 13. Nothing. Aizawa? Nothing. She was right, something was very wrong. Stay here. I'm going to check with the principal. Good work, Hatsum. He said. Hatsum sighed. Please be okay, Green. Izuku growled. It was too loud again. All he could focus on was the man with hands all over. He heard his teacher. He tried to hurt Hagakure, someone important to him. He had to go down. With a yell he charged at him, but was blocked by the monster of muscle. Nice try, but Nomu has shock absorption, you won't be getting through him. The villain gloated. Shock absorption? He tried to think through the noise and managed to focus on the creature's exposed brain. He needed a way to get to it. Heads up! Someone yelled in the distance. Shigaraki looked and his jaw dropped. What are these kids? He yelled. It was Uraraka who yelled, the boat she was on glowing as she used her quirk to chuck it at him. Nomu! He screamed. The monster moved, the boat smashing into splinters, but it made the mistake of losing focus on the greenette. Izuku didn't miss his chance, climbing onto it, fingers digging into its brain, causing it to roar as the energy began to damage it and try to shake him off. Izuku was stubborn in his fury though, clutching onto the creature. He increased power L, energy pulsing and pushing further in and burning away. What the F dash? Tamura muttered. He knew super regeneration would handle it, but this kid was insane. Throw him off already. It finally got a grip on him and threw him into a wall hard enough to shatter it. Midoriya! His friends yelled. Shigaraki sighed, and was going to continue now that the kid was dealt with, only for the boy to come out of the rubble, somehow having tanked the move. I'm not done here, he said darkly. Honestly, if he wasn't an unexpected mini-boss in his own right, Tamura would respect that. He looked at the Nomu and although it was healing, it was far too slow going. That kid's power had done some damage to the cells enough that they might not fully heal. But barring any complications, they should still win. Then a wall bust open. Villains gasped in fear and heroes sighed in relief. "Fear not, students, because I am here," All Might said, and he wasn't smiling. But two pairs of eyes felt neither fear nor relief. Yagi was surprised when he had to move out of the way of a green bolt of energy. The culprit being Izuku. "All Might," he hissed. Everyone was stunned, even Tamura. This just got more interesting. Yagi Toshinori was not having a good day. On his way to work he'd had to stop multiple different crimes which heavily cut down on his hero time for the day. Then when he did make it to UA, he found himself having missed Class 1A as they went to the unforeseen simulation joint. Which is how he found himself in a lecture from Nizu about the value of how he spent his dwindling time, but he was the symbol of peace, he couldn't just not go fight crime. There are other heroes who could have handled it. Part of him whispered, sounding suspiciously like Gran. So he was a bit dismayed today. When Power Loader rushed in, warning that something might be wrong at the USJ, that dismay turned to concern. When Nizu couldn't get into contact with them either, that concern turned into dread. When he bulked up and began to head to the USJ, only to find young Ida running like his life depended on it and the boy explained the situation, that dread turned into righteous fury. One for all burning bright in his chest, the number one hero burst through a wall, announcing his presence. He could feel the shift in atmosphere as the villains trembled and the students rejoiced. His instincts then warned him of an attack and he easily moved out of the way, only for it to have come from somewhere unexpected. "Young Midoriya?" All Might asked in surprise. The boy's glare was more intense than he's ever seen from the boy, which given that he's had one directed at him for the majority of the time they've interacted at UA was concerning. "You can't be a hero." The words echoed in Izuku's head. He growled at the hero in front of him and was quick to charge at the man, though he was blocked. He kept trying but the speed and power of the man was on an entirely different level. It would have discouraged most people. Not him though. It just set him off more, funneling more anger into his quirk and making his emerald glow all the brighter, eyes narrowed dangerously. A heel face turn? Didn't think a hero brat would have it in him. Shigaraki muttered, watching the boy's energy levels increase. He knows All Might could take the kid down quick, but it was obvious the blonde buffoon didn't want to hurt him with anything too strong, but his Nomu proved anything too weak wouldn't stop him. The man grinned. "I can work with this." The UA students were stunned at the scene. "What's Midoriya doing?" Mineta asked. Uraraka recalled a previous conversation. "It's his quirk," she said. "Huh?" they asked. "He told me he could lose control of his quirk if he gets too angry." She explained. "But why attack All Might?" Zero asked. That she didn't know. If it's his quirk, then we just have to wait for Aizawa-sensei to erase it and we're good, right? Mina asked. Before she could be answered there was a massive burst of wind and the sound of a collision. Refocusing on the fight, they saw All Might clashing with the villain with the exposed brain. Shigaraki had ordered it to attack while the symbol of peace was distracted, forcing him to take it on head-on so Izuku didn't get hurt. The boy in question, though knocked back from the impact and a little rattled, wasn't any more injured. He couldn't get any closer to the clash of titans, the force exerted from their hits being too much for his current power. "Weak, useless Deku," went through his mind. He growled, a deep, dangerous sound. "Never again. Yagi hasn't had a fight this tough in years. Whatever this monster was could tank his hits and dish them out in return. He was already pushing his limit but at this rate his time was dropping fast. Your punches aren't going to work. Noma here is our very own bioengineered anti-symbol of peace. With his shock absorption and super regeneration, nothing you do will be able to harm it." Tamura gloated. It had two quirks? That wasn't good. No wonder it was so hard to take down. But that could only mean one thing, and that should be impossible. The BSRD is dead. He needed answers, and for that he had to capture the villain, which means he still has to deal with the monster made to beat him. Although, he did notice something. While fast and strong, the monster's reaction time was lacking. He was avoiding hits and getting hits in that he felt he shouldn't. Even through his gloating, Shigaraki could see it too and was wondering why Sensei's masterpiece was lagging. Then his eyes locked onto its brain, still not fully healed from earlier, and he came to a realization. The green twerp damaged it more than I thought. Its brain isn't sending signals to its muscles fast enough anymore. It's been nerfed, he thought. It needed backup. Kurogyri, he called, his companion appearing next to him. Yes, Tamura Shigaraki? The mist villain asked. Let's finish the big boss. He smirked. Back to the fight. All Might knew he had to finish this fast. If it had shock absorption, then let's see it handle this. He avoided one of its punches and managed to get it into a grapple. Yagi then tried to suplex it into the concrete, which should at least stop it enough for now. Alas, it wasn't meant to be, the Nomu going through a portal before it could make impact and letting it grab him as it came out, another one, hand digging into his injured side. It's game over, All Might. Not even you could survive being cut in half. Shigaraki yelled. It took all of his strength not to be pulled in because the villain was right. He needed a miracle. He then felt something familiar, though far less intense than him. The feeling of pure anger you could only feel from an apex predator. His blue eyes risked a glance to what he figured was the source. His suspicion being confirmed as young Midoriya somehow grew even brighter. Never again. I will not be weak ever again. The boy grunted to himself. His gaze snapped to them, and then he moved. His classmates, still as new as they were, swore they couldn't even blink before he was next to the Nomu again, striking its brain enough for it to let go of the hero and let All Might have some room to breathe. Though not too much, as with a room-shaking yell that would make present Mike either proud or concerned, the boy attacked the hero again, wild strikes faster than before, and Yagi could actually feel a sting from the blows and the energy that enhanced them with his limit-lowering, steam threatening to return him to his other form. Hey! Don't steal me! Shigaraki yelled at him. In a repeat of earlier, the Nomu moved to protect him from the green missile, shock absorption letting it tank the hit and super regeneration handling some of the burns. In this instance though, when he looked into the glowing green eyes, Tenko Tamura saw something not too different from himself looking back at him. The Nomu struck, but the literal brain damage made it too slow and let the boy move, though the shockwave from its immense strength still knocked him back. Eraserhead, who had been dealing with the pain from his arm and rounding up any remaining criminals stupid enough to consider interfering with the fight better, the two behemoths, and who he's certain will be the cause of a lot of gray hairs in his future, really wishes he could use his quirk. But he knows Toshinori and Midoriya are way too close to the action and their quirks are currently keeping them from splattering on the pavement. He needed a distraction to at least get the problem child out of the way. An explosion answered his request. Izuku, who was moving between targets towards whoever caught his attention most recently, froze. He knew that explosion. Tisich, figured this would happen, you damn nerd. Katsuki said as he approached with Kirishima. Bakugu. He hissed. Get ready, shitty hair. The explosive blonde warned. His classmate had the good sense to listen and was already hardened when impacted with a whirlwind of green fury. This let Bakugu create an explosion, though the nerd moved away faster than expected. Crap. Katsuki muttered. He's stronger like this, faster too. Kirishima could only tank hits if he knew where they would hit, and feral Deku over here wasn't going to make it easy. Fortunately for him, he'd moved Izuku away from the boss fight, which meant he could have some backup. The greenette barely avoided a glowing pink fist from Ochako. She couldn't make out the boy she sees as a friend behind the viridian rage in his eyes, but she's going to help him smile again whether he wants to or not. She landed with a roll, gravity terrain immediately activated, causing Izuku to float. The boy kicked out a pulse of energy, propelling himself towards her only to get nailed by Katsuki and sent crashing down. At least you're not useless, round cheeks. We'll hold him off until the hobo thinks it's safe to knock him the F out. The ash blonde said. You know that's not my name. Uraraka frowned. And you know I don't give a shit. They always preferred Kaken. Why would this be any different? The greenette's mind whispered, loud even through the noise. He moved again, a punch connecting with Kirishima and pushing him back, smacking Katsuki aside and getting another punch caught by Ochako, one for all, and Outrage locked in a test of strength as they looked each other in the eye. The greenette's power burned, but she wouldn't let go. You need to get it together, Midori. She begged. You need to get out of my way. He responded. No can do. It's a hero's duty to meddle whenever they can. Uraraka told him. Bakugo suddenly tackled her out of the way, a glacier forming to trap the greenette in ice. What's wrong with Midoriya? Todoroki asked as he walked up. The ash blonde stood and turned to him. Nice to see you two half and half. He scoffed. The nerd lost control of his quirk. I see. He said, tone still neutral. I've handled it now. Ice began to crack, as if timed just to prove him wrong. Palms sparking, Bakugo prepared for a fight. Did you really think it would be that easy? He asked. The ice exploded out, Izuku standing ready. Shigaraki, who had been paying decent attention to the fight, had to acknowledge that was pretty badass. He turned back to the Nomu and saw All Might gaining the upper hand with some insane power, the shockwaves being formed testament to the clash. Tamura Shigaraki, I suggest we leave. Kurogiri said. The man scratched his neck. He had a point. All Might showed up fast, so the UA staff can't be far behind. The green kid had nerfed Nomu enough that it wouldn't last too long, and if Eraserhead gained enough focus on them to use his quirk through the chaos, then they were effed. Bailing was the best play. Didn't mean he didn't hate it. The FNG mini-bosses wasting our pages. Fine, let's get out of here and leave the fodder behind. He said. As he walked through a portal, he could make out All Might launch Nomu into the sky, which was bullshit in his opinion, but whatever. He could also make out the twerp breakthrough. More ice and it taking the combined force of the blonde, redhead and brunette for him not to crush the candy cane. That kid interested him and he wanted to know why. Why Tenko Shimura could see familiar pain hidden under the even more familiar anger. With the potential threats gone, Aizawa was able to use his quirk, the light of outrage dimming under erasure, leaving a shaking Izuku in its wake. What did I do? He whispered in horror. The UA staff made it not long after, their relief over their students being okay far outclassing their disappointment at the ringleaders getting away. They quickly captured any remaining villains. Is everyone okay? Midnight asked. 13-sensei is pretty roughed up. Shoji answered. It looks worse than it is. She said weakly. Present Mike meanwhile was fussing over Aizawa, which was far considering the missing part of his arm, but the man was still getting annoyed by his friend's antics. Izuku was standing by himself. He attacked All Might. If it wasn't for him they might have caught Shigaraki. Midoriya. Power Loader called his name, snapping him out of his thoughts. Yes, sir? He asked quietly. Hatsum was worried about you. We might not have made it as fast without her noticing something and asking about you. You have good people in your corner. The hero said. Meh? Oh right, her baby broke. Must have been when. His eyes went wide. He looked around frantically. Has anyone noticed where Hagakure is? He asked. Jairu, who had joined them from wherever she was sent, had heard him and drew the invisible girl's attention to him. Midoriya! She yelled, running over. He had the wherewithal to be ready to catch the girl when he was tackled into a hug. Are you okay? What happened? He asked her. He wanted to check her over for injury but couldn't really see her to do so. Am I okay? What about you? That monster could keep up with All Might and you fought them both. She exclaimed. His eyes dropped at the reminder. I'm fine. I just feel like sheep because I got in All Might's way. I ruined everything. He muttered. He then felt a bonk on the head and hands on his face pulling it in the direction of her eyes. Listen here, Izuku Midoriya. You didn't ruin anything. If it wasn't for you, I could have died there. You held back the villains enough that no one got too seriously hurt. As far as I'm concerned, you're a hero. You're my hero. And I'm not going to let my hero talk about himself like that. Toru said firmly. He blinked in surprise. He didn't know she had it in her. Listen to her, nerd. These extras would have been cooked without you. I could have done a better job, but you weren't the worst choice. Bakugo said from nearby. Izuku's jaw almost dropped. Did Katsuki Bakugo just sorta compliment him? Today was weird. But as he was called over for a checkup and saw everyone shaken but alive, he figured he could handle it. In a bar far from you, Tamura and Kurogiri appeared from the Mist Villain's Quirk, the decay user huffing from the events of the day. Young Tamura, you've returned sooner than anticipated. Am I to assume that means your mission was a success? A voice asked from a screen. No. All Might survived and we didn't even kill a single hero brat. Shigaraki complained. Is that so? And what of the Nomu? Surely it would have caused significant damage to the symbol of peace. The voice asked again. Tamura scoffed, scratching his neck. Some heavy hitter that thing was. Getting nerfed before All Might sent it blasting off to F knows where. He said. What? You lost my creation? Do you have any idea the amount of time and resources that went into making something that could contend with All Might? Another, much more annoying voice asked angrily. Silence. The first voice said, instantly stopping the second. What exactly did you mean by nerfed? Before the blonde a-hole could even show up, it got its brain fried by a student. The man said, Impossible. No mere child could have damaged it. Especially not with super regeneration. The second voice yelled. Well, he did. Could tank some hits too. If I wasn't so said I'd have been impressed. Tamura responded, though there was something else in his tone that the first voice didn't miss. Is there anything of note about this particular student? He asked. The decay user thought back on the boy with rage in his eyes. He was angry. I could physically feel it. The longer it went on, the angrier he got. He even attacked All Might. He said, Oh, that was interesting. He attacked everything that was between him and what he wanted to destroy, even other brats. Shigaraki continued. The voice chuckled. Not too dissimilar to you, my boy. He said. Yeah. He wasn't. Sensei, I want to know more about this kid. He said. Do you? It's rare you take interest in others. Do you believe this student can be a potential ally? Sensei asked. Just curious. Want to know about the brat before I kill him, that's all. Why did that feel like a lie? But we will need some new party members. People with actual stats and not just the fodder we had today. He said. Good to see you showing some initiative. Sensei complimented. Thank you, Sensei. Tamura said. Let's see what your deal is, Midoriya. It was the next day and Izuku was currently with his classmates waiting for an announcement. After what's come to be known as the USJ incident, students had been given a long weekend to recover from everything before returning to lessons. In the immediate aftermath, they gave their statements to the police and received medical attention, with them being thankfully relatively uninjured. The worst of it was 13, Aizawa-sensei missing part of his arm, and if Izuku was remembering correctly through his rampage, All Might had taken some damage to his injured side. As they headed back to UA before going home, Hagakure refused to leave his side until absolutely necessary, then when she did have to leave it was Mei who immediately took her spot. He tried to apologize for her baby being destroyed, and was still a little stunned by how little she cared about that compared to her worry about him. And didn't that make him feel warm? She also promised to work on another one, which alleviated some concern. Getting back home found him on the receiving end of a bone-crushing hug from his sobbing mother, who had heard what happened from the school and the reporters that somehow got wind of the attack. Only after reassurances that he was fine and reminders of just how durable Outrage made him did she finally let him go so he could finally get some sleep after the crazy. Even with Hagakure's and Bakuga's words, his dreams were tinted green as he watched his classmates fight for their lives against him, leaving him less rested than he'd have liked. The next morning had UA request the students of Class 1A return for an announcement, which brings us to the present. Apologies for disturbing you all on your promised day off. I'm sure many of you would rather be with your families, so I shall make this quick. Principal Nizu said, before one of the smartest creatures on the planet bowed to them. You all have gone through a harrowing event, one that should never have occurred under our watch. If you wish to leave UA, I would not hold it against you and personally provide a glowing letter of recommendation for whichever school you wish to go to. But if you're willing to stay, then I will personally promise you that nothing like this will ever happen on our grounds again. The mammal of indeterminate species said. Izuku looked around nervously. He's grown to like his classmates and for once they seem to like him. He wouldn't blame anyone for leaving though. Are you kidding me? And let those shitty villains win 'cause they got me to pee out? Though. I'm going to be the #1 hero, and that means getting strong enough to get back at those assholes. Katsuki declared. Kirishima pumped his fist. So manly. I'm not going anywhere either. He exclaimed. Similar exclamations from the others had the teacher's present smile. These kids were going to change the world. Wonderful to hear. Now we can move on to the next order of business. Nisa said. Hound Dog moved forward. Because of the attack, we're offering counseling to any students that need it. The first session is mandatory, however. The man growled out. Since there are many of you and Rio is just one man, we've called in an outside psychiatrist to help. The principal bared his teeth in the approximation of a grin. A door then opened. Through it strolled a woman with blonde hair dyed red and blue at the tips and blue eyes. She was wearing a doctor's coat and had a wide grin on her face. Aizawa cursed silently and Bakugo huffed. And that's where I come in. She said, accent distinctly American. Dr. Quinzel will be assisting in making sure you children are recovering well. The principal said, Don't you worry, kiddos, Ol Harley will have you spick and span in no time flat. She said, before looking over to Shota, who was trying to sneak away. Well, if it is an Eraserhead. How you doin', pal? She walked over and wrapped her arm around his non-injured side. Worse than before you got here. The man deadpanned. Harley just laughed. You still got a wicked sense of humor, Razor. No wonder Emmy talks about you so much. She said. Aizawa just grumbled and looked away. Midnight sauntered over. Always nice to see you, Quinzel. Nemuri purred. Right back at you, Nem. You thought about me and Pammy's little idea? The blonde asked. Midnight's smirk grew. We'll discuss that outside of present company. She said, causing the other woman to laugh again. The students blinked. She was not what they were expecting. We shall leave you in their capable hands. Now the teachers have a meeting to attend. Nisa said. Shota took the opportunity to leave and dragged Kiyama with him. So, who wants to go first? Harley asked. Mineta immediately raised his hand. Great. I'm sure Hound Dog is more than ready for you. She said, still smiling, but her eyes told him he wasn't slick. Minoru deflated but didn't risk upsetting the large man and followed anyway. Okay, now who's first? She asked. Bakugo stood and moved to leave the room. Quinzel was suddenly in front of him. Oddly enough, the woman had a stop sign, hat and sunglasses she definitely didn't have before. And where do you think you're going? The woman asked him. Anywhere else. The explosive blonde said, unamused. No you ain't, you heard Hound Dog. The scolded, a hand puppet of the man on her hand somehow. The first session is mandatory, however. She made it say. Izuku's hand twitched for a notebook that wasn't there to record what was obviously a quirk. Though what he heard Katsuki say gave him pause. Don't I see enough of you already? He grumbled. Did he hear that right? There's no way Bakugo of all people would see a psychiatrist. He must be imagining things. How about the green bean? The woman snapped him from his thoughts. She was looking right at him, gleam bordering on recognition in her eye. I guess I could. He responded. Great. Follow me, and I'll be back for the rest of y'all later. Harley said, walking out of the room with Izuku following. With the staff, the atmosphere was much more tense. It should be obvious that the break-in was more than just the media. Nisa said. The damage to the gate had to have been from Shigaraki's quirk, meaning he used them as a distraction. Ainen said. And probably had Kurogyri warp him in. He knew who was supposed to be at the USJ and when they would be there, so he probably took a schedule. Nemuri said. My Jima, can you and your students work on a way to prevent that from happening again? The principal asked. Power Loader nodded. I'll get the third years and Hatsum working on something. He responded. Isn't she a first year? Snipe asked. A first year that's as brilliant as she is crazy and has a vested interest in keeping the villains away from 1A. He said. Do we have any information on the villains? Vlad King asked. There's no one going by the name Shigaraki that's his age with that quirk, so he's probably using a fake identity. Same with Kurogyri and Nomu. Aizawa said. Or they're just unregistered. A bunch of villains do that to make themselves harder to track. Present Mike had a point. The mammal hummed. All Might, you fought him, what can you tell us about him? He asked. I don't think he's the real head of the operation. He came in with no real backup plan in case Nomo failed and actively bragged about its capabilities. I believe he would have reacted more strongly if young Midoriya didn't take up his attention. Yagi said. Speaking of the problem child, why did he attack you? Aizawa asked. I was under the impression that his quirk made him lose control. Toshinori said. But he attacked without prompting. Shigaraki attacked his classmates and it's obvious him and Bakugo have some sort of issues, but you showed up and he immediately went after you. Why? How can a man with perpetual eye bags be so intimidating? Yagi coughed awkwardly, a bit of blood coming out that he had to wipe away. Young Midoriya and I had a less than stellar interaction before he came to UA. He admitted. Erasure flared. And you didn't think to mention that? Shota asked, frustration evident in his voice. Enough. Niza said. You can judge his choices at another time. For now we need to present a united front. The media is already picking at this attack like vultures and we don't need infighting at the moment. Eraserhead huffed and deactivated his quirk. If no one else has anything to add, I think we can adjourn for now. The principal said. As they left the room, Yagi thought about what Neo Mesa had told him. It confirmed what he already suspected, All for One is alive. Most likely as injured as he is after their fight but still capable of making monstrosities. He'd hoped he'd spared young Uraraka the burden of dealing with the devil, but it seems not. He plans to do everything in his power to make sure she never has to. Another issue is young Midoriya. While a late manifestation isn't entirely impossible, the timing feels a little off. He doesn't want to accuse the boy of anything, and he's certain the boy he met on that rooftop wouldn't work with a monster like him, but the thought of his own words possibly leading a child towards All for One was hard to stomach. He'll just have to be extra vigilant and finally stop that BSTRD for both their sakes. Izuku followed Dr. Quinzel to the space she's been given to talk to the students and took a seat. Harleen took one across from him. All right, let's get started. How about we get to know each other first? She asked. Nothing too deep if you're not comfy with that, just some baseline information. My name is Izuku Midoriya, I like quirks, Katsudon, and I want to be a hero who tries to save everyone. He said. The woman wrote something down on her notepad before looking back at him. Dang kiddo, that's a pretty hefty goal. Any reason for that specifically? Harley asked. My quirk came in late. Really late. Almost a year ago late. I was quirkless for my entire life until then and I was treated like shit for it. He said, before clasping his hand over his mouth at the swear he let slip. He's obviously cursed before but never in front of someone he's just met, and a doctor at that. He looked at Harley but she just gestured for him to continue, seemingly unfazed. I want to be the hero who makes sure no one has to go through what I did because of a quirk, lack of one, or any other reason. I want to give them hope. He continued. Quinzel nodded. You're definitely the heroic type. Honestly refreshing seeing a student who wants to save people just for the sake of it. She said, making him blush slightly. As for me, name's Harleen Quinzel, my friends call me Harley, Harls, or in some cases things I shouldn't say in front of a kid. I wanted to become a doctor to help peeps too. Even after all these years, mental health is underappreciated. Even with quirks. Especially with quirks. You would not believe the amount of people I've seen, 'cause of quirk-related nonsense. She said with a laugh. He's not sure what's funny there so he just smiled awkwardly. Mind if we talk about why I was called here? The USJ incident. She asked. The boy tensed at the memories of the event. Outrage began to flare on its own, May still working on the replacement anger monitor, and he had to stamp down on the power so he wouldn't hurt the doctor. But he was so angry. Shigaraki had tried to hurt his friends, he had tried to hurt his friends. Hey Green Bean, whatcha think o' my hair? Harley asked out of nowhere, snapping him out of his thoughts. He looked at her before blinking. She had a clown wig on somehow. I've been thinking of getting it touched up, you know, but I want to have your opinion. She said. Where did you get that? He asked. Where do you think I got it? She asked in response. Well, I think it has to be your quirk. I don't think it's quite like Yayarosa because the things you've used don't stick around, but they're not illusions either. He said. Ding ding ding, Harley rang a bell. You got it in one. My quirk is called Harlequin. I know, real creative there. I can make props for a situation if I find them funny, though they disappear eventually, whether on their own or if I make them. Also screwed with my sense of humor a bit. She said, explaining why she laughed at the thought of quirk-related incidents that required therapy. Even still, that's an amazing quirk. Since humor is subjective, you could use it in so many situations. The versatility could be almost endless. He exclaimed, beginning to mutter about the possible scenarios before he paused. Banana peels count as props, right? He asked. Nodded, he continued. Do you think you could cheat your quirk by making the fruit itself before using the peel? Because if you could potentially never run out of food, maybe including pie since that's a popular joke. Or even water. Spray bottles are commonly used for jokes. You could sustain yourself for as long as you want. Although would that work if you said they disappear eventually? Would the nutrients disappear? It could still work in a pinch to at least give yourself a boot just in case. He muttered. Harley blinked, wrote down, never introduce kid to be, and looked back at him. Never thought of that. You an expert or something? She teased. He smiled sheepishly. I said I like quirks. He said. And what can you tell me about yours? Harley asked. Oh, it's called Outrage. It increases my physical capabilities and produces energy when I'm angry. Though too much of it can make me lose control. He said, absent-mindedly touching the wrist May's baby usually sat on as he continued. I usually have some support equipment to help prevent that, but it broke during the incident. Loss of control, attacking everyone, green, green, green. Aha. Quinzel hummed as she blew bubbles out of a pipe. Is that allowed in a school? It's obviously fake, ergo the bubbles, but still. Now I'm gonna ask you something, and I want Cha to be honest. Are you scared of your quirk? She asked. He blinked. What? He responded. Harley leveled him with the most serious look she's had all conversation. The look in your eye, I've seen it. I've had it. Not a lot of people believed Crazy Quinn would be able to make it as a doctor with my quirk, thinking I'd be a circus clown at best. And part of me thought they'd be right. The amount of times I had the intrusive thought to give up on my dream because no one would take me seriously if they heard what my quirk was were high. About as high as the times I would just think about how funny it would be to shove a bomb in a hater's bag. It scared me. My quirk scared me. She told him. Izuku couldn't make himself meet her gaze. I could have hurt them. He whispered. I was so angry, I didn't care who was friend or foe, they were just people in my way who had to go. What if that happened with civilians present and I hurt one of them? What if's ain't gonna help you, kid? You wanna know how I got over my fear? She asked and he nodded. The people closest to me, my friend B, wouldn't let anyone talk shit about me. My girlfriend, Pam, and cousin, Emmy were always ready to reassure me and talk me down, and I'd do the same if needed. I'd have snapped a while ago if not for them. Got anyone like that? She asked. Mom, May, Hagakure, Ochako, the friends he's made at UA, all came to mind, and he smiled despite himself. Yeah. I do. He said. Harleen smiled. Good. You know what else you can do? She asked. He shook his head and her smile turned into dangerous smirk. Prove them wrong. The people putting you down, the voices in your head, or whoever. For me, I worked hard and graduated top of my class. For you, getting control over your quirk. Doesn't have to be now, doesn't even have to be soon, but you can do it, kid. She told him. He nodded determinedly. He could do that. She then whispered to him. Don't tell Razor I told you this, but I think he likes you kiddos. Which means you're a tough bunch. Don't be afraid to ask for help if you need it. She said, getting another nod. The discussion ended soon after that. Other than worry for his classmates and a bit of guilt about not being able to stop Shigaraki, that got him a bonk from a rubber mallet because he's a hero student and quirk mishap or not, he should never have been in the situation in the first place. The attack was oddly non-scarring for him. Thank you, Dr. Quinzel. I think I needed this. Izuku said. Anytime, green bean. She said before she handed him her card, just in case he wanted to talk when she was done at UA. Izuku left the room feeling better about himself. He'd still use Mei's baby for now, but he was more confident in would be temporary. He will get control of his quirk, and nothing's going to stop him. Katsuki sat down with a huff. What's with the frown, Kit Kat? Ain't ya happy to see ol' Harley? Ain't we pals? The woman asked dramatically. I already said I see enough of you already. He said. That's right, Katsuki Bakugu, the explosive Pomeranian himself, actually sees a psychiatrist. I'm sure you're wondering how on earth that happened. So let's go back a bit. It was after his and Izuku's first fight during the latter's quirk manifestation. Despite Katsuki's claims that he was fine, those hero extras on the scene insisted he be taken to a doctor and examined. Everything seems to be in order. Other than some bruising. The doctor said. I already effing told you that. The ash blonde yelled. As if Deku could actually hurt him. Mitsuki and Masaru had been called to the hospital when he was taken there. What did you do this time, brat? The Bakugu matriarch said. I didn't do shit, you old hag. Her son responded in kind. Then why are you effing here? And don't use that language with me. His mother scolded. The poor doctor looked so confused and concerned. Is this normal for them? He asked Masaru. Fairly. The man answered. The doctor's sweat dropped and decided to take the risk of drawing their attention to him. Excuse me? He said. What? Mitsuki and Katsuki yelled in unison, making him flinch. Well, you see, ma'am, your son was caught in the crossfire of a quirk manifestation from one of his classmates. He said. What? Don't you mean awakening? Masaru asked. No, sir. This was the first time he developed a quirk. I believe his name is Izuku Midoriya. The doctor told them. Mitsuki's demeanor changed to one that was more worried. Izuku? Is he okay? He wasn't hurt, right? She asked the doctor. It returned to normal when she turned to Katsuki. Why didn't you say he was involved and could have been hurt? She yelled. Why should I? The nerd attacked me. Her son said. You know the boy? The doctor asked. Of course. Him and Katsuki have been friends since they were little. Masaru told him. Really? We weren't aware of that. This could have been more mentally damaging than we first assumed. If it's not overstepping, may I suggest that your son see a professional psychiatrist? Just in case. He suggested. What? Katsuki screamed. I'm not seeing some effing shrink over this bullshit. Oh yes you are. Maybe it'll give you the attitude adjustment you need. Mitsuki responded. There was a lot more arguing, but for the sake of time and the doctor's sanity, we'll skip to the end, on which we see Katsuki in a situation not too dissimilar to his current one, just with more anger. So you're my patient. Nice to meet ya, kid. Name's Dr. Harleen Quinzel. The woman introduced herself. The young Bakugu said nothing as he kept up his glare. Not a talker? I get that. I have a pal, doesn't talk much either, but I can talk enough for both of us. He believed her. He can already tell she's the type and he's not dealing with that sheet. This is a waste of time. He said. Now we're getting somewhere. Why do you say that? She asked. Because I'm effing fine. I don't need a diamond shrink. He yelled. You sure about that? 'Cause it says here that you had a fight with your friend. That had to have been rough. Harley said. I was not friends with Deku. He told her. Deku? Why do you call the kid that? She asked. Because that's what he was until he pulled a quirk out of his butt. A shitty, useless, quirkless Deku. He responded. Something dangerous passed through her eyes, but it gone so fast he had to have imagined it. Interesting. If you weren't friends, then what are you? The woman asked him. The boy huffed. Nothing. He was just a nerd that didn't know when to quit. Looking down on me, thinking he could be a hero without a quirk. Katsuki said. How was that looking down on you? Harleen asked, tone as chipper as before but with an underline of genuine confusion. Because he thought he could keep up with me. My quirk is amazing, perfect for hero work, and I'm going to be the #1 hero and all those other extras could see it. If that quirkless loser thought he could be a hero, it meant he thought he was on my level. He explained. She blinked in genuine shock. This kid's thought process was something else. We'll have to come back to that. I take it everyone's been telling ya that about your quirk? She asked, plan forming. Of course they have. It's true after all. He bragged. All right, Bakugu, how about a deal? Harley asked. What deal? Katsuki glared. It's obvious you don't want to be here, so how about this, we fight? She said. What the F are you talking about? He asked. What I said. I'm licensed to use my quirk if it'll help a patient, and that includes some friendly sparring. If you win, you get to walk away with the Harley stamp of approval and don't have to see me ever again. But if I win, you have to give this an honest-to-goodness shot and actually try, 'cause honestly, kid, you have issues. The woman told him. He bristled at the last part but considered it anyway. There's no way he could lose to this extra, no matter what her shitty quirk was. You got yourself a deal, he said with a smirk. This would be easy. It was not, in fact, easy. Katsuki panted in anger, wiping confetti off of him and getting angrier when he found it was stuck. Harley laughed from in front of him. Let's backtrack a bit. The woman had taken them to a nearby training ground. After some stretches and an outfit change, she told him to come at her with everything he had. Don't blame me when you're in the hospital. Die. Katsuki yelled, firing an explosion at the woman. When the smoke cleared, the ash blonde found that she had somehow dodged it. Oof, is it getting hot in here? She asked, fanning herself with a fan he doesn't think she had with her before. His eye twitched at the blatant disrespect and he moved in close to use another explosion. Only for her to cartwheel, out of the way. Come on, kiddo, my girlfriend gives me a better workout than that. She taunted with a laugh. Bakugu kept trying, but no matter how big his blasts, or how close he was, she just kept moving. At some point she put a headband with Pomeranian ears on his head and he doesn't know how or when she did it. Ah, but those were so cute, she said sadly when he blew them up. Is this your shitty quirk? He yelled. Maybe. Maybe not. She winked. With a yell of frustration he used an explosion to propel himself at her. She grinned wide and moved aside to reveal a cannon. I always liked going out with a bang, she said. Katsuki braced himself, arms ready to counter what was fired since he was too close to stop, and he found himself covered in confetti. It fired FNG confetti. And to make it worse, she still dodged him. Now confetti was stuck to him and her laugh was pissing him off. Bit of a sticky situation, eh? Let me help with that. She laughed. The boy found himself pushed back by a massive water seltzer bottle, washing off the confetti and dousing him in his explosive sweat in the process. You can't go wrong with a classic. Harley sighed happily. He was at his wit's end. She could have done that the whole time and neutralized some of his power but didn't. She held back and was still destroying him. How dare! His sentence was cut off as, faster than even he could react, there was a mallet right in front of his face. He met the eyes of the woman holding it, her gaze more serious than it has been all fight. Then she lightly booped him with it. I win, she said cheerfully. What? He shook off his shock to ask. Kid, if I hit you full force with that you'd have been out cold and I'd have some explaining to do. You were done, she told him. Now let's clean up and head back. Back in her office, Bakugu sat with a glare. Don't look at me, you took the deal. I didn't even have to hustle ya, she said. Besides, I figured you'd never listen to or respect someone you thought was weaker than you, so I kinda had to fight you. He scoffed. Whatever, let's get this over with. He said. Okie dokie, kid. I gotta say you're a mess. The people around you have done a real whammy on your mental state. She said. The F, do you mean? Katsuki asked. Let's start with your quirk. You say everyone's always telling you how great you are, right? Harley asked. Because it's awesome. He responded. Even Midoriya says so? The woman asked. He blinked. I thought we were talking about my quirk. Why bring up the nerd? He asked. Humor me, Quinzel said. Yeah, even the nerd. He said. Then how was he looking down on you if he was singing your praises? She asked. Didn't you hear me the first time? Katsuki asked. I did. You said it was by him wanting to be a hero. But let me ask you, as someone who's known him since childhood, is that the only reason you can think of for him wanting to be a hero? Harley asked. The boy froze for a bit. Another reason? I want to save people Kaken, like All Might. A little boy had said to him before it all went to shit. He shook his head. It doesn't matter. He was still quirkless. He wouldn't stand a chance against any villains. He said. The woman hummed. Next question. Do you like All Might? She asked. Was this chick insane? Of course I like All Might, who doesn't? He asked. In two separate locations, Izuku Midoriya and Tamura Shigaraki sneezed, looked around and shrugged before returning to their business. Mind reminding me of his debut video? Harleen asked. He saved some extras from a burning building. He said. Would you consider that heroic? She asked. I guess. Katsuki answered. Then by your own logic, Midoriya could be a hero. Harley told him. She continued when he looked at her like she'd grown a second head. There's a reason there's rescue heroes or intelligence heroes, and that's not even mentioning you don't need a quirk to fight. I got an underground hero pal, and against a good chunk of people, he's essentially quirkless but still kicks butt. There's no reason Midoriya couldn't be a hero. But what? She had a point. Even if he had a quirk now he'd never top Bakugo, but would he care, or would he just be happy to help people? Damn it, she's gotten in his head. Whoops, looks like we're out of time. Think about what I said, kid. She told him. See you next time. Next time was sooner than he thought, because he went back to her after he got out of school. Annie pulled him out of school. I shouldn't care, it's no big deal, but I do. He'd reluctantly admitted. It makes sense. You've never been to school without him. Whether you were friends or not, he was a constant in your life. She said. He grunted. Whether it was in agreement to be determined. And those extras were so happy about it, as if he wasn't better than them. And wash that a realization. Even quirkless, Deku was better than some of those losers. How the F did eyeballs think his quirk made him better than Midoriya? Or even fingers? How do you feel about it? Harley asked gently. Fine. I'll meet the nerd at UA anyway. He shrugged. The woman would call that faith in him progress. They would meet semi-regularly in the build-up to UA, her adopting the nickname Kit Kat much to his protest. Other than an update on what actually seeing Midoriya again was like, he was fine Quinzel, there were no big developments. Until now. Still, I'm worried about you, kid. I know you don't like it, but I am. She said genuinely. Katsuki sighed. Most of those villains were second-rate at best. The only real threats were H and DJB, the Warp BSRD and that Nomu thing, and I only fought one of them. He said. And what about Midoriya? I heard he lost control. Harleen asked. Bakugo scoffed. I could handle the nerd. He said. He met her unamused brow. Fine. Round cheeks, shitty hair and icy hot helped. He added. A Kit Kat, you're making friends? She said happily. I will blow you up. He threatened. She just laughed as expected. I know you don't need to hear it from me, but you did great, Bakugo. I'm proud of ya. Just because two villains got away doesn't take away from the fact you were strong. Quinzel smiled at him. Whatever, was all he said. He'd never admit he appreciated that. So, Uraraka, what can you tell me about yourself? Harleen asked. Ochako thought that question was more complicated than she could possibly realize, but that comes with being All Might's successor. Even months later, she still finds herself freaking out about it. For a good chunk of her life, Ochako and her family were never well off, financially speaking. It wasn't too bad at the start. Her family's construction business was doing well. What with all the villain fights happening all around, there was always going to be work in that area. But then things started going downhill. The Uraraka family prides itself on quality work, but quality also means costly and time-consuming, which meant people often gravitated towards other companies that were cheaper and worked faster. The young girl had begged her parents to let her use her quirk to help them. After all, zero gravity would make work both faster and cheaper, not to mention more efficient, but they would always tell her not to worry about them and focus on her own dreams. Well, excuse her if it was hard to do that when she noticed her parents skipping meals to make sure she wouldn't have to. So Ochako made herself become more frugal in response. No, she absolutely didn't need that toy everyone was talking about, or a new phone because hers was woefully outdated, or even money for a snack at school. These were things she could live without if it meant a little extra money back in their pockets. But she knew it wouldn't be enough, and she needed to figure out a way to really help. That's when she saw them. Now, of course, she knew about heroes before, it would be hard not to, but she never really paid attention to them other than them fighting villains and inadvertently providing her parents with business. That was until she learned about rescue heroes like 13. The ones who came after the disaster, when people needed hope and brought smiles to their faces. That's what she wanted to do, help everyone smile. So she decided she'd become a hero. Another advantage was that heroes made a lot of money, and she'd be able to make it so her parents never had to work another day in their lives. So she trained, pushed herself and her quirk as far as she could, studied like there was no tomorrow, and was determined to get into a good hero school. Then she almost blew it. Okay, not really, but it felt like it in the moment. She had been with her parents at a job they actually managed to secure, but the person who hired them insisted on cutting as many corners as he could. Her parents tried to do the best they could, but they couldn't account for everything. Which is why when steel beams broke off the project, and the worker that was standing on them dropped with them, she didn't really think. While people were panicking, her feet seemed to move on their own, and she used her quirk to not only get up there in time, but also remove the gravity on the falling items and persons so that they would land safely. While her parents were relieved everyone was okay and simultaneously worried about the stunt she pulled, Ochako was worried for a different reason. She illegally used her quirk. She couldn't even count it as self-defense because she was far enough to technically not be in any danger. She might have just ruined any chance of getting into a hero school. After reassuring her parents that she was okay, Ochako went off to think about what she could possibly do. "Excuse me, young lady?" a voice said. The brunette turned to see a skeletal-looking blonde man. "Can I help you, sir?" she asked politely. "I was at the scene of the incident there, and I have to say I'm impressed with how you handled it. You reacted before anyone else could." He complimented. "Oh, thank you. Honestly, my legs kinda just moved on their own. But I don't regret saving that guy, even if I blew my shot at being a hero," she told him. He raised a brow. "Blew your shot? In what way?" he asked. "I'm not licensed to use my quirk. Wouldn't that have gotten me in serious trouble?" she asked. The man hummed. "Not as much as you'd think, to be honest. I don't think anyone here will be complaining about it either," he told her. And wasn't that a massive weight off her chest? "Thank you, sir," Ochako said gratefully. "It's no problem." The man chuckled. "By the way, and forgive me if this is invasive, but why do you want to be a hero?" he asked. She was nervous to answer that question, but he's been nice so far. "It's for the money, but not only that," she said quickly. There was no judgment in his gaze as he gestured for her to continue. "My family doesn't have much, and what they do have they spend on me. I want to earn money so that I can repay them for everything they've done for me, so that they can live the life they deserve," she said. "That's a noble goal, but why heroism? Surely there are less dangerous ways to make money?" he asked. "Probably. But my other goal is to help everyone smile. By protecting them from villains, saving them from disasters, or just making someone's day better. That's why I want to be a hero," Ochako said, getting more determined as she went on. The blonde man smiled at her. "That's a wonderful goal. Young lady, I think you might be the one," he told her. "The one?" she asked. What happened next she could never have predicted. The man in front of her suddenly changed. No longer was he so skeletal she was worried about his health. Now, he was the physical specimen she easily recognized as the #1 hero. "I am here, making you an offer," All Might said. After a definitely mild surprise response, and anyone who says it wasn't mild is a lying liar who lies, and confirmation that he was in fact All Might and not an imposter, the man explained his injury, time limit, and what he meant by offer. Turns out his quirk was transferable, decades old, and he wanted to give it to her. He told her she didn't have to take it, She could do enough good with her own quirk, and he'd still help fund whichever hero school she wanted to go into, but he believed she'd be able to do even more good with it. She felt she couldn't really refuse. This was All Might's quirk after all, and no one gets people to smile more than him. So she accepted his offer. For the quirk, that is. The subsequent one to help her family out was denied, the girl not wanting to take advantage of him despite the fact he had more money than he'd ever know how to spend. If Might Tower happened to require sudden renovation that would help the Uraraka family stay in business and out of the red, well, that was just a neat coincidence. So Ochako trained her body to be able to handle one for all. It was hard, really, really hard, but she pushed through it until she's strong enough to handle it without her limbs exploding. Though she could have definitely gone without having to eat the man's hair. The UA entrance exam was next, and not only did she get in, she got second in the exam, her quirk got an upgrade, and she made a new friend already. The actual school was even better, with Midoriya even helping her get better control of One for All and Zero Gravity. So things were looking up. Until the USJ incident, which brings her to now. My family works in construction, I like mochi, and I want to be a hero to help everyone smile. She told the woman. Well, ain't that just darling? And construction? That's a dang good business if you ask me. Now, let's talk about the incident. How you feeling about it? Quinzel. A little rough, not gonna lie. I'm glad everyone came out as okay as we did, but I was still really worried about them. I felt like I could have done more. She admitted. She was All Might's successor, for crying out loud. She could have been more useful. Whoa, 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 pump the brakes, girlie. You did plenty. I hear you threw a whole boat at the bad guys that let Midoriya damage the heavy hitter. That's pretty awesome to me. The woman told her. Yeah, I guess so. Ochako said. Oy vey, you kids and your hero complexes. Guess you wouldn't be here if you didn't have 'em. Let's talk about something else. I heard you helped fight Midoriya when he lost control. How'd that make you feel? She asked. Scared for him. I couldn't see my friend under all the anger, but I was determined to help him smile again. She responded. Well, there you go. I've met the green bean, and let me tell ya, if he'd actually hurt one of you, he'd have terrible. You held him back and protected your classmates to boot. That sounds like someone who did a lot to me. Harley said. I never thought of it like that. She admitted. It did help her feel better. That's why I'm here. The woman grinned. There wasn't much to talk about after that, so Ochako left the room definitely feeling better. She's more determined than ever to master her quirk and be there for her friends. She was going to be a hero. We cut to Class 1A back in their homeroom. Their time off had been spent, which meant it was back to business as usual. The sessions with Quinzel and Hound Dog went better for some than others. Momo was the former, the girl having been kicking herself for nearly getting Kaminari seriously hurt, but Dr. Quinzel had helped her with that, reminding her that she had done her best with the information she had on hand, that they had defeated the other villains and that nobody was actually hurt. Her confidence was still a bit shaken, but she was confident she'd be better. Todoroki, on the other hand, was definitely the latter. He personally found the whole thing unnecessary and the psychiatrist to make no sense. She even accused him of giving her the cold shoulder when he had at no point used his quirk on her shoulder. Shoto's gaze turned to Midoriya, new anger monitor ready on his wrist, and narrowed. He didn't need to talk, he needed to get strong enough to beat him. It was no secret that he was one of the strongest in the class, but that didn't really hit Todoroki until he had to fight him. His ice was brushed aside like it was nothing, and it had taken the combined force of himself, Kirishima, Uraraka, and Bakugo just to hold him off until Aizawa-sensei could erase his quirk. It was humiliating. He was supposed to prove he could be a hero without using his power. The heterochromatic boy took a breath. It was a temporary setback. Midoriya still couldn't handle that kind of power without the device on his wrist. Shoto will get strong enough that even if he were to remove it, Midoriya wouldn't be able to stop his ice. It wasn't long before Mr. Aizawa walked into the room, cast around his arm being the only indication he had been injured in the attack at all. Good, you're still here. You all survived something harrowing, but know your next challenge is coming soon. He said. Everyone immediately tensed. Was it more villains? Shoyuta took in their reactions before continuing. The UA Sports Festival is right around the corner. He finished. The pressure in the room dissipated. They forgot their teacher was a dramatic BSRD. Then they processed what he said and the room exploded. Oh yeah, this is gonna be so manly. Ijiro exclaimed. Finally we get to show off our moves. Mina said excitedly. I'm going to dazzle the crowd. Aoyama said. An erasure-fueled glare from their teachers silenced the noise. The students muttered sheepish apologies. While you could do without the noise, I can understand the excitement. The sports festival would normally be your first real chance to show what you can do. Not only testing yourself against your fellow students, but also advertising your skills to pro heroes looking for interns. You'll be spending homeroom and heroics class preparing, but it's always a good idea to practice on your own time. For now though, just talk amongst yourselves and try to keep the noise down until your next class. I'm going to get some sleep. The man grumbled, pulling out his sleeping bag and leaving the room. Izuku personally wondered how he managed being both a teacher and underground hero. His sleep schedule must be atrocious. Ooh, I can't wait to show off. I'll finally be the center of attention for once. Hagakure said to him. The girl had made it no secret that she was used to being ignored, so while the Greenette thought she'd work better in underground heroics, he wasn't going to discourage her. I know you're going to do great. Midoriya said, megawatt smile in full effect. For once, Toru was really glad she was invisible because she could feel that she'd be blushing scarlet by now. Not that it helped against Ishido, who seemed to have supernatural shipping senses and was grinning widely at her. The boy looked to his other friends and was mildly surprised by Ochako's intense aura. Guys, let's give it our all. She declared. The Greenette grinned at her. Was there ever any doubt we would? He said. I'm just looking forward to crushing a bunch of extras. Katsuki said. Izuku turned to him. Is that a challenge, Kaken? He said, mild smirk on his face. The explosive blonde sent him a wild smirk. It's a promise, Deku. He responded. The energy between them had changed. While still set at the boy, Izuku was grateful he helped stop him from hurting anyone and his words after. He didn't know what they were though, because it definitely wasn't friends. Speaking of friends. Oh yeah, Hagakure. He said, getting her attention. May wanted me to tell you to head to support when you have the time. Told her. The invisible girl's uniform made it seem like she tilted her head before shrugging in agreement. The bell rang, signaling them to leave the room. Ida opened the door, immediately getting surprised by the large crowd. Excuse me. If you would all kindly move out of the way. The glasses-wearing boy said. So this is Class 1A? They don't look so tough. What's so special about them? Izuku's eye twitched as he heard the mutterings from the other students. What are you all doing? Yaoyorozu asked. Katsuki chose that moment to walk up. Isn't it obvious? They're scouting out the competition. We're the class that survived a villain attack after all. He told her before addressing the crowd. Beat it all of you. We've got better things to do than listen to you beach and As expected of Class 1A, so full of themselves. A pompous voice said, Oh dear. Momo muttered, making the three with heightened hearing, Izuku, Drew and Shoji, turn to her in mild concern. The voice belonged to a blonde who honestly had a very punchable face. You truly think you're above us just because you fought some villains? That arrogance will be your downfall. He said haughtily. Typical Monoma. The raven-haired girl said. Wow, he must really SCK for Momo of all people to have this reaction. Yeah. You're not that special. They think they're all that just cause they were lucky enough to fight some villains. Shinso, who had been standing near the back of the crowd but not really part of it, was suddenly very glad he didn't decide to get any closer as he saw the exact moment the absolute worst thing to say was spoken. Class 1A froze. Lucky? Lucky. Katsuki was growling with small pops sounding from his palms, Ochako was beginning to glow pink, Tenya's glasses did nothing to hide the glare on his face, Kyoka's jacks were lashing out like snakes, Denki was sparking, Todoroki's ever-present glare got colder, Mina's fists were clenched, acid dripping slightly, Kirishima glared as his skin hardened, Aoyama stopped smiling, Mineta looked more intimidating than they'd ever seen him, Momo was gritting her teeth, Hagakure was shaking in fury. Shoji's eyes darkened. Fumikage looked like he was barely restraining a furious dark shadow. Ojiro sneered at them. Siro looked at them in disdain. Tsu's regularly neutral expression was more obviously upset than they'd seen before. Sato had a deep frown on his face. Even Koda was upset. But none of them compared to Izuku. The students in the hall felt it before they saw it, the overwhelming fury of miasma, and that had them turning to the greenette, outrage shining. Later, the boy would ponder about how his classmates didn't react to this instance of miasma. "Who said that?" he asked. No one responded. "Who said that?" he growled. Seemingly realizing the danger they were in, the person didn't answer. "We were not lucky. We were fighting for our lives." First-year students who hadn't even been here for a FANG week, against villains who were ready and willing to kill us all. Villains who had something to fight FNG all might. "My friends almost died, our teachers almost died, and you have the nerve to call us lucky?" Izuku hissed. Fortunately for them, Mei Hatsum was a genius and finished the new anger monitor before he had to return to class. The device kept this from getting far uglier, calming him down slightly from homicidal rage. Still, the glare in those emerald orbs was still plenty intimidating on its own. "Leave. Right now. Before I call our sensei. Because he would not hesitate to have you all expelled on the spot," he told them. Survival instinct finally kicking in had them scattering, Hitoshi making sure they never even knew he was there. Monoma opened his mouth to say something potentially lethal, only to be knocked out by a chop to the neck from a redhead. "I'm so sorry about him." She apologized, bowing deeply. "I'm Itsuka Kendo, 1B representative." She introduced. "Izuku Midoriya, 1A rep. He really needs to watch his mouth before he gets into trouble." The boy said coldly. "Believe me, I know." The sigh she let out was more frustration than should be possible in a week. Kendo quickly carried him away. "Assholes." Bakugu said. That was the general thought among the class. Later, Hagakure made her way to the support department, and after making sure the door wouldn't explode, walked through. "Hagakure? What can I do for you?" Power Loader asked. "I was told Hatsum wanted to see me." She explained. Speak of the devil, the manic Pinkette showed up immediately. "There you are. Come on," she said, dragging Toru away. She was surprisingly strong. "So, I was working on your costume, trying to figure out a way for it to go invisible with you. That ended up being the easy part. Then I got bored. So I started experimenting," she exclaimed. Hagakure was both alarmed and oddly intrigued by the look in the other girl's eyes. "I found out it reacts to light." As she said that, a machine seemingly holding nothing appeared. Hatsum pressed some buttons, a laser of all things appearing, and fired it, only for it to get reflected, forcing the girls to duck. "What was that?" Tourist. Mei's grin was manic. "That was DNA mesh fabric made from you. It reacts fascinatingly with light," she said. Hagakure blinked. "Wait, if that was made from her DNA, could she do that too? It's also really reflective. And here comes the best part," the Pinkette said. She pressed more buttons, and Toru isn't exactly sure what they did, but the end result had her speechless. "The fabric, it was visible. I can see it," she said in shock. "I know. I was talking to Izuku about you, and he said how you weren't able to become visible, but invisible babies won't work well for advertising, so I had to do something about it. We started talking about your quirk, he's really good with those, and figured there had to be something more with it. The fabric, and probably you, can change how you interact with the spectrum of light, which is way more than just invisibility," Mei exclaimed. Or at least that's what Hagakure thinks she said. She was still locked onto the fabric. It could be seen. It could be seen. Which meant so could she. Mei was suddenly tackled into a hug by a sobbing girl. "Thank you," she whispered. The inventor wasn't sure what to do here, so she did what felt right and hugged her back. She didn't lie about the invisible babies thing, it was definitely true, but her situation reminded her of herself and Green. Tossed aside by the world. So she had to help. Maijima watched it all with a proud smile. For all she was a headache, Hatsum was a good kid. And she and Midoriya just gave this girl the greatest gift she could have asked for. It was time. The day they'd been training for was here. The day of the sports festival. Izuku looked around the room at his classmates and saw they were all pumped as well. How could they not be? They could finally show what they were made of in a non-life-threatening situation. His thoughts were interrupted when Todoroki walked up to him. Midoriya, it's obvious you're one of the strongest person in this class. Which is why I'm telling you this now. I'm going to win. He declared. Whoa, are we seriously declaring war right now? Zero asked. And why are you declaring it to Deku? Think the rest of us ain't good enough or some sheet? Katsuki yelled. Yeah. We're in 1A too. Ochako added. Shoto ignored them and kept his eyes on Izuku. Something about him said the greenette off. And it wasn't just him still being mad at what he did to Hagakure during the battle trial. You do well not to underestimate our classmates, Todoroki. They might just surprise you. He eventually responded. The bi-colored boy sked before walking away. Dude, that was so manly. Kirishima said. I couldn't have him looking down on you guys. Midoriya shrugged. Everyone. Ida suddenly called. I believe it is time. He said. Noticing he was right, the class began to leave the room excitedly. Izuku moved to join them, only to stop and move towards a specific classmate. Are you ready? He asked. Hagakure nodded, though even with her being invisible he could tell it was shaky. Yep. Totally. She said. You are. Izuku told her, infusing as much confidence into his voice as he could. You've been training non-stop. I believe in you, Hagakure. Hey, what did we talk about? She scolded. Midoriya chuckled sheepishly. Sorry, Toru. He amended. She had insisted on him and Mei being allowed to use her first name. You gave me the chance to really be seen. It's the least I could do. She had said, voice filled with so much warmth he couldn't possibly refuse even if he wanted to. The duo caught up to the rest of the class, vehemently ignoring Mina's teasing grin and Minoru making kissing noises. They could hear present Mike doing the commentating. Hello people. And welcome to the first year's sports festival, and what a crowd it is, don't you agree, pal? He asked his co-host. How did you get me to agree to this? Eraserhead said dryly. The man wasn't wrong. Usually the first-year students didn't gather that many people, which made sense considering how new they were. But there was an absolutely massive crowd gathered. Probably because they wanted to see the class that survived a villain attack. Now let's introduce the little listeners ready to give it their all. You know em, you love em, the kids who faced off with villains and came out on top. The one, the only, Class 1A. He exclaimed, the crowd cheering in response. Oh, that noise is a little overwhelming. Kaminari chuckled. Come on. Let's give them what they came for. Midoriya said confidently, walking out. You heard our class rep, Ochako said. Soon they were all visible, which just made the cheers louder. They ranged from confident, to nervous, to unfazed, to cocky, cough bakugu, as they took it all in. From the crowd, Inko was loudly cheering for her baby, something he was evidently able to hear through the noise as he turned to her and gave her a massive smile. Are these seats taken? Someone asked next to her. Inko looked to see Mitsuki and Masarubaku. She hadn't really interacted with the woman since she learned about what her son had been doing. She knows the blonde absolutely adores Izuku, so she can't really be mad at her for something she's certain she didn't know about, but she can still be bitter. In any case, Izuku has been telling her about class and how he's on somewhat better terms with the explosive blonde, so she really has no reason to hold a grudge. Of course, she said, politely ignoring how relieved Mitsuki looked. Wow, these seats are great. A voice said to her other side, startling her slightly. She looked to see two women, one blonde and the other with red hair and green skin. Dr. Quinzel, I wasn't expecting you, Masaru said. I wasn't gonna miss Kit Kat's first big show, and I like the rest of these kiddos too. Harley said. The name clicked for Inko. You're the one who helped my son. I can't thank you enough for that. Oh, where are my manners? I'm Inko Midoriya. She introduced. Well, I'll be. Looky here, Pammy, it's Midoriya. I can see where the green bean gets the cuteness from," she said to the woman next to her, who chuckled. Inko herself was blushing slightly in response. Her son did say she was something else. Not everyone was watching with the best intentions, however, as we see Tamura watching from a TV in his hideout. "Let's see what you got, Midoriya," he said. Present mix introductions continued. Next up for the hero course, they might not have had the time to shine before, but don't count them out just yet. Here's Class 1B. The reception was much less intense than for 1A, something that was obvious and made the students frown. But at least it was leagues better than the general studies. "Students," Izuku gave a small wave to Shinso, who looked more sleep-deprived than usual, who in turn got more than the business and management students. Support was about as enthusiastic as general, though Inko cheered loudly for Mei, and Izuku could only wish everyone luck when Hurricane Hatsum gets loose. "And leading our festivities is the one, the only." Hisashi started. "Me." Midnight finished. The R-rated hero strut onto the stage like she owned the thing. "I'm here to make sure everyone plays fair, and none of you little hero hopefuls are naughty." She smirked. "Oh dear," Inko said. She's still not fully sure how this woman is allowed to work at a school. "Don't worry about Nem, she'd never do anything not on the up and up," Harleen said. "At least not to kids or students." Pamela added, her girlfriend nodding along. Well, that was reassuring at least. And now to give the opening speech, he scored the highest in the entrance exam, the representative of Class 1A, Izuku Midoriya. Nemuri said. Izuku blinked. "Excuse me?" he said. No one told him about this. Toshinori coughed awkwardly. He knew he was forgetting something. "You got this green," Mei called out. He took a breath and walked on stage. Some of the extra hero security recognized him. "Hey," Mount Lady said, eating some street food she used her feminine wiles to acquire, "isn't that the kid we fought?" She asked her companions. "I believe so," Kemui Wood said. "Good for him for growing past that incident." "You still mad he kicked your butt, Death Arms?" she asked. "He did not kick my butt." The punching hero grunted. She did not believe him. "If you get nervous, just imagine everyone in their underwear." Midnight winked. Yeah, he wouldn't be doing that. He looked at the gathered crowd and at his classmates, giving him looks of encouragement. "I'm here to win." He started. Other students grumbled. As expected of Class 1A, arrogant to a fault. Minoma scoffed. "Maybe if you'd shut your trap and let the nerd finish," Katsuki told him. Izuku continued. "I'm here to win, and who among you here can say they're not?" he asked, making the grumbling cut out because he was right. "You're here to show the world what you can do. That it doesn't matter if you're Class A, B, or not in the hero course at all, because you still made it into UA and are not to be underestimated. That you're planning to give it your all," he said, growing more determined as he spoke. "You're demon right we are," Bakugu exclaimed. The energy among the students and audience was rising as well, others giving similar exclamations to the Bomberanian. To the audience, "You're here to see the best of the best show off their skills, and we don't plan to disappoint. Right, guys?" he asked. "Heck no," his friends exclaimed. "And to the villains who attacked us, tried to make us give up hope, I'm telling you right here and now, all you've done is encourage all of us to push even harder, and we're not stopping till we're heroes ready to take the likes of you down," he said, glaring into the cameras. Shigaraki couldn't resist the chuckle. "You have ball twerp," he said. "So everyone, let's prove we can live up to our school's motto, and go. Plus ultra." Everyone yelled alongside him. Midoriya hurriedly left the stage and met up with his friends. That was horrifying. He breathed out. Ochako patted him on the back. "My, what a riveting speech. It got me all excited. I'm sure you're all ready to get started, so let's reveal the first event," Kiyama said. The event was revealed as an obstacle course. The first 42 competitors to make it across the course will have a spot in the second round. "Only 42? Tsu asked. "They're trimming the fat," Ojiro said. Soon everyone made it to the starting corridor. "Ready? Go!" Midnight signaled. Immediately Izuku could see the first obstacle was the corridor itself. With so many people bottlenecked together, they were pushing around each other trying to get the lead. Those with decent aerial movement like Kaken and Uraraka were better suited than others, but he wasn't going to be left behind. Outrage flared and he began jumping off the walls to keep ahead of the crowd. The next obstacle was not courtesy of the school, but of Todoroki freezing the entrance shut as soon as he went past. Faster students like Tenya made it past before it was completely sealed, others made it over, and Midoriya just broke through a chunk of it like Kirishima and Rikido. Now for our first obstacle, the Robo Inferno. Present Mike said. Izuku gawked at the multiple zero-pointers and once again questioned how much money the sadistic rat had. Oh man, these things. Jiru said before taking down a smaller robot. This is what you faced in your exam? Momo asked in shock. Todoroki barely stopped before the powerhouse team created a massive wave of ice, freezing the bots in place and running past. Quick, there's a path through. Someone yelled. I wouldn't do that. I've frozen them so they're off balance. Shoto said coldly. And 1A's Ice Prince takes the lead with a crazy maneuver. He did what? People could be seriously hurt. Glowing brighter with a growl, Izuku moved, catching Ochako's attention as he did so and sending the message loud and clear. He felt the gravity terrain and used it to shoot off like a missile, breaking through a bot and causing it to break down in a safer position. The audience cheered at his stunt, while his mom took breaths to calm down. Not to be outdone, Katsuki and Uraraka both launched towards the machines. Smash! The girl yelled as she broke past one, while Katsuki blew over it. There you go, brat! Mitsuki cheered. Those that could tank the hits like Kirishima and Tetsu made sure to do so for the more precarious ones. Shinso watched from the group he had carrying him. Even in a race you still pull that stunt. He said, observing Midoriya. We're coming up against the next obstacle, the fall. And erasers kids are. Leading the pack. Got anything to say about that? He asked the man. They learned not to hesitate. The USJ showed them how dangerous it can be. He said. He'd never admit to being proud of these hellions. He's so proud of these kids. Harley said. Todoroki looked at the pit in front of him and used his eyes to create bridges to the platforms scattered around. Mina crossed the tightrope with insane agility. Tokoyami had Dark Shadow pull him across. Bakugo blasted over the pit with Izuku and Uraraka not far behind. Azui easily jumping past. Toru wondered how she'd get across when a familiar cackle sounded. Need some help? Mei asked. The invisible looked at the device strapped to her friend and shrugged. Sure. Why not? She said. Waha, good choice. And my babies will be shown to be able to carry multiple people. She exclaimed. She proceeded to pick the girl up not unlike how Izuku had done previously, making her blush again, and jumped. Herns's shot from the device, swinging the girls past the obstacle. Hagakure was breathless. This was amazing. With the teachers, Snipe chuckled. Looks like your youngin is doing good. He said to Power Loader. Of course she is. He sighed. Come on Class 1B. You can still win this. Vlad King yelled. Fantastic clearing of the pit. But can they handle the final obstacle, the minefield? Mike said. Mines? Inko yelled. We're legally required to disclaim that the support course designed them not to be too dangerous. They'll sting and be pushed back but not injured. But that doesn't mean they can run in recklessly. Aizawa said. Todoroki looked at the field. It was obviously to hinder those in front. He could make a path but others would be able to use it. Explosions coming up made the choice for him. Don't look down on me, you half N half B. Katsuki yelled, making Shoto pick up the pace. Ochako made her steps lighter to avoid triggering the mines, at the cost of a bit of speed. Izuku though. They were made by support, so Mei probably had something to do with them. If these are weaker than her usual explosions. He muttered, before stepping on one. As expected, the kick was negligible, especially with his durability. His grin was downright feral as Outrage charged up more, and he just blitzed through, uncaring of the mines. If anything, he was using them for a quick boost. Holy shit. He's insane. Tamura said. Izuku! Inko cried, Harley making an umbrella to protect from the tears. The weatherman lied to me, she said. Mitsuki was used to it. The frontrunners heard the sound and turned to see Midoriya on their tails. Katsuki forgot Deku was crazy. The trio hurried up, but the Greenette took a considerable lead. Ochako took K's from her friend and used the mines to rocket ahead of the other two. She had the nerve to wink at them as she shot by. It was close, and her lesson gravity almost snatched the win, but Izuku crossed the finish line first and her second. And first place goes to Izuku Midoriya. Midnight announced, the audience cheers being deafening. He'd done it. He could hear his mom's tears of joy, and though this was just the beginning, he's shown he's not to be messed with. The insanity of the first event already had people excited about the next one. Or more accurately, the insanity of one anger-powered Greenette. Weak or not many people had the guts to run through a minefield like it was nothing, and that drew attention. Specifically from a woman who was not planning to watch this festival at all but decided to check it out anyway. Not bad, kid. Let's see what else you got. Rumi said, biting down on a carrot. Back with the students, Izuku couldn't help the smug grin when Bakugo came in at fourth, just a bit behind Todoroki. Wipe that smile off your face, Deku. You could have given Auntie a heart attack with that stunt. The ash blonde said. Mom knows what I can handle. You're just mad you didn't get first. Izuku responded, though he was planning to apologize to his mother just in case. Whatever, nerd. Katsuki scoffed. Shoto on the other hand was appalled that he was third, and only barely. How can he be a hero with only his mother's ice if he keeps going at this rate? He then shook his head. It was just the first event. He'd have plenty of time to do better. Slowly but surely the other 38 qualifying students made it to the end. To the surprise of no one, it was almost entirely hero students who made it through, with two notable exceptions Izuku could see. The first being Mei, though anyone who knew her would know that was in no way a surprise, and he smiled seeing her with Toru. The second was much more notable, being Shinso. The general studies student must be really determined if he's made it this far, and his quirk is still an unknown. Not long after the final student made it did Midnight draw attention to herself again. And that's it for the first event. And what a performance it was. Oh, how I love the vigor of youth. Nemuri purred, which he managed to ignore better than some others. Now we move on to our next event, which is going to be a cavalry battle. She proceeded to explain the rules as Izuku thought about the event. So after the race encouraged people to outshine their peers, but this was a team event that required cooperation. Each of you will be assigned headbands with a corresponding point value. 42nd place will be worth 5 points, with 5 additional points being added the higher your placement. She continued. Okay, so he'd have just over 200 points. Then the woman smirked and something felt very wrong. Except for our first place winner. They'll be receiving 10 million points. Izuku felt everyone freeze, before hungry eyes turned to him, and it was obvious he just became a major target. It didn't matter how low your points were because if you got his headband it was an automatic trip to the next round. They were going to come after him with everything they had, and he was going to take it. A quick flare of miasma had people remembering who exactly they were dealing with and backing off for now, which just left him with finding teammates willing to weather the storm. Which was easier than one would think all things considered. Green, team up with me, Mei exclaimed, latching onto him. Or should I call you 10 million now? She teased. He snorted. You were always going to be my first choice, Mei. And she was. Her babies would be invaluable in this situation. I knew I could count on you. Those support companies are going to see what Hatsum Industries is capable of. She cackled, making nearby students look at her oddly before he glared at them and they moved along. Hey, Midoriya, can I join your team? Hagakure asked slightly nervously. The nerves were unfounded as he sent her his megawatt smile that never failed to make her warm. Of course, it'll be a perfect chance to show off our hard work. He said, plan forming already. Room for one more? Ochako inquired next. Are you sure? You've got enough points that you don't have to risk being a target. Midoriya asked. What kind of hero would I be if I didn't stick with my friend? She asked rhetorically. That, and if she was going to be All Might's successor, she was going to have a massive target on her back at some point. Izuku grinned wide at that, plan fully coming together. This would be fun. Ida watched with slight relief that Midoriya had a team already. It made his choice not to join up with him feel more correct. He had no issue with the boy, he was his friend after all, but he needed to prove to himself that he could do this. Midoriya beat him in the combat trial, helped him escape the USJ, and even beat him in the prior event, which was a race. He wished his friend luck but wouldn't hold back against him. Todoroki glared. He believed Midoriya was compromising strategy for the sake of personal relations. Uraraka he could understand, she was powerful and had good utility. The pink-haired girl and Hagakure, however, one wasn't even in the hero course and the other added little to the team as far as he could tell. As we walked to recruit Ida, he figured his challenge against Midoriya would be over sooner than he thought. When teams were made and headbands handed out, Izuku was curious as to how Shinso got Ojiro to agree to team up with him. They all got into position. It was a surprise to many, however, that Toru was the rider on the team. They were all wearing glasses of some kind, they had weird shoes on, the invisible girl having something on her back, and that the headbands were on backwards to hide the point value. "You ready?" Izuku asked the invisible girl. "As I'll ever be," she said in response. Midnight then counted them down, and once she was done, chaos broke loose. Everyone and their mother rushed up to his team. And they're off. Everyone's headed for those 10 million points. Present Mike exclaimed. In the hero world, everyone is going to be aiming for the #1 spot. Getting there is hard as the obstacle course showed, but keeping the position can be even harder. Eraserhead added. "You're mine, Deku." Katsuki yelled. "Not on your life, Kaken." Izuku yelled back. "Toru now." He could tell the girl was grinning and winked. "Alright, don't blink, or you might just miss the show," she said. Then the girl began to twinkle before unleashing a massive flash of blinding light. "The F-dash?" Bakugo asked. The students running at them had to stop, flinching away from the flash. And Team Hagakure with the unexpected flash bang. Mike said. Since when could she do that? Eraser was grateful the man couldn't see the small, proud smile on his face. They were already working to improve in ways he didn't expect. He had no doubt the main problem child helped her with that move given how prepared he was for it. The light eventually died down and people blinked the spots out of their vision, only to see their targets were gone. Juzo especially was surprised given he'd tried to soften the ground under them during the flash. "Where's Midoriya?" Shoto questioned. Katsuki wondered the same thing. He doubts see-through made them all invisible after the flash. Then he remembered Round Cheeks was on the nerd's team and looked up. "Of course Deku pulled this," he said. Others followed his lead and gawked at the team floating in midair. "Mwaha, the power of my babies, shown to the world," Mei exclaimed. Power Loader groaned. "Of course." Midoriya grinned. So far so good. Mei's hoverboots and jetpack would have been enough but weren't ready to hold the four of them at full weight. Which is where Uraraka came in, decreasing their gravity and making it so they didn't have to touch the ground. The added support equipment helped with stability and mobility as well. "He's out of his mind," Hitoshi muttered before shrugging. It didn't matter in the end. He'd still win this. Realizing the big point value was out of reach for many, the students began fighting amongst themselves. Team Hagakure watched the chaos unfold from their vantage point. The Greenette watched as Monoma said something to PSS Bakugo off and put a target on his back for the Ash Blonde to blow up, watched Momo create insulation for Team Todoroki while Denki shocked everyone around them to steal more headbands and tried to figure out what exactly Shinso was doing to gather the points he was getting. Then he moved out of the way of Horn's shot at him. Pony and Kamakiri may have been by themselves, but they would still try to win. Izuku raised a brow as the Horns came back before quickly snatching them out of the air. The transfer student tried to call them back, but they wouldn't budge. "These grow back, right?" Midoriya asked her. At her confused nod, he proceeded to crush the horns in his hand, making them realize they might not have a shot at this. "Look out," Toru warned. They looked to see Dark Shadow moving towards Too, she's weak to light. Midoriya told her. Tokoyami blinked. How did he figure that out already? The invisible girl nodded, letting off another, albeit dimmer, flash to scare off the sentient quirk. The boys' team then had to JRK out of the way of vines coming for them. Ibra wasn't going to let them get away that easily. Left, he called, dodging the attack. They had to deal with this fast. Izuku used this. Mei told him, handing him a cylinder of some sort. What is it? He asked, the team moving away from more vines. Was inspired by a movie. Just charge it up with your energy and hit the red button. She said. Deciding to shrug as best he could at the moment and move on, he channeled outrage into the device, pressed the button, and couldn't keep the smile off his face. Shiozaki blinked in shock as her vines were severed and slightly charred when she called them down. She was unaware they had any quirks that could do that. Then she heard Hatsum cackle and looked up again to see the culprit. Come the F on! Katsuki exclaimed, from where he was currently making the blonde BSRD wish he hadn't antagonized him. How is it the heroes get all the cool shit? So unfair. Shigaraki bemoaned. Ochako had stars in her eyes. That was so cool. Izuku's grin was as manic as the Pinkette's laugh as he wielded an honest-to-goodness lightsaber. Mei, have I told you how awesome you are? He asked. Yep. But you could mention it more often. She responded. It works off your energy so no one else can use it for now. Ochako frowning at that. Not fair. Time was running out for the round and Izuku was almost hopeful they'd get through this without issue. Then Metal's cord struck the boots and jetpack. He looked down to see Ayorozu had made them and his eyes widened as Kaminari sent a shock through them. His new support gear cut through the lines but he wasn't quick enough to stop some damage. We can't control properly without them. We need to land. Ochako said. As they did so, a massive wall of ice was made to seal them in, meaning it was just them and Todoroki. Are you done playing around now? The bicolored boy asked. What preceded was a game of cat and mouse. Just because they couldn't escape didn't mean they would be caught. Ida was fast but Midoriya and Ochako were too, which combined with Toru letting off flashes every so often made it hard for them to get close. Denki had long since fried himself and wouldn't have been able to risk it in such a closed space. Momo would try to make things to snatch the bands but when your opponent has a lightsaber of all things, not much survives contact. That fact also set Todoroki off, as the boy kept breaking through his ice, and he was getting too cold to do too much more. Izuku spotted a moment of hesitation because of that and had his team move in closer, hand extended to grab a headband. Time froze for Shoto, then by pure instinct, he lit up his fireside, the flames forcing Team Hagakure to disengage. Shoto looked at himself in disbelief before clutching his fist. We need to end this now, he said, tone colder than before. Time was almost up. I may have an idea. It's a special move that should be able to give us the edge, but I'll be completely immobile after. Tenya said. Do it. Todoroki ordered, and if he was feeling better then Kaminari would have made the obvious joke. Here it comes. Recipro burst. The boy exclaimed, supercharging his engines and moving at insane speed towards the opposing team. Izuku gasped as he felt something be taken off his neck, turning to see Todoroki's team had his headband. I win, he declared. And that's time, Hisashi announced. Let's take a look at our scoreboard. Shoto was satisfied. He'd obviously gotten first, and even though he had a moment of weakness and used that man's power, and Uraraka might be able to make up the point difference, he'd still succeeded in this round. In first place we have Team Hagakure. The blonde said. What? Shoto asked. He had the headband. Might want to check that headband. Midoriya said with a smirk. He checked the band and saw it wasn't the 10 million points. You switched them? When? He asked. The initial flash. Toru responded. Some of my best work. Shoto's team obviously got second, but he didn't care. He'd been played. Bakuga's team managed to get third, reminding the greenette he'd been dealing with Monoma. He looked over to see, yep, the other blonde was definitely out. Psing of Katsuki is rarely a good idea. Surprisingly, Shinso managed to come in fourth. He really needed to know what he could do. We did it. Toru hugged him, making him laugh. We couldn't have done it without you. He smiled at her before looking at the others. Or your babies, or your help Uraraka. No problem. We make a good team. The brunette said. You can always count on your best support engineer. Mei said, before getting pulled into the hug by Hagakure, making them all blush. And now we take a quick break for our students to recharge, and those of you who didn't make it, don't worry, we still have plenty of games planned for you to show your stuff. Present Mike said. Wake me when I'm needed. Aizawa told him, rolling into his sleeping bag. Izuku and the girls broke the hug and prepared to leave when Todoroki approached. Midoriya, we need to talk. He said seriously. Oh boy. Todoroki led him to an empty hallway. All right, what did you bring me here to talk about? Midoriya asked. Shoto looked at him intently before speaking. You overpowered and outplayed me. Even at the end when I should have been able to win. And you forced me to break my vow. Vow? What vow? The greenette asked. The bicolored boy clenched his fist. My fireside. I vowed never to use that man's power. But you pushed me farther than anyone has before, and in the moment you reached for my headband I just reacted. He said. As Izuku pondered the honestly absurd idea that someone wouldn't use part of their quirk, Todoroki continued. Midoriya, let me ask you a question. Are you All Might's secret love child? What? There's no way he heard that right. Huh? He asked dumbfounded. You obviously have some sort of relationship with the man. The others haven't noticed it, but I have. The anger in your eyes whenever you look at him. And the fact you attacked him at the USJ, despite there being a much more obvious threat that earned your ire, can only mean you're All Might's illegitimate child. Not to mention the most common theory about his quirk is that it turns his heroic spirit into power. It fits with yours, the different emotion most likely a mutation from your mother. He explained. Midoriya could only blink in shock. There's jumping to conclusions and then there's whatever that was. All Might is not my dad. That's not a sentence I even remotely thought I'd ever say. And whatever my issue with him is none of your business. He responded, still trying to wrap his head around that wild statement. Shoto hummed in a way that indicated he didn't believe him but moved on. Fine, keep your secrets. It doesn't matter in the end anyway. As you know, my father has been the number 2 hero for years, never managing to surpass All Might. He desired the power and status, but even he eventually realized he'd never beat the man. So he came up with a new plan. Tell me, have you heard of quirk marriages? He asked next. Izuku froze. No way. He wouldn't. Judging from your reaction, it seems you know what I'm talking about. My father planned to pass the duty of besting All Might to his child, but he needed a way to guarantee the progeny would have the power to do so. So he used his money and position as number 2 to essentially buy my mother. With her ice quirk, he hoped to have a child who would ascend his own quirk's limitation of overheating while simultaneously dealing with her quirk's limitation of freezing. His first attempts failed, my siblings not having the combination he was looking for. Until me. Half cold, half hot. The perfect mix. From the moment my quirk manifested, he put me through grueling training to master it, never letting me have a proper relationship with my lesser siblings, never letting me have a childhood. For my mother it was worse, trapped in that man's house, forced to bear children that shared his face. It got to the point she couldn't handle it anymore. I was a foolish child, not realizing I was part of her suffering, and went to comfort her. But when she looked at me, she snapped and poured hot water onto my face. My father had her carted off to a mental hospital and I haven't seen her since. I don't blame her, it's only natural she would react harshly in her situation. No, I blame Endeavor for putting her in that situation in the first place. Which is why I refuse to use my fireside, refuse to be that man's weapon, refuse to be tied to his name and plan to be a hero using only my mother's quirk. He told the greenette. Izuku had to take a moment to process all that. He felt shocked that the number 2 hero would do such a thing. He felt horror for Shoto's mother. He even felt sympathy for the boy and his siblings for going through that. But of course the most prevalent feeling, and the one pushing his new anger monitor to try to keep him from exploding, was rage. Rage at Endeavor, rage at the injustice, and rage at his classmate. Why are you here? Midoriya asked, obvious signs of outrage making the bicolored boy tense in preparation to defend himself just in case. What do you mean? I just told you. Shoto responded. Why are you here? At UA? He asked again. You say you don't want to be tied to his name, yet here you are, a recommended student. You say you want to be a hero, yet here you are, half butting it out spite, when you have classmates that are out there giving it their all right now. If you really wanted to spite your SPRM donor, you could have failed the exam or the assessment test. Aizawa-sensei would have been more than happy to expel you, and an expulsion from UA would have been a massive statement tarnishing his name. So answer my question. Why are you here? When Todoroki didn't answer, he continued. What do you plan to do when your ice isn't enough? When a civilian needs saving and only your fire could help? You can't refuse to put in your all as a hero. That's how people get hurt. My ice will be enough. Enough to win this festival. Enough to beat you all. Enough to be a hero. Shoto declared defiantly. We'll see. Izuku responded. Todoroki glared before walking away. The greenette had to force himself to be as calm as possible, taking several deep breaths. He's going to get someone killed, most likely himself, unless someone does something. He said aloud. And what exactly makes you think it's any of your business? A voice asked from around the corner, Katsuki walking out, followed by Ochako. The ash blonde was definitely furious too. What kind of coward pushes their goals on their kids to that extent? So obsessed with being number one that he destroyed his own family? If he hadn't gotten beat up by Deku, would he have ended up the same? Damn it, now he'll have to talk to Quinzel. The greenette had heard them listening in at some point, but had been too engrossed in the story, and then to set about the story, to mention them. Someone once told me that meddling where you don't belong is the truest definition of a hero. Uraraka said. The ash blonde sighed. No wonder you're friends with Deku. So what's the plan, nerd? He needs to learn that his ice will never be enough. Midoriya said. Bakogu smirked. What I'm hearing is one of us kicks his emo but till he gets some sense and drag him to Quinzel. He said. Uraraka looked in the direction he walked. Living with all that pain, having it dictate all your choices, it can't be healthy. She muttered sadly. She wanted to help everyone smile, yet hear her classmate was so scared it felt like he forgot how. You were right about what being a hero is, Uraraka. We have to save him from himself, whether he wants us to or not. Izuku said before starting to walk away. Hold it, nerd. Katsuki called. Yakakin. Midoriya responded. You have issues with All Might. Why? He asked. He should have known he'd ask. Last the boy checked, Izuku was one of the biggest All Might fans ever. Still, compared to Todoroki, his personal anger was far less immediately relevant. Opinions change, and we have more pressing issues than me. Bullshit. Bakogu growled. Maybe. But it's all you'll get out of me. Izuku shrugged as he left. Ochako watched with a frown. He's willing to help others but not himself. Honestly, that was very much like All Might. Typical DMN nerd. Katsuki said with a huff. The duo walked to the cafeteria for lunch, Katsuki splitting off from her as she went to sit with Izuku and the others. The greenette was listening to his classmates' chat, but he was more lost in thought because of Todoroki. Which was lucky for Kaminari and Mineta, because he missed them walking into the room, noticing him, and promptly deciding whatever they were planning was not worth him coming after them. Are you okay, Izuku? Hagakure asked, noticing he wasn't fully there. I am. Just thinking about the next round. And that wasn't a lie. Get ready, Shoto Todoroki, because he is here. The students were soon called out for the announcement of the third and final event. Izuku made sure to stand away from Todoroki, though that didn't stop the bicolored boy from feeling his glare. Alright, it's time for the final event. Which will be a tournament. Midnight announced, getting cheers from the crowd. While the obstacle course and cavalry battle showed their skills, showing their ability in actual fights is definitely a massive draw to both spectators and potential mentors. And in the case of the decay villain and rabbit heroine, the chance to get a better look at what Midoriya could do. It will be in the form of one-on-one fights against your fellow students, so don't hesitate to go all out and show what you got. Nemuri said. But before the woman could continue, she was interrupted by Ojiro. Excuse me, but I'd like to step out of the festival. He told them. Huh? Was the general consensus. Midnight looked at him seriously. Are you sure? After all the hard work you put in to get this far? She asked. That's just it. I don't remember the second event at all. It's like I was absent from my own body. Everyone else was trying their hardest while I was just someone else's puppet. It might seem foolish to quit now, and it probably is, but I refuse to proceed like that. He explained. Yeah, I'd like to step down too. Same reason as him. It just doesn't feel right. Shota said. Kiyama stared for a bit before smiling. You've got principles that will serve you nicely as a hero. Very well, I accept your reasoning, which means we'll be taking replacements from the 5th place team. That being Team Kendo, who nominated Tetsu and Ibara to fill out the bracket. Now that that's out of the way, let's see who you'll be fighting. Midnight exclaimed. Students held their breath as their opponents were decided. Midoriya versus Shinso. Kaminari versus Shiozaki. Tenya versus Hatsum. Bakugo versus Yaoyorozu. Shiro versus Todoroki. Tetsu versus Hagakure. Ishido versus Aoyama. Uraraka versus Kirishima. The teens looked at their fellow students, some more confident than others, but all raring to go. Izuku took a glance at Hitoshi. He was very curious about the boy. He wouldn't call them friends, only having hung out that one lunch PRD, but he'd like to get to know him. There was also the fact that his quirk was an unknown, but given both the people who dropped out had been on his team, he had an idea. Momo was more nervous. Bakugo was easily one of the strongest in the class, and he could be absolutely merciless. Still, she would give it her all. No matter what happened, at least she made it this far. Shiro sighed. Well, he was F-ed. Todoroki was a monster and he had FING tape elbows. But if he's going down swinging. Ida wasn't sure what to make of this matchup. It spoke to her ingenuity that Hatsum was able to make it this far while not even being a hero student, and he could respect that. He was determined to try his best either way. And when the pink-haired girl offered him some of her support equipment to help make the fight fair, he had no reason to doubt her intentions. After all, she was Midoriya's friend and was close to both him and Hagakure. What could go wrong? Kirishima was pumped. Uraraka was super tough too. This fight was going to be so manly. Kaminari grinned. His opponent was a cute girl. After he wins, he might just ask her out. Ishido smiled wide. She was going to enjoy this. Hagakure gulped. This was going to be tough. But Izuku and Mei believed in her enough to help her train, and she wasn't going to let them down. Midnight then announced the recreational activities for those who didn't qualify. They weren't mandatory, more for fun and showing off than anything else. The fighters all decided they'd rather do their own thing to prepare beforehand and made to scatter. It was then that Shinso approached Izuku. Looks like we're fighting. Good luck, he said, hand extended. The greenette opened his mouth to respond, only for Mashireo to cover it with his tail. The purplet only smirked before walking away. Izuku pushed the tail away. Mind telling me what that was about? He asked. Before I blacked out last round, I remember talking to him. Be careful, Midoriya. He's tricky. The blonde said. Midoriya hummed. Looks like he might have been onto something. As the recreational events played out and our fighters took the time to center themselves, it was time for the main event. It's the moment you've all been waiting for. The final event of the first year's sports festival. Present Mike said, the crowd going wild. And a thank you to Cementos for making the ring so fast. After showing their stuff all day, it's finally time for our hero hopefuls to prove themselves mano a mano. He won the obstacle course race and led his team to victory in the cavalry battle. Top of the pack all day. Don't let the freckles fool you, cause this kid ain't one to be messed with. 1A's unstoppable force, Izuku Midoriya. The blonde man announced. The greenette walked into the ring, determination filling his gaze. From the stands, one could almost hear Inko over the roar of the audience, cheering for her baby boy, holding a foam finger if him she somehow acquired, It was Harleen. She got it from her. The woman made one for herself too. Among his classmates, Hagakure took the mantle of loudest cheer. He's the dark horse of the sports festival, making it further than many believed. His quirk is still unknown, but that doesn't mean he should be underestimated. From 1C, Hitoshi Shinso. Hizashi introduced. The purplet walked up, expression the same as usual. He got more cheers than the start of the festival for making it this far, but it was still pitiful compared to Midoriya. Now I want a good clean match. You win by incapacitating your opponent, making them concede or knocking them out of the ring. Midnight told them, getting nods from them. Ready? Fight. For a moment, neither moved. They stared at each other, daring the other to go first. Then Shinso spoke. Midoriya, we didn't get to finish our talk earlier. How about we continue? Izuku remained silent, getting ready to move. Not talking, huh? Guess that blonde monkey warned you about something. Maybe he was just salty he couldn't play with the big boys? He asked. Izuku glared and growled at that. He couldn't talk to him, but he was getting set off. Hitoshi continued. But at least he'd do better than that see-through chick riding on your coattails cause she can't do anything herself, or that crazy inventor. If you asked me, that one should be put in a straitjacket and shoved into an asylum, don't you think? Jairu, who was trying to drown out the crowd by hyper-focusing on the fighters, winced. Oh boy, she said. What's up? Chako asked. We might be witnesses to a murder, was all she said. Izuku froze, outrage glowing brighter. Logically he knew that this was bait, that he should stay silent. But neither the boy nor his quirk were particularly logical right now. No one insulted his girls. You're dead, he said, ready to pummel his foe, only to freeze again. Oh no. I warned him. Ojiro lamented. For a moment, it was silent. For a moment, it was like he was lost in fog. For a moment, he wasn't in control. His quirk didn't like it. Shinso barely had a moment to smirk at his victory before outrage exploded in a blinding light and deafening roar that many believe shook the stadium itself. Mount Lady, Kamui Woods and Death Arms were getting some concerning déjà vu, though it was nothing compared to the kids who watched him at the USJ, some of whom were ready to jump in if necessary. Aizawa was also ready to erase his quirk. Even Shigaraki, who wasn't physically there, felt a slight shiver. Fortunately for Hitoshi, Mei was a brilliant inventor, the anger monitor going into overdrive, calming Midoriya down enough that his life wasn't at immediate risk and the greenette could focus. As the purplet looked into the dimming light, he could make out Izuku glaring at him. If the light show didn't show he was free from his quirk, that certainly did. What? How? He yelled. But Midoriya stayed silent, then moved. The boy was unprepared for his opponent to launch himself at him, landing a punch that, while held back, still hit hard. Hitoshi's own punch was blocked, and the next, and the following kick. This isn't fair. Not all of us have such an amazing quirk. You already won the other events, wasn't that enough? He asked. He threw another punch, getting dodged, before the greenette grabbed his arm, using it to flip him out of bounds. Winner by ring out, Izuku Midoriya. Midnight announced. She was relieved she didn't have to put him to sleep. Shinso groaned in pain before he saw a shadow over him. It was Izuku. Here to gloat? He asked sarcastically. He wasn't expecting the other boy to offer him a hand up. Slightly suspicious, he took the hand and was helped up. Why are you helping me? He asked. Another thing he wasn't expecting was an answer. Once people figured out his quirk, they tended to avoid talking to him. But he was answered anyone. I know what it's like to be looked down on or dismissed or mistreated. Truth is, I only manifested my quirk this year. I was quirkless for my whole life. I get you, Shinso, you were angry. Probably still are. Just don't let it consume you. I'm still working on that part myself. He admitted. You know, you're weird, Midoriya. But not too bad. He said. I try. He smiled. You better win this thing. Losing to the guy who won the whole thing won't be too bad. The purplet told him. Izuku nodded. Oh, and one more thing. Yeah. He responded. The greenette narrowed his eyes, power leaking out. If you ever insult Toru or Mei again, even just to use your quirk, not even All Might will be able to save you. He warned. Hitoshi suddenly felt very lucky to be as unharmed as he was. He nodded and began to walk back to the crowd when he heard something surprising. You did your best, Shinso. Yeah. You made it so far. You should be proud. That kid has a useful quirk. Shame it was a bad matchup, but we could have used a hero like him. They were cheering for him, even though they knew his quirk. This had never happened before. He couldn't help but chuckle as he walked out of the stadium, only to be met with two classmates he never really focused on. That was so cool. I was sure you had him there before he exploded. The girl said. She had brown hair and orange eyes. You win some, you lose some. But it was impressive. The boy agreed. He had brown and purple hair with blue eyes. Thanks. Hitoshi said. We should totally train together. We barely didn't make the top 42, but next time we're gonna show we're ready for the hero course. She told him. He looked at the boy who shrugged. Might as well. He said. Sure. Why not? Shinso agreed. The girl cheered. Great. I'm Hikari Hair, and this is my twin brother, Hikari Hoshi, and we're going to be great friends. She declared. Friends? He's never had those before. We should hang out when this is over. Hoshi said. And we can introduce him to Fuckus Noodle. She said excitedly. His confusion must have been visible because her brother clarified. Our pet ferret. It's definitely a choice for a name. Says the boy who named his hamster Burnt Potato. His sister shot back. If the shoe fits. He responded. I'm more of a cat person, but sure. He agreed. Maybe today wasn't a total loss after all. Izuku made his way to his friends in the stands. As he arrived, he received congratulations for his win. Or in Katsuki's case, just a slight nod. Dude, that was awesome. And kinda terrifying. Mina said. Yeah. I was seriously worried you were gonna lose it. What did he say to get you so set off? Zero asked. The greenette glanced at Hagakure for a second. Don't worry about it. He said. He could see Kyoka giving him a look, so she definitely heard him. He could also see Ojiro giving him a smile and thumbs up for avenging him. He nodded at the boy. Well, guess I better head out. I've got a match to win. Don't wait up, it won't take long. Denki said, walking away confidently. He's screwed, isn't he? Tsuyu asked. Oh, absolutely. Jiraiya answered. And the girl was correct. Kaminari's indiscriminate shock. 1.3 million volts was easily blocked by the vine-haired girl in an impressive display, leaving the blonde boy fried and easily removed from the ring. Impressive. Pamela commented. Looks like you got a favorite to win, Pammy? Harley teased. Like you don't. Her girlfriend sassed back. I never denied it. The woman answered. Why is that? Inko asked. Pam here has one hell of a plant quirk. Coulda easily gone pro. Quinzel explained. And why didn't you? Mitsuki asked. She don't like people. The women said at the same time, making their companions blink. Back to the hero students, they sweat dropped at his instant loss. An easy victory for the superior class. Minoma yelled from the 1B seats, making Kendo have to knock him out again. All of a sudden I'm glad we got the other aggressive blonde. Ashido said. What did you say about me, raccoon eyes? Said blonde reacted. They ignored him. Ida's match is next. Midoriya, Hagakure, you know the most about his opponent, how do you think this will go? Shoji asked. The duo froze. We forgot to warn him. The invisible girl realized. Izuku nodded grimly, Todoroki and Shinso taking up most of his thoughts. Warn him? About what? Momo asked, worried about her friend. Do you think Ida will lose? The Chaco asked, also concerned. Trust me, losing is not what he should be worried about. The greenette said. Before they could parse out what that could possibly mean, Present Mike announced the next fighters. Up next, from the hero course, he's lean, he's mean, his legs are literally a machine, it's Tenya Ida. The man said excitedly. And his opponent, from the support course, she's put on an impressive showing this entire festival, It's the mistress of machines, Mei Hatsum. As the students walked into the ring, they could immediately tell something was off. And it entirely had to do with what was on Ida's person. Ida, you know the rules. You didn't fill out the proper paperwork for any of that support equipment. Midnight scolded. I'm aware and I apologize, but my opponent is the one who requested I wear this in the spirit of keeping things fair, and I couldn't resist such noble intentions. The boy said, Is that true? You're okay with this? Nemuri asked. Absolutely. The pinkette grinned. Even from this distance, the glint in her eyes was dangerous for the people who knew her. Oh dear. Inko said from the crowd. What's wrong? Masaru asked. I know Mei, she's a delightful young lady. But she's also ambitious. And tends not to give too much mind to how that affects others. She answered. Izuku and Toru grimaced. They really cared about Mei, but they knew what she could be like. We definitely owe Ida an apology. She whispered to him, the boy nodding in response. A feeling that only grew once the match started, and Mei hijacked the speaker system. Power Loader sighed. Of course. Why not? The next 10 minutes were essentially a massive ad read from the Hatsum girl to the various investors. Which went great. For her. Her babies were genuinely amazing and she deserved success. For Tenya though, it was a demonstration in humiliation, the boy unable to touch an opponent who had no interest in knocking him out. It would have been less humiliating if the equipment she gave him was sabotaging him, but it wasn't. It was genuinely helpful, even keeping him from falling out of the ring on a few occasions. And when the presentation ended, Mei simply walked off the stage. Hatsum is out of bounds. Ida is the winner. Midnight said, unsure. You tricked me. Tenya yelled at the girl, who shrugged unfazed. The crowd was silent after whatever that was. Wow. You weren't kiddin', Harleen said. Inko could only sigh. Class 1A were slack-jawed, turning to the cringing duo. That was hilarious. Dark Shadow laughed. Painful is more like it. Zero said. That's one heck of a woman. Mineta said, before shivering as the duo's heads turned to him, Izuku's glare visible and Toru's being felt. In a twisted sort of way, that performance made Momo feel better about her fight. Because nothing could be worse than that. She's certain Bakugo will try his best to prove her wrong. Momo walked towards the arena. Her friends had wished her luck, something she felt she'd definitely need. Her opponent was Katsuki Baku, easily one of the strongest members of Class 1A. His power and control over his quirk was incredible, and he was ruthless in battle. She wasn't sure how she could beat him. Her whole life she'd been told how amazing her quirk was, how easily she would become a hero, and while she wouldn't go so far as to call herself arrogant, she was sure that she would be among the top echelon of her class. But she wasn't. She wasn't even in the top 5. It didn't help that she was surrounded by powerhouses. Midoriya, Todoroki, Uraraka, Bakugo, all of them were stronger or faster, or worked extremely hard to get to where they were. It was a bit humbling. Then the USJ incident happened, and she almost got Kaminari hurt while fighting off the villains. She felt terrible. The boy himself had brushed it off, both him and Jair telling her it was a good plan and that she couldn't have known there was an electric-resistant villain, but still. Talking to Dr. Quinzel helped, reaffirming what her friends said, reminding her that no one got hurt, and that for a kid still in her first week of school that got dropped into a terrifying situation, she still did a great job. It helped a lot. Doing as well as she is in the sports festival also helped her confidence, being an essential part of the second-place team in the cavalry battle. But that run might be coming to an end. She had an idea, but knew she would likely only have one shot. And we're back. And after that last match, I'm sure you're all itching for some more excitement. First up, we have a recommended student, with a big brain and better quirk, Class 1A's Queen of Creation, Momo Yaoyorozu. Mike announced. Taking a deep breath, the Ravenette walked onto the ring, determination etched on her face. And her opponent. He's been a front-runner all day, let's see if he can keep it up. Hope you brought some earplugs, 'cause it's the blonde with an explosive personality, from Class 1A, Katsuki Bakugo. The red-eyed boy walked up casually, before removing his hands from his pockets. Ooh. You got this, Kit Kat. Harleen yelled, blowing a vuvuzela and holding up a foam finger of the ash blonde. Is that Dr. Quinzel? Momo asked. The boy's eye twitched before he sighed. Just ignore her. I try to, he said. Midnight's lips twitched up in amusement. Are you ready? She asked. They both nodded. The R-rated hero counted them down, Katsuki rocketing at Yaoyorozu the moment she was done. Momo created a shield, blocking the impact but stinging slightly from the heat. Making a staff, she swung it at him, the explosive Pomeranian dodging backwards. She threw some shuriken at him that he blew up. Is that all you got, Ponytail? This isn't amateur hour, he yelled. She needed him to think she was floundering for a solution, so she simply grimaced. The boy blasted towards her, making her raise her shield again, only for him to use explosion to blast himself sideways. She gasped before getting hit point blank and sent flying back. She was able to land safely, but he wasn't giving her any time to breathe, a relentless barrage of explosions being sent at her that she didn't fully manage to block. Yikes, he's not holding back, Kaminari said. I'd hope not, Izuku said. Everyone turned to him. Why is that? Mina asked. It means he's taking her seriously. Kaken doesn't play around in a fight, and with how hard he's pushing, he knows she's a threat and he can't give her time to think. In a way, it's a show of respect. The greenette explained. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. The pink-skinned girl responded. That, and if he didn't take her seriously, I'd kick his butt myself. Izuku added, making them blink at him. That's kinda hot. Toru thought to herself. This isn't looking good for Yaoyorozu. Bakugo is relentless. Present Mike said. Shut up and watch. Eraserhead told him. These kids always had something up their sleeves. Momo held up against the assault, up until she lost her shield. In an instant she created flashbangs, detonating them in Katsuki's face, giving her time to move back. While she had a suspicion it wouldn't last long considering who she was fighting, the moment was all she needed. Behind her back, the flashbangs blocking the light of her quirk, she created a canister filled with sodium hydroxide, which should be able to neutralize his nitroglycerin like sweat. By playing on the defensive the whole fight, he'd hopefully underestimate her and allow her to hit him successfully. The Bomberanian shot through the flashes, heading for her. Once he was close enough, she unleashed the canister with the compound, hoping he was too close to avoid it. Unfortunately for her, not only were his reflexes excellent, fighting Harleen taught him to be on guard for anything, especially from those with creation like quirks. He burst upwards at the last second, startling her, before he landed behind her and started blasting again. She made another shield, while her mind raced for another plan. It was too loud to think properly, all her focus staying on the shield, and Bakugo continued to push harder. Die! He yelled, one final explosion knocking her out of bounds. Momo Yaoyorozu is out of bounds. The winner is Katsuki Bakugo. Midnight announced. That's my boy. Harley yelled. Momo sighed. She tried her best. The sound of footsteps had her looking up at Bakugo. Get up. You want to know what your problem is? He asked. What do you mean? She asked, standing up. You're too in your head. Your plan wasn't bad. Might have worked if it wasn't me you were fighting. But it was your only plan. Once I got past it you had nothing. I know you're not a dumbass. With your brains and quirk you could do some insane shit. So work on that and next time maybe you'll give me a real challenge. Now come on. The old lady probably wants to give you a checkup. He said, walking away, the heiress following him. Even though she lost, she didn't feel that bad. Thank you, Bakugo, for the advice. She said genuinely. He just scared and kept walking. Once they returned to her class, Momo was greeted with congratulations on her performance and condolences for the loss and questions about her well-being. She smiled at them. She'd never really had friends before, but she was happy to have them now. Zero had already left before she arrived, and it was just in time for his fight. Up next, don't let the plain face and weird elbows fool you, he's got the skills to pay the bills. From Class 1A, Hantaciro. Present Mike said. She could tell he was less than enthused about his introduction. And his opponent, another front-runner all day, with a demeanor as cool as his quirk, another recommended student who'll hopefully do better than the last, son of Endeavor, from Class 1A, Shoto Todoroki. Well, that was just rude. She felt a bit of vindication at noticing Aizawa-sensei smacking the other man. Something's wrong, Midoriya said suddenly, eyes fixed on the fighters. What do you mean? Momo asked. I see it too, Uraraka said, frown pulling at her lips. I see Hod is gonna pull something. Bakuga glared. The others were confused about that. They looked closer at Todoroki. They couldn't properly see his expression, but they think they noticed the issue. He's always been a bit cold, but his face had never looked that dark before. When Midnight counted them down, Siro immediately shot a line of tape, wrapping it around Todoroki, and trying to swing him out of the ring. The crowd gasped, ready for the upset of the festival. Until Shoto looked up, and even Momo flinched at his eyes. A glacier, made by the biggest ice attack Shoto had ever produced, visible from even outside the stadium, engulfed Hanta, immobilizing him immediately, and winning Shoto the match. That was overkill. Mineta shivered. Tsuyu was already starting to drift off from the cold, her classmates huddling up to warm her up. Momo created a heater to help. She noticed Midoriya didn't stop staring at Todoroki, outrage sparking faintly in his eyes even as he held Hagakure close to help with her warmth. Whatever was going to happen next was going to be intense. It took a bit of time to repair the damage Todoroki did to the ring, but eventually it was time for the next fight. Coming up next, she put on an unexpectedly dazzling performance in the second round, but can she do the same here? From Class 1A, the unseen superstar, Toru Hagakure. Present, Mike said. The invisible girl walked onto the ring. She honestly never expected to make it this far. Not with so many powerful students competing. She was never the biggest fan of her quirk. Her whole life she'd been overlooked, forgotten, literally and figuratively invisible. She compensated by making her presence felt, always being loud and as physically expressive as her clothes allowed her to be. And it worked somewhat, but it wasn't enough. Which is why she decided to become a hero. While not the most honorable motivation, especially compared to someone like Izuku who wanted to save people for the sake of saving people, it was still her main motivation at the start. Because heroes were noticed, their names and faces everywhere, and if she managed to become one, she would never be forgotten again. It was a slide of luck that she made it into UA, the entrance exam robots being unable to see her, which allowed her to get more points. She was ecstatic on the first day, which made it all the more crushing when she placed last in the quirk assessment test. It seemed she was destined to be forgotten after all. Though, it seemed the universe was on her side. Because that's when she truly first met him. Izuku Midoriya. He jumped to her defense the way no one had before, and she was basically a total stranger at the time. Even though Aizawa-sensei revealed the expulsion to be a logical ruse, she couldn't help but feel grateful to the Greenette for standing up for her. And it wasn't a one-off thing either. His sheer offense at the previous costume she had been given, his concern her during the chaos in the cafeteria, even carrying her to Recovery Girl after, his protecting her from Shigaraki even at the cost of his control. It was like he was doing everything in his power to endear himself to her, and it worked. She'd never felt so cared for before. Never felt so seen. And it still didn't stop there. It was because of him that she met her next favorite person. Mei Hatsum was, for lack of a better term, a hurricane in human form. She was wild, chaotic, creative, and caring to those close to her. When she was introduced to her to give her a proper costume, she was not expecting the girl to go above and beyond. It was because of the manic pinkette that for the first time in years, Toru had hope of being visible. Her and Izuku, both geniuses in their own right, put time and energy into figuring that out for her, and she could never appreciate them enough. In the time between the reveal and the start of the festival, any time not spent training with Izuku, or practicing the surprise, was spent helping Mei. Knowing more about the girl, it warmed her heart that she trusted her enough, liked her enough, to let her with her babies. They were all unseen in different ways, but they resolved to see each other. Present Mick's voice brought her back to the present as he introduced her opponent. And her opponent, the perfect sword and shield, offense and defense, from Class 1B, Tetsu. He said. She knew this was a bad matchup. Physically, she stood no chance in a straight fight. But she'd try her best. For Izuku, for Mei, for herself. Her friends watched, definitely nervous. This is going to be tough for her. Ojiro said. She's not going to be able to do any damage. Denki said. What do you think, Midoriya? Sato asked. The greenette was silent, focusing on the ring, waiting for the fight to start. She's totally got this. Mei said next to him. Wait the second, Mei? Everyone blinked at the support student. When did you get here? Chako asked. Not important. She waved her off. They would disagree. But they didn't have the chance to as Midnight started the fight. Tetsu turned to steel, ready for action. Hagakure stood ready, dodge rolling out of the way when he got close. He moved for another punch that was also avoided. She couldn't block and she couldn't strike back, which left her little options. Fortunately, dodging was one of those options and she was really hard to hit. Even with her uniform on, it was hard to know exactly where her body was and what she was doing. She could use that. Running away isn't manly. He yelled at her. Weave, duck, roll, jump, spin, dodge, all to avoid the metal boy. To keep him frustrated. And a flash from her quirk definitely helped in that regard. To the crowd, this was easily one of the least entertaining fights. It was basically just one kid punching air with a few flashes thrown in. Is Hagakure planning on boring him into SBMsen? 'Cause that's what it looks like from up here. Hisashi said. Shota glared at his friend. He was a good hero and was most likely playing it up for the audience, but he was not helping. Especially as it seemed some of the crowd genuinely thought along those lines. How illogical. He said to himself. She was playing smart, not unlike he did. Against heteromorphic quirks, he was essentially quirkless, so he had to play differently. That's what she was doing. She's leading him. Aizawa said, unknowingly at the same time as his main problem child. Izuku grinned. They talked about something like this. About situations where you can't beat them in a straight fight. Tetsu was basically Kirishima in a different font, which meant he could take hits of higher power than she could possibly output. If this was a real fight, unarmed as she was, Hagakure would have been in serious trouble. But it wasn't. She didn't need to take him down, she just needed to get him out. With each use of her warp reflector, she was disorienting, blinding and frustrating Tetsu to the point where he didn't notice where he was. That was his girl. The steel boy let out a battle cry, running in to finish it. They were both getting tired and he was certain he had her pinned. It's over! He screamed. Her smirk was audible. Yes, it is. With a final flash of light, one that had Tetsu closing his eyes, she ducked under his punch, grabbed his arm, and with a mighty heave, flipped him over her shoulder, him being made of metal bead med. The sound as he hit the ground reverberated through the stadium. Tetsu is out of bounds. The winner is Toru Hagakure. Midnight announced. The invisible girl breathed a sigh of relief. She'd actually done it. Then she heard the cheering. Izuku and Mei were not quiet in the slightest, pride evident in their cheers. And they weren't the only ones. Not bad. Not bad at all. Aizawa smirked. A little more polish and she could be a great hero. Told you so. Mei told the class. Oh. She's stronger than I thought. Mina said. Of course she is. She hangs around Deku. Bakugo said. Was that a compliment, Kaken? The greenette asked with a smirk. Shut the F up, nerd. He responded. When Hagakure returned, it was to a hug from her duo. She felt the warmth on her skin. She was so happy to have them. The next fight was pretty underwhelming, with Mina handily beating Aoyama, but while it was going on, something elsewhere was going wrong, as in the city of Hosu, Tensei Ida approached an alleyway. So it really is you. Ingenium said. The man he spoke to looked up. The hero tensed, feeling the danger in those eyes. The infamous hero killer, Stain. Coming up next, she's been rocketing through the competition, and she's looking to continue that. Guru of Gravity, shooting star of Class 1A, Ochako Uraraka. Present, Mike announced. The girl walked up, brimming with confidence. Huh, Shooting Star isn't a bad name for when I'm using OFA. She mused. And her opponent, the perfect sword and shield, offense and defense, from Class 1A, Ijiro Kirishima. The blonde man said. The redhead walked onto the stage. Wait, wasn't that the same thing he said about Tetsu? He asked in dismay. You got this horn, buddy. Mina cheered from the stands. I dunno, does he? Tsu asked. What do you mean? The pink-skinned girl asked. Kirishima can take a hit, but all Uraraka needs to do is touch him once and she can get him out of ring. The frog girl said. That took the wind out of Mina's sails a bit. Shitty hair should know about that. Katsuki said suddenly, making Ishido perk up. It's the most basic play she has. If he doesn't have a plan to deal with it, I'll kick his butt for being an idiot. No sooner had he said that than Midnight decided to start the match. Ochako, glowing in the light of the newly dubbed Shooting Star technique, charged at the other student. The boy hardened himself and rushed to meet her. While some questioned the reasoning, or lack thereof, of running straight at a girl who could beat you in one touch, others could tell he was up to something. As the fighters neared, the sharp-toothed boy suddenly hardened, moving with unexpected speed to dodge her grab and make her overshoot and have to steady herself. What a dodge from Kirishima! Mike said. Interesting. He's much heavier when his body is hardened, so by running at her before returning to normal, it's kinda like someone taking off weights as they train, meaning a surprisingly quick movement speed. But how long will he be able to avoid her? Izuku muttered. As Uraraka balanced herself, Kirishima ran in for a punch, hardening his arm beforehand for a major impact, if she hadn't rolled out of the. That was close, but you won't get me with that again. She told him. He grinned, hardened arm punching the arena in a display of excitement, breaking some of the cement. We'll see about that, he said. Once more they ran at each other, but this time Ochako was ready for him to pivot out of the way of her hand. Only he didn't do that. He instead threw something at her, the object hitting her right on the pads on her hand and losing its gravity, while also distracting her enough for him to land a solid blow that knocked her back. Direct hit. Mina cheered. But what did he throw at her? Kaminari asked. The concrete from the arena. He wasn't just being an overexcited dumbass when he broke it. Bakugu said. With the girl disoriented, Ijiro tried to land another blow, but she was able to avoid it to land a strong kick against hardened skin. She tried touching him again, confident she could get him this time. And he was worried she would too. He didn't exactly have much to work with against someone like her. But he wouldn't quit. Kirishima hardened his legs and stomped before she could remove his gravity. Arms ready, he threw a jab that she avoided, allowing her to touch him before quickly backing away. But he didn't float away. What's this? Kirishima has literally planted himself to the ground. Hisashi yelled. I'm not done yet. He declared. He knew he probably wouldn't win, not at this point, but he was going to make her work for it. With no choice but to physically knock him out of the ring, Ochako engaged in close combat. Shooting Star met hardening, jab met block, punch met kick, and she could tell hitting him was hurting her more than him. She needed to end this fast, lest she get too worn down for other fights. She needed a higher percentage. Willing more of one for all into her arm, the girl winced as it began to hurt, deciding not to risk going any higher. If one looked closely, they could see glowing red veins starting to appear. Meteor smash. She yelled. The punch landed, and the arena keeping Kirishima in the fight couldn't withstand the hit. The boy was launched out, crashing into a wall. Kirishima is out of bounds. Uraraka is the winner, Nimuri said. Ochako breathed a sigh of relief, before hissing a bit, her arms sore. Still, she released her quirk, gravity returning to Ijiro, before she walked over to him. Are you okay? She asked. Okay? I'm more than okay. That fight was so manly, he exclaimed, grin wide. Yeah, I lost, but I gave it my all. She smiled at him. Wanna walk to recovery, girl? She asked. He nodded, the duo walking off in good spirits. Mina pouted. Darn it, he lost. But he did pretty good. Denki said, especially with the bad matchup for this competition. Jairu added. Not bad, shitty hair. Katsuki said. Then he noticed movement. Izuku stood up. Midoriya, I suppose you are going to prepare for your fight with Todoroki? Momo asked. Yeah. The brunette said, walking away. Hey nerd. The ash blonde said, making him stop. Don't blow this. I don't plan to. Midoriya responded as he left. Was that weirdly intense to anyone else? Mineta asked. For once they had to agree. Izuku walked through the halls of UA towards the ring, dangerous glint in his eyes. If Todoroki didn't want to take this seriously, then he was going to make him. Not just for the people he wants to save, but for the boy himself. He was observant, especially with quirks, so he saw how much the other boy was hurting himself. How he shivered after fighting Zero. His quirk was half cold, half hot, not just ice. That's why Endeavor did what he did, so his son would have balance. The man himself was known to overheat, which would be countered by the cold, while the ice would be kept from freezing him by the fire. If he didn't use his full quirk, it was only a matter of time before something bad happened. He wouldn't let that slide. He turned a corner and froze, outrage hissing under his skin. You're Izuku Midoriya, correct? My son's next opponent. Enji Todoroki, the number 2 hero, Endeavor, asked, though he definitely already knew. Izuku glared, trying to stamp down his quirk. So what if I am? He responded. If he was surprised by the hostility, he didn't show it. I've been watching you. Your power is impressive. Almost as impressive as Shoto's. He said. The mention of the boy made his quirk angrier. He grit his teeth, May's baby keeping him in line. Your point? I have a fight to get to. He asked. My Shoto is stubborn, going through this ridiculous rebellious phase and refusing to use his fire. I expect you to challenge him, to show him how he'll never succeed like that. That is all. The man said, walking past him. He kept in his growl. It would be so easy to let loose, to claim his anger monitor malfunctioned, to let Outrage run wild against Endeavor. He probably wouldn't win, but he'd make the man hurt. But he couldn't. Not only because insinuating something of May's failed like that was an absolute no-go, but it wouldn't help anyone to attack him physically, much like Dr. Quinzel and her bullies in America when she was in school. Doesn't mean he can't do so verbally. You're pathetic. Izuku said. Enji paused. Come again? He asked menacingly. He was surprised by the intensity of the boy's glare. Todoroki isn't you. He never will be. And you're pathetic for thinking otherwise. I'm still going to push him, for his sake, not yours. Have a shitty day, number 2. The brunette said, walking away and ignoring the raised temperature from the fuming man he left behind. Alright folks, if you thought the last fight was exciting, then this will knock you out of your seats. Mike said. Ochako and Kirishima returned to their seats. We didn't miss anything. The girl said in relief. Up first, the boy who needs no introduction, the powerhouse president of Class 1A, Izuku Midoriya. About time. Tamura said. Rumi began paying attention again. Izuku walked out head held high. You can win this, baby. Inko cheered. You got this, green bean. Harley agreed, foam finger at the ready. Go Izuku. Toru cheered. Up against the ice-cold candy cane who absolutely decimated his last opponent, Shoto Todoroki. The bi-colored boy walked out as well, gaze locked onto his opponent. Who do you guys think is going to win? Shoji asked. The bitter cold of Todoroki's soul can cut down most foes, but the blinding light of Midoriya's fury might prove too great a challenge. Tokoyami said. Midoriya is gonna kick his butt. Dark Shadow said. I don't know. Todoroki is seriously scary. Kaminari said. Green's got this. May said confidently. What about you, Bakugu? Tsuyu asked. The boy glared down. That's a stupid question. He said. He did not elaborate. The stadium held its breath as midnight counted them down. At word go, Shoto unleashed a massive ice attack, engulfing the other boy. What an opening! Is Midoriya down already? Hisashi yelled. Don't ask stupid questions. Eraserhead said. The telltale glow of outrage was visible through the ice, making Todoroki tense. With a powerful yell, the ice shattered to reveal Izuku, the boy exhaling deeply, before his eyes opened, power visible. "You'll have to do better than that," he said. Shoto glared. He started firing more ice at his target, hoping to overwhelm him. Then the green net blurred. Shoto didn't have time to brace himself before there was the sound of shattered ice and a punch in the gut, making him stumble back. "A little slow there, Todoroki. Tell me, are you cold?" he asked. Gritting his teeth, he sent another wave of ice, one that was weaker than the ones before it, standing no chance against the green wrecking ball. He used it as a distraction, however, giving him time to create a slide of ice to get some room between them. Shards of ice were then shot at Midoriya, who simply let the aura of outrage flare, destroying them. "Come on, you said your ice would be enough. So prove it," he yelled. Total domination by Midoriya, Mike said. Shoto shivered, frost beginning to form on his skin. It made the green net matter. With a growl, he rushing in, delivering a blow that launched Todoroki back. "He's gonna go out of bounds," Hanta exclaimed. And Shoto knew that. He wasn't good enough with his mother's ice yet. He'd have to train harder, get stronger. He sailed through the air to his defeat, only for him to stop suddenly. He looked to see Midoriya, the boy having caught him before he could be eliminated. "We're not done here," he said lowly. Then, to the shock of almost everyone, he threw him back to the center of the ring. "What's he doing?" "He had that," Mineta asked. "Do you think he lost control of his quirk?" Kirishima asked. "No," Katsuki said. "The nerd still has control." "Then what's going on?" Bujiro asked. Shoto was wondering the same thing. "What are you doing?" he asked through a shiver. "You said you'd show your ice could handle anything. So show me how you intend to handle me," Izuku said. He was walking forward at a leisurely pace, as if Shoto wasn't a threat to him. The ice shards easily batted away proved he wasn't. "Looking a little chilly. If only you had a way to warm up," he taunted. "What is this? Did my father get to you?" he asked angrily, before doubling over Izuku's fist in his stomach. "I'm not even going to undersell how stupid that question was," he said. "Twerp's more ruthless than I thought," Shigaraki observed. "Back to the fight, if you could call it that," Shoto stumbled away. "Look at yourself, Todoroki. You're freezing. If I was a villain, you'd already be dead. The people you were protecting would already be dead. All because you were too stubborn." Midoriya growled. "I refuse to use his power," the boy said. "It's not his power. You do not have Hellflame, you have half cold, half hot. It's your power and no one else's. If you can't see that, then why do you want to become a hero in the first place?" he yelled. His eyes widened. But he then remembered. His mother, he didn't want to be a hero like Endeavor who would hurt her. Yet she told him he could be one anyway. How could he have forgotten her words, her smile? There was silence. Then there was fire. The surge of heat startled everyone. Shoto had the widest smile on his face. Rumi's grin was feral. The kid was holding out on him and he knew it, but wouldn't let it stand. "Not bad," she said. Unbeknownst to him, Izuku's smile was the same. Enji was yelling something, but neither cared. "Why are you smiling? You know you just made winning harder?" the bicolored boy asked. "'Cause now I get a real fight." With a yell, outrage flared, adding onto Todoroki's tempest. The energy and heat could be felt from the stands. "These kids are insane," Cementos exclaimed. "About Diamond time. Quit playing around, Deku," Katsuki yelled, though even he was grinning. Ochako smiled. "He got through to him." "You heard him." Izuku grinned. The boy rushed forward, uncaring of the torrent of fire being shot at him. Cementos put up a wall to intervene, moments before a massive explosion shook everything, blinding the audience. "Holy shit!" Tamura exclaimed. "Seriously, Eraser, what are you teaching these kids?" Hisashi questioned. The sudden change in temperature combined with the problem child's power caused that explosion. The underground hero sighed. These kids would be the death of him. Midnight coughed, blowing away smoke. She looked for the kids. Knocked out against a wall, she saw Todoroki. And in the ring, singed but standing, was Midoriya. "Todoroki is out of bounds," The winner is Midoriya, Nomuri announced. The audience burst into cheers at the phenomenal match. Izuku looked at Todoroki being carried off by medical bots and smiled slightly. No matter what happened next, that was someone he helped save. Shoto woke up to an unfamiliar room. His head was pounding, but he tried to look around anyway. Careful there. That fight did quite a number to you, Recovery Girl said. That clued him into being in the nurse's office. How is Midoriya? He managed to ask. That explosion wasn't exactly lacking in power. The youthful heroine said. You kids need to learn to worry about yourselves. You were dangerously close to hypothermia and frostbite until the end there, and it was immediately followed up by you two blowing the ring to Kingdom Come. She scolded. Sorry. Was that the right thing to say? The woman sighed, so maybe it wasn't. You're lucky this is your first stunt. As for Midoriya, I already checked him out. He had a few injuries, nothing my quirk couldn't handle. He's actually waiting outside for you, she said. Can you send him in? Todoroki asked. You should be resting, but I know your type. You won't be able to relax until you get this over with. Just try not to talk about anything too stressful. Recovery Girl advised before walking out to send the greenette in. Are you okay, Todoroki? Izuku asked. I'm better than I was before. I have to thank you, Midoriya. The bi-colored boy said. I was so caught up in opposing my father that I forgot what my mother would have wanted. To see me grow into my own hero with my full power. Most people don't thank someone for blowing them up. I'm happy I could help. I'd apologize for going so hard against you, but I knew overwhelming force was probably the only way to get through to you. Midoriya said. You're probably right. He admitted. It still feels surreal, using my fire side. Have you considered talking to someone? Like a professional? Izuku asked. Like Dr. Quinzel? Shoto inquired. She may be a little odd, but she could help you work through this. And if not her, then maybe someone else. The bi-colored boy was quiet for a moment. I'll think about it, he said. It was then that Recovery Girl returned. Okay, that's enough. He still needs his rest. I don't know what you were talking about, but it was probably about the beating you gave him. From what I know about you, I can assume you thought that was necessary for something, but I do wish beating each other silly wasn't the solution you picked, she said. Midoriya smiled nervously before waving goodbye to Shoto and leaving the room. Shoto closed his eyes, a new resolve burning in his chest. He would become a hero that would make his mother proud. A hero half as good as Midoriya. Returning to the stands, Midoriya asked if he had missed Toru's match. Dude, the arena still isn't fixed from you and Todoroki's fight. Zero said. It was true. Though Cementos was working on it, the damage from the explosion was still being worked on. It didn't look like it would be much longer till it was done, but the fact it took so long at all was saying something. What was with that, by the way? You were dominating him, then threw him back in. So you asked. Phrasing. Mineta chuckled, getting a slap from her tongue. I'm sorry, but that's not my story to tell. If Todoroki wants to explain, then he'll do it, but until then I can't answer that. He said. I guess that's fair. The frog girl responded. My baby maker knows how to keep confidential information. May grinned, causing the greenette to blush and the others to sputter. It should have been me. Not him. Mineta lamented in his head. He'd say it out loud if Midoriya wouldn't snap him like a toothpick. Oh, what kind of babies are you making that need to be kept confidential? Maybe I could join the process? Mina teased. The change in the air had nothing to do with miasma, and the pink-skinned girl shuddered at the dangerous look in those crosshair eyes. Or not. You and Hagakure look like you have that covered. She backtracked. Izuku's blush only got worse. Katsuki snorted, making him glare at him. A bit later, Cementos finished his repairs and the next fight could begin. Can we get a thank you for Cementos and his hard work? Now we can go on to the next fight. Unseen but not unnoticed, invisible but not incompetent, from Class 1A, Toru Hagakure. Present, Mike announced. The invisible girl once more walked out, feeling much less confident about this fight than the previous one. And her opponent, the chlorophyll combatant, Viridian Virtuoso, from Class 1B, Ibara Shiozaki. He said. The other girl was as serene as ever as she walked up. Midnight counted them down, and immediately Toru was moving. Her only real chance was to get in close and hopefully disorient her before she could be knocked out. It was working for a bit, the other girl having trouble spotting her, but at the end of the day, against the sheer amount of vines and her opponent's control, there wasn't much in her current skill set to help her. She was bound and immobilized not too long after. Be honest, can you move? Nomuri asked. No. She answered. Toru Hagakure is immobilized. The winner is Shiozaki. She announced. Oh my, that was fast. I hope Hagakure is okay. Yaoyorozu said. At least I'm not the only one she took down quick. Kaminari remarked, getting him a stab from Jiru's jacks. Hey dumbass, do you want Midoriya to kill you? She asked. Midoriya's not here. Sato said. They blinked, turned to look, and lo and behold, Midoriya and Hatsum were absent. It wasn't hard to guess where they were, but how they left so fast without anyone noticing was definitely a question. Getting freed from the vines, Toru retreated to the halls of UA, where she was greeted by her duo. Guess I'm out now, she said. If they allowed you to use my babies, you would have one. Mei said. It was an injustice. But you showed them what you were made of anyway, even without an offensive quirk. Toru, you still made it to the second round of the third event of the sports festival. I can't begin to tell you how amazing that is. How amazing you are. Izuku said genuinely. The laugh that she let out was entirely genuine. Thanks guys. But Izuku, I'm counting on you to win this now. Me too. Imagine the endorsement from the sports festival winner. And you deserve it. Mei said. The greenette chuckled. I won't let you down. It's time for the next brawl. Your first fighter, built for speed and running through the competition, from Class 1A, Tenya Ida. Present, Mike announced. The brother of Ingenium walked onto the stage, ready for action. He was proud of himself for making it this far, and he hoped his brother was as well. He had tried to contact him beforehand but was unable to for some reason. It was most likely that his brother was diligently out on patrol, protecting innocent civilians and must not want to be disturbed. He truly was an ideal to live up to. And his opponent, bright and fun, but don't get to close unless you want to feel the acid burn. From Class 1A, Mina Ishido. The blonde man said. The pink-skinned girl was grinning wide. This was gonna be awesome. Who do you think is gonna win? Zero asked. Ishido's got this in the bag. Kirishima said. I personally believe Ida will be victorious. Yaoyorozu said. It really all depends on reaction time. Midoriya said. Ida is faster than her without a doubt, but he specializes in close combat, something that can be really dangerous against Ishido. If he can get her out before she has the chance to do anything, then that's his best bet, but he risks taking damage to his engines in the process. The others blinked at him, Mei and Toru sitting there. When did you get back? Ujiro asked. They just shrugged in response. Midnight counted them down, Mina immediately taking action. Let's make it rain, she exclaimed. Using her quirk, she began spreading puddles of acid all over the area. She was limiting Tenya's movement options by making moving at her at high speed a risk. The glasses-wearing boy ran at her, unable to properly build up momentum between the acid on the ground and the acid being sent his way. Grinning, Ishido began skating on her acid, closing the distance and launching a kick at her opponent. He was able to dodge it, but it spread more acid behind him as a result. Not losing momentum, Mina was able to turn the missed kick into a spin to throw a punch that Tenya instinctively blocked with his arms, hissing as it sizzled with the sting of the acid. He threw a kick at her, the girl dropping down to dodge it and sweep at his legs, though he was able to jump over the attack. This is bad. If it keeps going like this, it'll only get more dangerous for Ida to move. Tsu said. And the boy knew this. He had to take her out and fast. The acid was a detriment to him, but that didn't mean he couldn't use it to his advantage. He just had to time it right. Mina moved in close for another hit, but he ducked the punch, pushing through the acid that dripped on him as a result, and struck. Recipro burst! He yelled. The charged-up kick connected, hitting Ishido hard. The pink-skinned girl was sent skidding back, desperately trying to stop her own momentum, but the pools of acid she left behind worked against her, keeping her sliding back until she fell on her but outside the ring. Mina Ishido is eliminated by ring out. The winner is Ida. Namuri called, making the crowd cheered. Oh man, she lost. Ajiro said. It was a valiant attempt. Fumikage said. Ida approached the girl to help her up. Dang, I thought I had you there for a second. She said. You performed well. I wasn't sure if I could win for a moment. He responded. Well, whatever. At least we looked really cool. She grinned. As the duo walked off, Ida couldn't help but wonder if his brother was proud of how he handled that. Elsewhere, lying bleeding in an alleyway, was Tensei Ida. Ingenium couldn't move and sounded like he was struggling to breathe. His attacker liked the blood off his blade. All of you fake heroes will be cold at my hands, said the infamous hero killer, Stain. Sorry, little brother. I might not be around to see you grow into an amazing hero. He thought to himself as he began to lose consciousness. But that's not relevant yet, we're here for kids fighting after all. The two students returned to their friends, getting congratulated for the cool fight. Then the atmosphere changed as Katsuki stood up. Round cheeks, I'm expecting a decent challenge before I win. He told the brunette, walking away. Yeesh, talk about intense. Kaminari said. That's how he always is. Midoriya said. Well, I better not disappoint. Until I win, of course. Uraraka said confidently, walking away as well. This is gonna be awesome. Mineta said. And bright. Dark Shadow lamented. They're both powerhouses. I think the only people stronger than them in class are Midoriya and Todoroki. It should be an even fight. Shoji theorized. I don't think so. Izuku said, making them look at him. What do you mean? Hagakure asked. Uraraka is strong and she can only get stronger, but it won't help her against Kaken. The Greenette said. He may be a cocky d a lot of the time, but he can definitely back it up. Especially with this matchup. Even with Shooting Star, her main aim is usually to touch her opponent and rig the fight in the favor, but that won't help against his maneuverability in the air. And it's a relatively new technique versus an opponent who knows the current limitations of his quirk inside and out. That's not to say she can't win, but as it is, the way she is now, she's not beating Bakugo without something dramatic. When Cementos dealt with all the acid, it was time for the fight to begin. Here we are again for what'll surely be an explosive match. Your first fighter, he's all bite and a lot of bark. He's blown the competition so far sky high and is ready for me. From Class 1A, Katsuki Bakugo. Hizashi said. The ash blonde walked up casually. Win this Kit Kat. Harley cheered, Vuvuzela blowing and foam finger at the ready. And his opponent, the astronomical attacker, sending foes flying off and taking them down. From Class 1, Ochako Uraraka. Mike said. The brunette walked up, gaze steady. She knew this would be tough, but she was ready to give it her all. The arena seemed to hold its breath as midnight counted them down. Then it began. Light of Shooting Star surrounding her, Ochako charged at Bakugo who, not to be outdone, shot forward as well. They met in the middle, Uraraka throwing a punch that he was able to avoid and respond with a point-blank explosion, sending her back. Not giving her time to breathe, the boy rocketed forward, launching a series of explosions at the girl, who thankfully managed to avoid some with her agility and respond with a quick strike to land her first blow. It staggered Katsuki for a second, but not more, as proven when her next attempt was blasted away from. Stun grenade. He yelled, blasts that were more sound and light than heat shooting from his palms, successfully disorienting the girl enough to get in close for another big hit, her rolling back managing to stand. She then stomped, breaking the ring in a manner not dissimilar to Kirishima in his fight with her, and using the chunks of cement as ammunition, removing their gravity to send them at higher speed towards the boy. He began blasting past them, privately thanking Quinzel for getting him used to sheet being chucked at him, but couldn't avoid them all, having to hurriedly throw out a big boom to deal with some. The cloud from the explosion was the perfect cover for Ochako to get closer and stun him with an uppercut, before touching him on instinct to remove his gravity, and throwing him to the edge of the ring. What a play! Is this the end for Bakugo? Mike asked. The ash blonde glared, before launching himself into the air. Is that all you got? He asked. The fight just entered its second phase. With speed greater than before, he launched at her and landed a devastating explosion, sending her back. What followed was brutal. Not giving her time to think, let alone release her quirk, he flew around the ring, blowing her to kingdom come with every hit. It didn't matter if it sent him flying as well, he would always reorient himself for another blow. Even with Shooting Star, Ochako didn't have the experience to handle this, and the technique was the only reason she was still in the fight. Any hits she tried to land were avoided and she received a major hit for her troubles. This is getting hard to watch. Someone in the crowd said, Yeah. Stop it and just take her out, kid. No need to do this to her. Someone else yelled. And he wants to be a hero? Another person said. The crowd began to mutter in distaste. Quit toying with her. The pro said. Harlene's eye twitched. Don't do it, Harles. Pamela said. I just want to talk to him. She said calmly. Izuku growled, outrage sparking. Only his girl's hands on his shoulder and Mei's baby keeping him from wringing someone's neck. Who said that? Aizawa said suddenly. If you're a pro, I suggest you hang up your license right now. The person who spoke sputtered. Uraraka is here to be a hero. The fact she's still in the ring at all is a sign of how strong she really is, and Bakugo knows that. It's why he's going all out, not doing something as stupid as underestimating her. It's a sign of respect. They're going to be heroes one day, and I can already tell they'll be better heroes than you ever were. He said. Couldn't have said it better myself, Razor. Harley said. Didn't mean she wouldn't be leaving several pranks in retaliation. As Bakugo went for another hit, Uraraka was able to react, delivering a devastating punch that would have been ring out if the boy hadn't been able to stabilize himself. Not bad. But it's time to win this sheet. He smirked. Couldn't agree more. She panted. She had to end this. This was gonna hurt. Bakugo began blasting himself around, air pressure and his own sweat mixing into a vortex that promised destruction. Meanwhile, Ochako focused, red lines surrounding her arm as she pulled her full power into it. Howitzer impact. Katsuki yelled. Meteor smash. Ochako yelled. The impact as they collided was worse than Izuku and Shoto's fight. The wind, heat, and air pressure combined to make a blinding display of sheer power. More durable people pulled others behind them to protect from the blast that was easily heard even outside the stadium. Dust and smoke filled the air. What happened? Who won? Present Mike asked. As the smoke cleared, they were able to see the winner. Katsuki Bakugo is out of bounds. The winner is Uraraka. Midnight said after a bit, looking at the knocked-out teen on the ground. After a beat, the crowd went absolutely insane. That was spectacular. It was so loud, they didn't hear the pained grunt and quiet scream. But Midoriya did, eyes snapping to Ochako. The girl was kneeling in pain, arm purple, mangled, and definitely broken. That was what she meant when she said it was too much strain on her body. One classmate out cold, one severely injured. He watched the medical bots carry them away. Even still, he couldn't shake the feeling they'd be proud of that performance. Maybe being a bit crazy was in the hero job description. Beep, 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 beep. It was to the repetitive beeping sound that Ochako awoke. The brunette blinked groggily, trying to get her bearings. Where am I? She asked. Worry not, young Uraraka. Yagi said. You are merely in the nurse's office. Nurse's office? Why would she be here? It took her a moment for the memory to make itself known. Oh, right, the fight against Bakugo. I broke my arm. Uraraka said. Yes, you did. Which was extremely reckless, mind you. Recovery girl scolded. What were you thinking? I couldn't beat Bakugo as I was. I needed more power. He was giving it his all, so I had to do the same. Go plus ultra. She explained sheepishly. The youthful heroine stared at her flatly before sighing. Of course he picked someone almost as bad as him. She said, making the skeletal man cough awkwardly. It's no wonder I can't retire with you kids around. I was able to heal your arm, the energy needed making you fall asleep for a bit. You're lucky this is your first big injury. With Toshinori teaching you I expected more. The girl sat up. Does that mean I can still fight? She asked. Yes. But try not to do something like that again. RG said, before glaring at Yagi and smacking his shin with her cane, making him wince. And don't you dare praise her for it. I wouldn't dream of it. The man said. She didn't believe him. Wait, Ochako said, how's Bakugu? Your friend somehow woke up before you. Stubborn boy wouldn't rest more than the bare minimum before leaving. Honestly, kids these days. She shook her head. Yeah, that sounded like Bakugu. After being given some gummies to recover her energy, the successor of All Might left the room to reunite with her friends. There she is. Biggest badass around. Mina cheered. That fight was so manly. Kirishima grinned. Similar sentiments were shared by the rest of the class. The permanent blush on her cheeks deepened at the compliments. How's the arm? Katsuki suddenly said, drawing attention to himself. Good as new. Hope you're not mad I beat you. Uraraka said. The ash blonde scoffed. Please. I told you to give me a challenge and you did. And even then you had to blow your arm to sheet with power you can't handle yet to win. He said, before his grin grew feral. All that means is I have to get stronger so I can beat you absolutely, no matter what power you pull out. Her grin grew sharp in response. You'll try, but I'm gonna keep improving too. She said, loving this energy. I'm getting pumped up just being here. Kaminari said excitedly. The chatter continued until the ring was repaired, which meant it was time for Izuku's fight. Avenge me, Izuku. Toru said dramatically. He flashed her a grin that made her quietly swoon before walking off. Oh, you are so cute. Mina squealed. Anyway, how do you think this will go? Midoriya totally has this right? Kyoka asked. Most likely. We don't know how strong her vines really are, but we know Midoriya is probably stronger. Todoroki said. They turned to him. Seriously, how did you get here? Zero asked. Ida walked. The bi-colored boy answered, genuinely confused. You didn't notice him? Weird, I did. Mei shrugged. Ignoring that their classmates and the Pinkette might secretly be ninjas, they turned to the sound of Mick's voice. After another ring-shattering showdown, it's time for the next fight to earn a spot in the finals. You know him, you love him, you should be scared of making him mad, Izuku Midoriya. He said. The boy walked up. He'd come this far and he was not losing here. And his opponent, the Flora fighter and sole representative of Class 1B, Ibara Shiozaki. He said. Ibara walked up to the sound of her classmates cheering her own. Show that 1A show off the superiority of 1B. Monoma yelled. We're not with him. Setsuna yelled to Class 1A. She did not want the nuclear green bean set at them. Odrat. Now we're cheering for different kiddos. Harley said to her girlfriend, faux distraught. I think our relationship will survive. Pamela smiled. As midnight counted them down, Shiozaki sent her vines through the ground to trap the greenette. While fast, the plants weren't fast enough to catch the speedy boy who weaved through them. As he got closer to her, she withdrew the vines to form a barrier, blocking his punch. They spread out again, attempting to ensnare him. Outrage flared, him launching himself back to avoid them. I'm afraid I cannot let you proceed. My classmates are relying on me. Ibra said. I can't lose either. Toru is counting on me getting some payback. He retorted, Jiru snorting from the stands. The vines were sent at him again, Izuku mentally apologizing for his next move, as the boy rushed around, grabbing the plants and ignoring the thorns, until he had them all in his grasp. The greenette then pulled, dragging her forward with a startled yelp, as he spun around, using the momentum to throw her out of the ring. Shiozaki is eliminated by ring out. The winner is Midoriya. Nemuri announced. Nu. Monoma lamented. Looks like he avenged you after all. Tsu teased. There was never a doubt. The invisible girl said. Izuku returned to the stands just as Ochako and Ito were leaving. Good luck out there. He said. Much appreciated, Midoriya. Tenya said. He was honestly worried about this fight. He didn't exactly have aerial maneuverability on his side. I'll be seeing you in the finals, Ochako told him. They hurried down, and it didn't take long for Midnight to start the fight. Ida knew he only had one real shot at this. Recipro burst, he said, blitzing towards her. The brunette barely had time to brace herself with Shooting Star, and even then he was pushing her back. Ida wants to end this fast. Will he succeed? Present Mike asked. He might have, but he was serious about the one real shot thing. Since she had time to brace herself, she was able to roll out of the way. He was able to redirect himself towards her, but gravity terrain was activated, the sudden change making him accidentally launch himself out of the ring. Tenya Ida is eliminated by ring out. Uraraka is the winner. Midnight said, the crowd bursting into cheers. Ochako ran up to her friend. Are you okay? She asked. Yes. Though that wasn't the most dignified loss, I'm still proud of how far I came. The glasses-wearing boy said. The duo walked off, though Tenya told her to go ahead without him when he got a call from his mother. When she left, he picked up the phone. Hello, Mother. I'm afraid I have been eliminated from the festival. He said. Tenya, it isn't about that. It's your brother. He felt his heart drop. A feeling that worsened when his mother continued. He was attacked in Hosu. It was the hero killer. She sounded on the verge of tears. In the aforementioned city, unseen to the pros, ambulance workers and police at the scene of the attack, Stain watched from above. Then his sword was out, pointed at someone behind him. That was unnecessary. My master has a proposition for you, hero killer. Kurogiri said. Stain glared at the villain. How curious. Ochako couldn't believe it. She had made it to the finals. The brunette had a spring in her step when she made it back to her friends. You were awesome out there. Kaminari exclaimed. Shame Ida had to lose though. Where is he? Yayorozu asked. Dunno. He got a call from his mom and told me to go ahead. She shrugged. She hoped it wasn't anything too serious. So, you versus Midoriya? This is going to be such a manly fight. Kirishima grinned. The duo stared at each other. You're gonna give it your all, right, Midoriya? Uraraka smirked. The greenette responded in kind. Of course. And I expect you to do the same. He said. The tension in the air was electric, two of the strongest in class getting ready to square off. The feeling persisted even when the two of them left to get ready. I'm gonna say it. I think Midoriya has this in the bag. Shiro said. Sure, he has raw power, but Uraraka has a more versatile quirk. Shoji said. But it's still Midoriya. He was holding back the heavy hitters and Kirishima at the USJ by himself. Tsuyu added. That was him super set off and without his anger monitor. Jiru said. Mina then looked at Mei and Toru. And there's no point asking who you two think will win. She teased. The invisible girl blushed while the pinkette just shrugged. She knew what she was about. What do you think? You've fought them both before. Ojiro asked Bakugu. Round Cheeks beat me, so she better win. But against Deku? Doubt it. The ash blonde said. In the halls, Ochako was hoping herself up. It was during this that she ran into Yagi. I was looking for you, young Uraraka. The skeletal man said. What's up, All Might? She asked. Nothing. I just wanted to tell you how proud I am of you. You've made quite the name for yourself, completely separate from being my successor. Win or lose, you showed everyone that you are here. He said, briefly turning into his buff form for that last part. Ochako smiled widely. Thank you. And I'm not done yet. I'm going to go all the way to the top. She exclaimed. Tashinori chuckled warmly. Always improving is the right mentality to have. He said, Good luck out there, kid. The man started to walk away, but Ochako had stopped him. Wait, can I ask you something? She asked. Of course. He responded. What's the deal with you and Midoriya? Uraraka questioned. He attacked you at the USJ, and he doesn't seem to like you. I know he has issues with you, but what could they be? The number one hero paused. He considered his answer. Young Midoriya and we had a less than stellar encounter in the past. The boy was at a low point, I believe, And I said something I probably shouldn't have. He chose to say, he didn't say anything about all for one, because at the end of the day that was just a theory that he was hoping wasn't true. And that the improbable but crucially not impossible story of a late quirk manifestation was true. Ochako stopped to consider that. Do you think he can forgive you for whatever you said? She asked. Only time will tell. The blonde man said. He wished her luck once more before finally leaving, with her doing the same. And now, it's the moment you've been waiting for. Present Mike started. This sports festival has been one for the history books, folks, but now it's almost at its end. This will be the final match to declare your winner. Both of these kids have shown power, skill, and ingenuity to make it this far. They should be proud. Aizawa said. You couldn't be more right, my grumpy friend. Now it's time to bring those kiddos up one last time. Your first fighter, she's been shooting for the stars and shining just as bright. Give it up for Ochako Uraraka. Present Mike announced. The brunette walked out to thundering applause. She waved at her friends, cheering her on, determined to put on a good show. And her opponent, the Jade Juggernaut, he's been dominating the competition and aims to top the table. Angry and awesome, Izuku Midoriya. Hisashi said. Rumi Usajiyama would admit this kid had impressed her. Can he keep up the momentum? Tamura Shigaraki would admit this whole thing was more entertaining than he thought I'd be. Now to see the green twerp finish this. Inko was unbelievably proud of her son. He was living his dream and doing well at it. Her cheers were only rivaled by the girls her son held so dear. She was absolutely teasing her baby after this. When the greenette walked up, his expression was unreadable, but the tension in his body was obvious. Ready? Midnight asked. They nodded. 3, 2, 1, fight. For a moment, the air was still. Then she felt it. Miasma. Izuku glared at her, the brunette flinching slightly. Then he struck. Ochako powered through the fear to activate Shooting Star, the force of a freight train pushing her back as she blocked his punch. He quickly disengaged, jumping back to avoid her counterattack. She charged him, faking him out with a punch before trying to hit a knee. He intercepted the hit, grabbing her leg to lift her up and slam her down, the girl letting out a pained gasp as the ring spiderwebbed from the impact. She recovered fast enough to avoid the next punch, if barely, the point he hit breaking even more. She swept her leg under him, knocking him off balance and reaching out to touch him and remove his gravity. A pulse of miasma caused her to hesitate, the greenette taking the opportunity to recover and grab her arm. Their eyes met for a second. His gaze wasn't the all-encompassing green he showcased during the USJ incident. She could still make out Midoriya, but he was definitely angry about something if the force of his hits was any indication. But what could have happened? And was it her doing? She didn't have time to ruminate on these thoughts as he suddenly threw her, the girl quickly flying to the edge of the ring. Is this the end? Present Mike asked. Fortunately not. Using her quirk on herself before punching the air with Shooting Star, she was able to slow her momentum and redirect herself back into the ring. She had time to return her own gravity before he was on her again. He's really going ham on her. Mineta said. He did say he wouldn't hold back. Tsu said. Even if he is a bit aggressive about it. Off to the side, Mei had pulled out a device of sorts. What's that? Hagakure asked. This baby connects with Izuku's baby to read his energy and emotional state. Right now his output is within acceptable limits for him to be in control, but something made him angry. She explained. Should we be worried? The invisible girl asked. Probably not. My baby would handle it if it was cause for concern. I think this he needs to work out on his own. The Pinkette said. Back to the fight, Izuku landed a gut punch making her double over as she was sent back. Midoriya. What's wrong? What made you angry? She breathed out. He growled. He had been hoping to wish her luck. Just because they were fighting didn't mean they weren't friends. When he came across them, he heard everything. She was connected to All Might. Logically he knew what he said wasn't her fault, but the illogical part, his quirk, saw the man who crushed his dreams so casually referred to it as a less than stellar encounter and moved on to find a successor, whatever that entailed. It was the logic and Mei's baby that kept Outrage in check, but that didn't mean it didn't want its pound of flesh. He would get this over with quickly for her sake. With a yell, the aura of outrage flared, the sheer pressure adding to the ring's damage. Recognizing the threat, she considered upping her percentage, but winced at the thought of more damage to her body and Recovery Girl's ire. So instead she activated gravity terrain. Izuku started floating, though he wouldn't let it stop him, the boy using kicking out his energy to propel himself down like a meteor, the impact creating more debris and embedding himself in the ground to stop himself from floating. They locked eyes again. A good hit from either could send the other out. Green and pink fired up, before launching themselves at each other. The collision sending wind and debris flying everywhere and blocking the view. What an impact! Who will stand victorious as the dust settles? Mike questioned. The audience held their breath. The dust began to settle. At the edge of the ring, lines dug into the concrete from his hands keeping him in, was Izuku. And laying on her back, outside of the ring, was Ochako. Ochako Uraraka is eliminated by ring out. The winner is Izuku Midoriya. Midnight announced. The crowd went wild. This was the best first-year sports festival in a while. This time Harley had the umbrella already ready for the flood of proud tears from Inko. She was proud of the green bean too, but geez. Definitely impressive. Rumi smirked. She could work with that. Not bad. Tamura would never admit he enjoyed that. The decay user got up, Kurogiri would be back soon anyway. Taking a moment to collect himself, it finally hit Izuku. He'd won. He'd actually won. Then he looked at Ochako. The flare of anger was there, but that fight had gotten enough of it out of his system for outrage to calm itself to the point they could talk. "Are you okay?" he asked, holding out his hand. "More than a little sore, but I'll manage." She took the hand and stood up. "Are we good?" "I think so." "Not quite." He couldn't help associating her with All Might now. "You were awesome out there. You deserve this." She smiled. He returned it. Maybe they'd be okay after all. It's been a long and action-packed event, but it's time for it to come to an end. These kids have fought tooth and nail, each and every one of them putting in their all to show you what they could do. And now we get to commemorate the top of the pack, the best of the first-year sports festival. Present Mike exclaimed. Deafening cheers sounded from the audience. Many of them had just come to take a look at the class that survived a villain attack and weren't expecting much, only for them to be blown out of the water over and over again. If this is what those kids could do in their first year alone, they would make for terrifying pros. Standing on podiums raised by Cementos, the kids stood proudly. They'd put in the work, fought their hardest and earned their placements. Although, Izuku couldn't help but notice the elephant in the room. Or rather, the lack of one of his classmates, Ida being nowhere to be seen. Uraraka said he got a call from his mom, so maybe he was needed somewhere else. Midnight walked up, and if you didn't know her you wouldn't notice anything off, but Harley was Harley and knew her very well. Something ain't right. The woman thought. Something bad had happened. If I may have your attention, I'm sure you have noticed the lack of one of our top 4. Tenya Ida has been called away for reasons I am not to disclose. So only 3 students will be receiving their medals. Nemuri said, voice deceptively normal. The crowd began to mutter to each other. Class 1A shared concerned looks. Izuku and Ochako glanced at each other, worried about their friend. Did something happen to Tensei? Quinzel wondered. But, she continued, that doesn't mean we should undermine their accomplishment. And to help me hand out the medals. Ha! A familiar silhouette appeared on top of the stadium. The greenette scowled as he heard it, though it was very obvious he was in the minority as excited gasps began to sound at the sight of the number 1 hero. The man then jumped down. The number 1 hero, All Might. I am here to give out medals. Said, All Might accidentally cutting Midnight off. There was a bit of silence as she glared at him for his poor timing before noise exploded. Oh my gosh. He's actually here. I love you, All Might. Best festival ever. While I'm happy for the warm welcome, this moment is not about me. It is about these brave young heroes in training. Toshinori said, turning to hand each of them their medals. Young Shiozaki, you fought valiantly and showed that no student, no matter the class, should be underestimated. You have made your friends and teachers proud," he said, handing her the third-place medal and giving her a hug. "Thank you, All Might. I shall continue to improve so that I may spread the Lord's light and be a force for good in the world," the vine-haired girl said, spotlight shining on her from somewhere. "And a Class 1B member is on the podium. Watch out, 1A, don't be so arrogant as to write us off," Monoma yelled. Ignoring him, Yagi moved on to the next winner, his signature smile becoming slightly more genuine. "Young Uraraka, I am more proud of you than you know. You will make a fantastic hero someday. One who brings smiles to everyone," he told her, handing her the second-place medal and giving her a hug as well. "I won't let you down, All Might," she responded, grin wide and eyes shimmering with determination. "I know you won't," he said genuinely. Midoriya clenched his fist as the man approached. The fire in his glare hadn't dampened, only being held back. "Young Midoriya," All Might started. "Don't," Izuku hissed, cutting him off. "Just don't. I don't care what you want to say. I don't need your validation, or whatever dumb speech you've prepared. So don't bother, All Might. You've already said enough." Outrage hissed under his skin at the thought of another one-on-one conversation with All Might. Yagi faltered slightly but ultimately complied, giving the boy his first-place medal. He refrained from the hug, feeling the boy's control should not be tested in that manner. "Huh, no hug? I thought he would be chomping at the bit to get one from All Might," Masaru asked. "Let's just say Izuku is less of a fan than before," was all Inko said. Her son's feelings on the man were for him and him alone to share, though she also wouldn't mind having a word with him about what he said to her son. Ignoring the sudden feeling of dread, Toshinori was able to continue. "And just because they don't get a medal, doesn't mean we shouldn't appreciate the fine work of the other students. They will all make amazing heroes. Now let's send them off. Say it with me now," he said. "Plus Ultra. Thanks everyone for your hard work." Silence. That was the perfect time to say plus Ultra All Might. The people yelled. "Yes, well, I just thought everyone worked hard," the man said awkwardly. Izuku face-palmed. He seriously looked up to this guy at some point? Ochako chuckled slightly. He was kinda goof. Later, the students returned to their classes for one more announcement before they could leave. "You all have the next 2 days off to recover before you return. After that you'll be getting ready for your internships. The pros that were watching you will be sending them, so you better hope you made a good impression," Aizawa said. There was some excited chatter at that, but it was subdued with everyone noticing their missing classmate. They hoped he was okay. They all left as Shota dismissed them, heading off to celebrate their performances. "Hey Toru," Izuku called. "Yeah," the invisible girl asked. "Would you like to join me, my mom and May? It's okay if you don't want to and already have plans with your family, but I'd really like to have you there." The poor boy looked like a tomato. She could feel her own blush. "Oh, sure. I don't think my parents would mind a bigger party," she said. "Cool." He responded sorta awkwardly. "Could you FNG not?" The moment was broken by an annoyed Katsuki. The two startled to see some classmates watching them, Mina specifically having stars in her eyes. "Why'd you have to ruin the moment, Bakugu?" the pink-skinned girl asked. "Because raccoon eyes, my old hag ran into his mom and they might decide to make a joint celebration. I refuse to put up with him flirting badly through the whole thing," the ash blonde said dryly. Let's just say the resulting laughter didn't help the awkwardness the two felt, though neither of them denied it was flirting. On a more somber note, we cut to Tenya bursting into a hospital room. His mother's words to slow down and put on a mask fell on deaf ears as he took in the sight before him. His brother, the strongest person he knew, his ideal of a hero, was lying in a hospital bed, looking worse than he'd ever seen him. The surgery was a success, but if he'd gotten here even a few minutes later, he might not have made it. He'd been told. Tears welling up in his eyes, Tenya Ida suddenly felt like he understood Midoriya more. Because now, thinking about the man who did this to Tensei, all he could feel was rage. Returning to school after the 2 days was a surreal experience. It wasn't a lot of time, But the difference in how he was perceived before and after was basically night and day. While Izuku already got some notice from being a UA student, being the winner of the sports festival turned that up several notches. Is that Midoriya? I think it is. Dude, you were awesome out there. He's even cuter in person. Do you think I could get his number? Let it be known that Izuku had gotten a lot more confident since manifesting outrage. Let it also be known that he is still Izuku Midoriya. Suffice to say, he was extremely flustered right now. Thankfully, the train arrived at his stop not too long after, allowing him to escape the situation. Do your best, hero. The people exclaimed as the train began to move. The greenette sighed. He would have to get used to this, wouldn't he? Anyway, he made his way to UA, finding Uraraka as he arrived. Hi, Midoriya. It's crazy how much more attention we're getting. The brunette said. We were the top two. I'd be surprised if we weren't getting attention. He responded. Guess it's just part of being a hero. Ochako shrugged. Then, more subdued, have you heard from Ida? Izuku hissed through his teeth as he shook his head. It had been a gut punch during what was supposed to be a totally joyful few days. The news that Ingenium nearly died, and that the man might never use his legs again. And he was just someone who respected the hero. He couldn't imagine how his friend was feeling right now. Speak of the devil, he perked up as he heard Tenya approaching. Hurry along now. We mustn't be late. The boy said as he quickly walked past. Aren't we already early? Ochako asked as they followed him. As UA students, we must strive to be more than just early. The glasses-wearing boy said, still looking ahead. Amida, how are you doing? Midoriya asked gently. The boy paused before he turned around with a reassuring smile. If you're worried about my brother, he's strong. The Ida family will get through this. He told them, resuming his walk. The greenette and brunette shared a concerned glance. They didn't buy that answer even a little, but this wasn't an issue they could force. Not yet. So they walked in silence towards Class 1A, where they were met by their excited classmates. I've never had so many people notice me before. Hagakure said excitedly. Koji was far less enthused by that fact. A little kid told me better luck next time. It was so embarrassing. Kaminari lamented. It was like we were celebrities. Mina said. The invisible girl noticed Izuku and company enter, her uniform moving to symbolize a shy wave. They had ended up celebrating together, and much to Katsuki's chagrin, there was definitely more flirting. It was worse actually, given Mei was there too. He waved back with a blush. Midoriya. Todoroki walked up. What's up? The greenette asked. I spoke with my mother. She was happy to see me. The bi-colored boy had a small smile on his face at that. Izuku's smile was blinding. That's great, Todoroki. He responded. I think I might be willing to talk to Dr. Quinzel. He added. His mother had helped him come to that conclusion. Apparently talking to people helped. Midoriya nodded approvingly. All right, settle down. Aizawa said as he entered, only to find them already in their seats. Not bad. All right, Hellions, it's almost time for your internships. While you were out, you received offers from various pro heroes based on your performance. Behind him, a projection of the amount of offers was shown. Some people definitely had more than others. It's not usually so lopsided, but some of you, pointed glare at Midoriya, Todoroki, Uraraka and Bakugo, none of whom were repentant, decided to go plus ultra. Whoa dude, that's so cool. Shiro said to Todoroki. Most of those are probably because of my father. Shoto said. Isn't it weird that Uraraka has more offers than Midoriya? Jair asked. He won after all. Well yeah, but Midoriya is kinda terrifying. Mineta said, flinching slightly as he turned to see the other boy's reaction. Izuku shrugged. He knew what he could do. Toru was less chill. He is not terrifying. She glared at Minoru, making him shiver from the unseen expression. Regardless, there's something very important we need to discuss. Shota said, making them tense. You need to pick your hero names. They deflated. Why did he keep doing that? Then what he said registered and they exploded into noise. Finally, Ashido cheered. Awesomeness, here I come. Denki exclaimed. My name is gonna be so manly. Kirishima grinned. They were soon silenced by a quirk-enhanced glare from Aizawa. He sighed while they chuckled sheepishly. While you shouldn't be making that racket, I can understand the excitement. This is a big step in your hero career, so you better take it seriously. Or there'll be hell to pay. Midnight suddenly burst in. Best class ever? Mineta said. The R-rated heroine strut forward till she was standing in front of the class. While these names might not be permanent, they are the first thing you'll show yourself to the world as, and that's not an easy label to shake. She said. And Midnight is here to make sure you don't choose something ridiculous. I happen to be terrible at names, so I'll be of no help. Mike had to come up with Eraserhead because he couldn't be bothered. The underground hero entered his sleeping bag to get some sleep while this went on. Nemuri then handed out white bards for each of them to write their potential names down on. Some had an easier time than others, but it was generally going well. Alright, now come up and present your names. Kiyama smirked. Wait, we have to present these? Zero asked. If you can't use your name in front of your own classmates, how are you going to present it to the world? So who wants to go first? She said. I shall, mademoiselle. Yuga stood with a flourish, making his way to the front of the class. I chose a name as dazzling as I am. I shall be dubbed I Can't Stop Twinkling. He can't be serious. The class sweat dropped. That's a little wordy, Aoyama. If you want a shorter name that still highlights your sparkle, may I suggest Shining Knight? Midnight offered. Oh, thank goodness she vetoed it. The class thought. Yuga's eyes sparkled. Magnifique. I will be the twinkling hero, Shining Knight. He said dramatically before returning to his seat. I guess I'll go next. Tsu said as she stood. I've already had a name picked out for a while. I'm the rainy season hero, Froppy. The frog girl blushed as her friends cheered her on. That's a good one. Nice and approachable, and not to mention cute. Approved. Midnight said. That means I'm up. Kirishima said. Call me Red Riot. Oh, as an homage to the chivalrous hero, Crimson Riot. Nemuri. That's right. He's an inspiration for me. He said. You know, a name like that puts a lot of responsibility on you to live up to it? Midnight questioned. That's what I'm counting on. The boy said. In that case, it's approved. The woman said. It went on pretty smoothly for a bit. Tokoyami was the jet black hero, Tsukuyami, Siro was the taping hero, Cellophane, Momo was the everything hero, Genesis, Mineta was the fresh-picked hero, Grape Juice, Koda was the petting hero, Anima, Shoji was the tentacle hero, Tentacle, Ojiro was the martial arts hero, Tailman, Kyoka was the hearing hero, Earphone Jack, Ashido was the PH hero, Costigia, because apparently Alien Queen was copyright infringement. Ochako was the stellar hero, Uravity, Katsuki was the explosion hero, Ground. Zero, King Explosion Murder God was considered. He realized how Quinzel would react, then he changed it, and Kaminari was the stun gun hero, Chargebolt. Then came Shoto. I'm going through some things. I thought I knew exactly who I was and who I needed to be, but now I'm not sure. Until I figure it out, I'll just be called Shoto. The bi-colored boy said, which Midnight was fine with. Then it was Tenya's turn. He wrote and erased the same name multiple times already. You want me to what? Tenya asked. Tensei sighed. To take my name. I can't use my legs, little brother. I can't be a hero anymore. But that doesn't mean the Ingenium name has to go too. His brother wanted him to use his name, but he couldn't. He hadn't earned it. Not yet. Just your name as well? Nemuri asked, a little surprised. Hadn't Tensei told them? But the boy just nodded. If you're sure. Remember, you can always change it later. She said. Then came Toru. When I first decided to be a hero, it was so I could be noticed. I'd been invisible my whole life, passed over by everyone, but I knew being a hero could change that. But now that's changed. Because I've been noticed. By you all, by a hyper-energetic inventor who showed me something I thought was impossible, and by someone who inspires me with his sheer dedication to helping everyone he can. She said, making Izuku blush. Then the unexpected happened. The air in front of them shimmered, beginning to take shape. And the shape was of a once invisible girl. Gasps rang out in the room, with even Aizawa-sensei poking out of his bag wide-eyed, as they looked at her. But none were more stunned-silent than one Izuku Midoriya. With her multicolored prismatic hair and shining teal and yellow eyes, there was only one thing that came to mind. So I'm going to go plus ultra. For you, for Mei, for Izuku, and for me. You can call me the unseen hero, Spectrum. Toru Hagakure smiled. Beautiful, he said, not realizing he said it out loud. But he did, and everyone heard it. Toru blushed something fierce but kept her smile. Mina squealed in delight, both at the slip and that her friend was absolutely adorable. Bravo! Now that's how you make a statement. Absolutely approved. Midnight said. The no longer invisible girl returned to her seat with cheers from everyone. She had been working on that since she found out it could be possible to become visible on command. It was grueling work changing how she thought about how her quirk worked, but it was worth it, with Izuku's reaction being the icing on the cake. Even now he couldn't keep his eyes quite off her. Until it was his turn. Last, but certainly not least. I'll admit, it's going to be hard to follow up that. He chuckled before taking a deep breath. My whole life, I've been pushed aside. My dreams, my suffering, all ignored. People who were supposed to protect me failed. Adults, teachers, all might, all failed him in some way. I don't want that for anyone else. I can't save everyone, that's just a fact, but that doesn't mean I won't try. I'll be someone who tries everything in his power to help. Everything in his power to protect people. Determination and his quirk flashed in his eyes. I am the guardian hero, Fury. I still can't get over how adorable you are. Mina squealed at Toru. Class 1A had gathered in the cafeteria at lunch, and her friends hadn't stopped singing her praises since the name reveal and her visibility. Heh, thanks Ishido. Hagakure smiled. Her friends weren't the only ones who thought so highly of her appearance, as she noticed several other students giving double takes at the sight of her, and she was honestly appreciating the attention. But nowhere near as much as the attention she was getting from Izuku. The boy hadn't been able to keep his eyes off her since class, something almost all of them found sweet. Keyword almost. For FS sake nerd, put your eyes back in your head before they roll out. Katsuki rolled his eyes. The brunette turned to glare at him, but the ash blonde was unfazed. You can gawk at her later. Right now we should be planning where we're gonna go for our internships. He said. They had to concede the Pomeranian had a point, so the class began doing just that. I am thinking about going with you, Wabami. Momo stated. Absolutely not. No. Midoriya and Bakugu said in unison. The Ravenette blinked in surprise. The last time the two of them had agreed so instantly was on hers and Hagakure's costumes. May I ask why? She asked. She is a fairly high-ranking hero. Obviously, Monoma interjected from nearby, they think you Class 1A show-offs are too good for her. Kendo rolled her eyes at her classmate. Ignoring him, I'm also wondering why not her. She said. She send you an offer? Katsuki asked. When the girl nodded, it was Izuku that continued. Iwabami is an alright rescue hero, but that's just it. She's an alright rescue hero. The reason she's as high-ranked as she is mostly due to popularity as a model. He said. Basically, I'd bet my entire All Might collection that she only sent you in ponytail offers is because you look good.